This life is a daydream. Our time is a precious thing.
Now you find Sindri more helpful to our teammates rather than aggressive to our opponents.
We're searching for meaning in the highs and the lows we've seen.
Points and playing in rank will help you grow even faster. If you haven't played a hero since
When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun to see the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights. Anything is possible, everything is new, and we'll carry each other, running wild into the night, technicolor blue, and we'll carry each other, one chance in a lifetime, won't stop till we get it right. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun to see the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights. Anything is possible, everything is new, and we'll carry each other, running wild into the night, technicolor blue, and we'll carry each other,
the second active is Eternal Generator.
It's our time to believe it. We can fly through the ceiling. Our time to believe it. We can fly through the ceiling. Our time to believe it. We can fly through the ceiling. If we hold on to the feeling, hold on to the feeling. Our time to believe it. We can fly through the ceiling. We'll carry each other, carry each other. Our time to believe it. We can fly through the ceiling. We'll carry each other, carry each other. Anything is possible, everything is new, and we'll carry each other, running wild into the night, technicolor blue, and we'll carry each other,
Warning and 5v5 only. All heroes will receive a new second active ability for free. Hero progression will become more quick play friendly. 5v5 will feature all heroes and skins.
I wanna soak up the sun,
Guaranteed
blame it on the sweet libations. We're just out here having fun, feeling pretty fly, pretty sky high. Shades November in a technicolor dream. Got no answer for a call from the agent. This ain't 1983.
performing well within the match will point and play in the rank.
So tell me what you wanna do with this fine ass body, hella attitude. Sitting pretty in the sun with the golden eyes, pushing out front, hitting overdrive. Cause I'm a rebel with a real big hitter. Take him out back and hit him with a big thriller. Cause I don't think you know what I got. I lead from the front and I do what I want. Back to the wall, baby. I do what I want, you see. Back to the wall, baby. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want. I don't really care what they're gonna say, cause I'm gonna slay, gonna do it my way. I'm calling all the shots tonight, going all guns blazing in the city lights. Cause you know, yeah, we're gonna be fine, yeah, I'm gonna be fine. Make a living on the line, make a killing. Fully automatic, got my fist in the air. Pushing out front, reading Baudelaire. Back to the wild, baby. I do what I want, you see. Back to the wild, baby. I'm so fierce. Back to the wild, baby. Don't underestimate me. Back to the wild, baby. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want. I'm so fierce. I do what I want. I do what I want. I'm so back to the wild, baby. Do what I want, you'll see. Back to the wild, baby. I'm so fierce. Back to the wild, baby.
Hello, did I hear someone talking to me?
Underestimate me.
Yeah.
Wild, baby.
Oh mate, you can hear me. I didn't think we'd be able to hear each other while we were off screen. That's sick. How you doing? Yeah, doing excited for the last 3v3 tournament. Do you think that particularly team 5v5 like
Yeah, I think so. Definitely. I'm interested in how because I know that what you guys are gonna say about the top two teams by the next one.
yeah.
But I don't know how that's gonna work in 5v5. So are they gonna be allowed?
I'm back in, I'm back on.
guess
Stand up
so.
like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go
Are they
hard
currently
and go
like
home. No
roster
stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin.
Well, I mean, this one's obviously 3v3, so when the next one's 5v5.
I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues. I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin.
So I don't think they're gonna be an exclusively easy.
Oh sorry.
It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let's get it again. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues. I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh.
Just
I'm
getting
so
roasted.
raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. This is what I need. I need someone to gas me up.
It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin.
Yeah, I saw that picture. That's cool.
Now let the
I've got
games
2 cans of
begin.
water. I'm serious.
Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
The G's second active is Submarine, which can also merge and teleport to a location of her choice. With this ability, she can easily launch a surprise attack back at the enemy. Combined
combined with her passive ability, she can flank.
Take a ride with me through the howling wind. Back to bring it on back a bit to where it all began. When the sun was screaming, it awakened my dreams. Feel my heart beat, rhythm in the groove, sing to the beat. Don't feed the fire, let's want the flame. I don't sing lullabies, I hit it like a hurricane. Don't feed the fire, let's want the flame. Now from the inside out, let your head down. Everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up. I can feel it, got the spirit, little bit louder now, let it hear it. Everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up. I can feel it, got the spirit, little bit louder now. Hey, let me hear it. Looks like we made it. Now we're cashing in. Once we take a little victory lap, then do it all again. Got the radio speakers blasting, giving me fever. Feel my heart beat, rhythm in the groove, make you wanna believe. Don't feed the fire, unless you want the flame. I don't sing lullabies, I hit it like a hurricane. Don't feed the fire, unless you want the flame. Now from the inside out, let your head down. Everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up. I can feel it, got the spirit, little bit louder now, let it hear it. Hey, everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up. I can feel it, got the spirit, little bit louder now. Hey, let me hear it. Everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up. I can feel it, got the spirit, little bit louder now, let it hear it. Hey, everybody get up, everybody get up, everybody get up. I can feel it, got the spirit, little bit louder now. Hey, let me hear it.
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, pop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, think about it, like sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, move aside, got it. Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now. Like a game where the stage started and I'm on a place. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world, yeah. Like the flame, bring the cage rage, ripping out the page. It's on, the show must go on. Welcome to the new world. Welcome to the new world, yeah.
Hello and welcome to the Arena League Finals for North America. It's time to crown the final T3 Esports champion with a 3v3 format. That's right, we're giving T3 Esports a massive send-off into the new era of 5 versus 5, and I couldn't be more stoked to see these amazing teams at work in the 3v3s. I'm Dev, and joining me here is Digital. Mate, you have been here the whole ride, the whole Arena League long. What a wild ride it has been.
Oh, look, absolutely right. Initially, when I first started off, I wasn't too sure what to expect, but then after seeing, a lot of these teams really rise to the occasion, give it their all heart and soul, blood, sweat, tears, the lot, and then some teams, unfortunately, did have to go bye-bye. Some of the teams that came back again, the wild cards, are now finally, Championship Sunday, baby.
Yeah, that's right. And on the line, we got YOLO as well. YOLO, can you hear me? And how are you feeling about crowning a champion?
I can hear you, and I can't wait for this. The end of the first T3 3v3 tournament. About to be 5v5 in the future, hopefully, but I can't wait for this. Hopefully Dodgers can maybe come out against the exclusive army and beat all 3 teams, but we'll see if that can happen.
Yeah, that's right. It's been quite a story, hasn't it? It's all been about the exclusive clan and all the teams that they have brought. But yeah, we do have a chance that that someone could steal the limelight. Let's start talking about the format, though, and how we got to these finals that we are at today. So it's been quite a long season, if you will, through the qualifiers, through the wildcards, and into the finals. Digital, we've had so many teams enter, and of course the finals that we've had this weekend are just down to the last day. But how has it been through the qualifiers, the main season, and the wildcards format?
Oh, look, I gotta be honest, right? Throughout the qualifiers, some teams were kind of unexpectedly really strong and really punching above their weight from the non-exclusive clan teams. But overall, you know, the exclusive clan, they're known and they do what they do best. A lot of the teams that qualified through, I think 3 of the 4 in phase 1, they were actually from exclusive clan. That's great to see. And then the wildcards is where we actually saw some of the wildcard teams really come back. And I think one exclusive clan team, exclusive Easy, if memory serves me right, they actually managed to bring it back in the wildcards to make it through to total 8 teams in the finals. And look, from yesterday as well, not gonna lie, the results haven't gone exactly as how I would say the general public might have predicted it. But hey, I've been with these teams for a while, and I'm just glad to see, you know, my boys that are going through.
Yeah, no bias here. YOLO, anything surprised you with how the season has gone?
I mean, obviously the main upset was last night off stream with Arsenal going down to exclusive Easy. There, I mean, there were various issues with it. Myron was on a plane at that time, and then Cairo had a lot of lag, so there's various issues which caused them to go out. But exclusive Easy, they're definitely a team that they're in the redemption arc. They've gone into the losers bracket, they've got to work their way through. They went through the wild cards as well earlier on, as you mentioned. So I think we're going to see, that's who I'm rooting for, exclusive Easy. But obviously the other 2-3 teams are top tier as well.
I love that we've got you, YOLO, and Digital rooting for different teams here. I feel like I'm on the fence. I don't know. Maybe I get to be the swing voter.
Eternal. You go for exclusive Eternal.
Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I'll go for Dodgers. As we saw on screen there for just a moment, all the matches we'll be playing today, just like yesterday, will be in best of 3, with the exception of that grand final. We'll be playing a BO5. I don't know if we can get that graphic back up again, but I would love to just see if we can, for a moment, the BO5 format again, because that's something we haven't seen so far, and of course the game modes will change with each game, with each map that we play. And so I'd love to get your take on it, YOLO, with that BO5. Obviously we've got control, payload control, and then another payload, but we have a look at the maps, right? Like it's a bit of a sprinkle of something fresh that we're not used to seeing.
Yeah, definitely, and it will allow us to see various different team comps be played on, compared to Elephant Instana, which is a lot more close range. You've got the 5k in that room, compared to a Mental, which is massively long range. So I think we'll be able to see various different comps. Hopefully we'll see some counter comps. I know 3v3 has had a lot of different heroes like Gatlin just come in completely after those buffs with 5v5. So I reckon we'll see some various different mixes, especially with hero changes in game.
Anything sticking out to you, Digital?
Oh, nothing really. I'm just like thinking about for exclusive Argon what their strategy is going to be to have 2 control maps in the best of 5, but also to note as well, the first control map in the best of 5, it's going to be Elephant Instana Pro Max, a bigger, larger, maybe better version of Elephant Instana. We'll see how it plays out. So long range might not be the most suitable map for maybe some flankers, closer range heroes that you would usually play on Elephant Instana. I think I'll let it come.
Yeah, and different teams are good at different game modes and different maps, so that's going to be really spicy. So we'll dig into that a bit more later, but first, of course, let's talk about yesterday. Let's talk about today. Let's have a look at the bracket and see how the finals have panned out so far. It's been a massive double elimination bracket with the top 8 teams in North America going head-to-head in the final championship for T3. And yeah, like you guys were saying, the exclusive clan, they have a lot of teams here, and we've actually already had a couple of those teams eliminated. YOLO, you already mentioned off stream yesterday that Arsenal went down to exclusive Easy. That's hands down the biggest upset we've seen so far. Are you expecting any others?
I feel like there's a lot of people rooting for Argons and Eternal. Eternal with T3 God, Argons, as Digital's already said, there's a lot of people backing them. I feel like exclusive easy, they've had it the hard way, they've gone all the way through. It'd be amazing to see them get to the top 3 finals, potentially win it. And then Dodgers, I mean, no one expected Dodgers to get to the top 4, they've done it. Maybe they can get top 3, start earning some money. Finals, who knows?
Unfortunately, we have had to say goodbye to half of the teams that we've had so far. It's a shame, but you know, someone's got to go down.
Exactly right. Dangerous Plan. They were a team that was actually pretty good, and one of the few that was punching above their weight, I believe, in the open qualifiers. And then after Colts, I mean, that was a little bit of a mishmash team that kind of had to come back through the wild cards. They unfortunately didn't get too far. Eternal Unity, a team as well that I really had my eyes on after the qualifiers, especially, you know, a player like Batman, who put on an absolute all-star performance on Hunter for Payload, escort, Brower stock, and they just did not show up coming into the finals. Ex-Arsenal, we all know the story behind them. Crowd favorites, you know, Shuri really hyped them up so much, but unfortunately, roster issues and just tech issues are all around for them. They just could not step up to the occasion. Perhaps next time. And that's pretty much it, leaving us the final 4. Eternal, Argons, Dodgers, and Easy.
Yeah, and so we will be playing 4 matches today within this bracket. Of course, you can see in the top right, the winner bracket final. Then we'll be going down to the lower bracket final with Dodgers exclusive Easy. We'll move on to that, the lower bracket semi-1, actually, technically. And then we'll move on to the lower bracket final. And then, of course, the winner of that match will go up and join that grand final to face whoever wins this exclusive Eternal versus exclusive Argon matchup. Super cool, super exciting, but we also have another special treat for you guys, a special exhibition match which we will be playing on stream before the grand final. Now this is going to be a 5v5 with some creators and some pros. It's going to be a real taste of what's to come with the new 5v5 format. YOLO, I know you were talking before about how much people were anticipating the new 5v5. I think this show match is surely going to be very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this was hidden for a long time. I didn't even know about this, but honestly, 5v5, even just with the update, the amount of people playing ranks and have joined the game, it's increased massively. We're seeing more players than ever before. The hype for 5v5 is real. Everyone wants to play it. Everyone's going to be seeing this 5v5 here. They're going to be loving it, and I can't wait for them to see the creators. There'll be people that they love and know and watch, and then they'll get into the game as well, and hopefully play some tournaments in the future.
Yeah, but of course when we do get to that grand final, we got some prize pool to divvy up. A massive first place prize of $3,000. That is enormous. Second place to take home $1,000, and third place to get $500 as well. So a lot of cash on the line for these guys in the tournament, and also something that's very exciting. Not sure if the players really have thought about this much, but the top 2 teams, our grand finalists, will be invited to the final stage of the Super Season 1. What's the Super Season 1? Well, that is the next thing that's coming. The next tournament after this, starting in mid-July. It's the new era of T3 esports, so that is going to be super cool, and a nice little added benefit for the teams that go through into that grand final.
Yeah, exactly, you know, so aside from money, they also have a lot more to play for. There's Cloud, of course, on the line, just boosting maybe the exclusive clan banner even more, but at the same time, moving forward into Super Season 1, there's going to be 5v5, because like we've talked about all weekend long, this is going to be the last 3v3 T3 era there is, and what a way to send it off.
Yeah, so 3v3 is what we're talking about today for the most part, and let's start turning our attention to our very first match. Exclusive Eternal and exclusive Argons is going to be a banger of an upper bracket final. YOLO, what are you expecting out of exclusive Eternal? We already heard from Shuri yesterday. You know, T3 God really has made a name for himself, and this team has boosted themselves up right to the top. But can they be championship contenders?
God, I mean, they've definitely got it in them. They're all great players. Their KDs, as you can see on the screen, very good for this, especially in the finals, day 2 of the finals. They're talented players. They can definitely beat Argons, and I'm sure whichever one drops down to the lowest bracket has got a very good chance of meeting them in the final again after winning. So I think it's going to be a clash of the titans for this one.
Now, what do you expect out of this team? T3 God in particular, we've seen him on a lot of those heroes that he is just known for. I mean, I see the Yar there in the top heroes. He's one of the few players that will actually bring it out.
Yeah, exactly right. Yar, on T3 God, and also Myron, another player that actually has played Yar. I haven't seen anyone else touch that hero at all in the entire league, and whenever they play their hands on that character, somehow they just bring magic. And Vincent as well, not to mention T3 God yesterday, I think it was 5 or 6 back-to-back shanks. Absolutely ridiculous scenes. Man was just full-on clowning at them. And it's funny enough as well, because we started today talking about the teams coming into the finals, right? I'm kind of rooting for the Argons. YOLO, he was rooting for Exclusive Easy, but it feels like we're just leaving Exclusive Eternal out, because this is an absolute powerhouse of a lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's have a look at their opposition in the upper final. It's Exclusive Argons. Now these guys were the team that we were talking about the most yesterday. They had a really challenging run to get to Exclusive Easy. They defeated them eventually in a 2-1 series. And then they moved on to what many people considered to be the tournament favorites, YOLO. Exclusive Arsenal, as you said, already knocked out. And these guys were the ones that sent them to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they put on a massive performance so far. And with their players, Super Bean, he's such a good JJ, Shell. You've got Cole playing the Ruby, Jabali, tank option. And I'm sure basically today we'll see a lot of Ruby, Jabali bans seen here. So we can maybe not get Cole getting these various kills, KDs with a Ruby. That's not seen really. And then Sem with the DPS, maybe a bit of a letter, Hunter on the longer range mouse. Can't wait.
Yeah, we'd love to get your thoughts, YOLO, on Sem. Usually we have Ozelic, right? So something, maybe a bit of a switch up. I'm not sure if you have any insight there.
Yeah, I mean, Sem's played for a long time. So I remember I've been playing for about a year now, and Sem's definitely been with the community for a very long time. So definitely not, they're not going to see this and be like, oh, it's a rollover, they've got a weak player. Definitely not that. Sem's going to come in, guns blazing, and I'm pretty certain he'll put on a very good performance as well.
Alright, I'll take your word for it, and I've got really high expectations for Sem coming into X-Argons, because, you know, the entire time I've been watching this team play, it has been Super Bean, it has been Cole, and it has been Ozelic as well, who, yes, they, honest to God, is the superstar support player in the sense that he even though he was playing Hunter and some DPS roles, the guy was just helping out his teammates so much, especially on Hunter, stand-out player that allowed Argons to really take the win over Exclusive Arsenal yesterday.
Well, let's have a look at our very first game in the series and the hero ban that we will have in this control matchup. It looks like the Ruby will be going down as well as the Hunter. So we haven't seen a ton of Hunter bans. That Ruby ban, though, is by far the most banned hero that we've seen.
Yes, indeed. I think right now a lot of teams and players just don't want to deal with Ruby currently. Granted, it is map 1. It's going to be MNTEL, so I don't think banning Ruby is that big of a deal. At the end of the day, granted, we haven't seen her being played on MNTEL at all, but as far as I'm concerned, playing Jabali on MNTEL is fantastic as far as tanks go if you need it. The Hunter ban might be a little bit problematic, so if you think Gigabrain late game strategies, you might be thinking a Johnny Jet to come out to, you know, just stall, buy time and whatnot, because it is quite a large control point.
Yeah, so YOLO, we're about to get stuck into the game. We know what we won't be seeing with the Ruby and Hunter, but what do you think we will be seeing in this match?
I think we'll definitely be seeing a Jabali on each side. Maybe instead of a Jabali, we'll see a Fade to counter that Jabali pick, or try to with a stun. But I think we'll see, if there's not a Hunter, I reckon we'll see maybe a Gatlin on each team. We'll see probably a Sindri, because the Sindri turrets are so OP on the mental. So I think there's definitely some options, or maybe even a Yar, a JJ, as you said, because JJ's stalling potential, even if they've got well, they won't have a Hunter at all now, so the JJ stalling potential is going to be huge on this map, I think.
Well, it's time to get into Exclusive Eternal versus Exclusive Argons for the Game 1. We're playing Control, we're on MNTEL, and yeah, we're already seeing some spice here in the hero picks very early on.
Yeah, right off the bat, Cole, who we've only seen him play Jabali and maybe a little bit of Ruby, for the first time, I'm seeing him pick up Fade as well. So indeed, YOLO, he called it, and like this is going to be a straight counter to perhaps T3 God's Jabali early on. And as far as I'm concerned, oh, that is Ozelic. Yes, Ozelic is in, not Sem. Thank the Lord. The fort pick, that is kind of interesting to my eyes. I'll just wait and see what he can do with it, because granted, he can't play Hunter. There are a lot of other options for him to play, though, but time will tell. Regardless, they're on the site, both these teams. The Fade versus Jabali, nothing much to come out of it just yet. I'll take it back. Cole switched back to Jabali. It was just a joke that he was making early on. Shots exchange, trades exchange, both teams one player down, but does seem like overall, Exclusive Argons, they do have the short end of the stick, though they do have the objective, so that's already a little bit of a sense going their way.
Now, could it be an overcommitment? However, as Cole goes down, that's your tank now. The shell of KD has also fallen, but for now it seems like continuing to just be a dogfight with this Aletta from Bean pushing Rinks deep away from the site and taking him down. Now the fight just continuing here as the Jabalis look to try and protect their teammates, but I mean, T3 God sustained a lot of damage and not been able to break through this push of exclusive Argons.
Yeah, and also Beans, good to see him once again reprise that blanket roll and get really in and pressure the enemies, and at the same time just get info of when they're coming, which lane they're coming from, and just alert his team of the timing so they can get ready, get back onto the site to hold once again. I'm liking the double shield composition coming out from exclusive Argons, and it's doing them quite a lot of good so far because it's stifling a lot of aggression coming out from exclusive Eternal. But just as I say that is the recap. They have gotten a few kills and forced exclusive Argons off the site, so it's going to be the standard ebb and flow of the match.
Yeah, well, at least we do have now control switched over, so this lead won't be able to extend too far. I would have been worried if it got to, you know, upwards of 60%, but now we really test the Argons. How are they at retaking as the Jabali of Cole goes in? He's right into the fray, and T3 God, the other Jabali, as well, really feeling that push as it continues to just be a back and forth. Control once again contested as back again the Aletta trying to dash and weave around, deal as much damage as possible, and it seems to be working out. We've got T3 God and KD both falling, and Control has once again flipped in favor of the Argons.
Goodness gracious. Despite what we see on percent and everything, this is actually, from my eyes, a very neck-and-neck matchup. And it's just every single time our team comes back fresh, they tend to have the advantage and whatnot. The flankers and whatnot, and Shell and
here we go.
They're just there to really do a lot of poke damage to start things off, but it's really the heavy hitters. It's the tanks and it's Scardy on both sides early on to do the finishing blows. Regardless, trades again, and Cole getting the better of T3 God, not before he falls down. So Rinks. And it does seem, once again, exclusive Argons, they're racking up so much percent, not before Rinks basically one-man armies the entire objective, and manages to recap for exclusive Eternals, but he's by himself. He needs his teammates to get back ASAP.
Yeah, Eternal is really lucky that Rinks was able to clutch up there because, I mean, the initial push from T3 God, I would have liked that ult to have a little bit more impact, and, I mean, eventually KD and T3 God fell. Rinks did pick up the pieces and is now dealing a lot of damage with this Scardy as the contest has once again come back. The Control almost flips, and there indeed does eventually. Exclusive Argons once again in the lead and in control as they owe upwards of 80% and are continuing to just bully Eternal. Now that this is by no means a one-sided affair, but just have a look at the score. The Argons are running away with it, and Eternal will need to fight back for control now. Otherwise, that number is going to keep on ticking. You've got to get on the point, got to contest. A last-ditch effort now, pulling out all the stops as KD on the shell, but 99%, we've hit overtime. And the push continues to come on through. It's all up to Argons just to go for a full team wipe. The 1-2, the lock-in, and round number 1 for exclusive Argons.
Wow, absolute crazy madness. Honestly, I was thinking T3 God as well, the last-minute mark switch to increase DPS, just to break the double shields of exclusive Argons. Maybe that would have done something, but much to my dismay, absolutely nothing came out of it. The initial starting strategy coming out from the Argons, it was beautiful, it worked out. I don't really think I saw Ozalix Fort get that many kills and whatnot, but I think the splash damage and just enough rockets and DPS just to hold enemies at bay and to make them think twice, keeping them honest. But for the most part, it was the double shields that allowed them to stall for so long. When they get up close, sure, the AoE damage is good, but then again, here comes Cole up close and personal with the Jabali. He's a monster when it comes to doing damage on Jabali, and Bean just once again doing what Bean does best. Get behind the enemy lines, just chip them down a little bit, and overall, it's a team effort coming out from the Argons.
And we are once again seeing this fort at the start for Ozelic. Now, it wasn't present for most of that previous round. The big thing for me is seeing that Gatling come out from KD instead of the shell. Will that be able to deal a lot more damage, especially on these grouped up opponents? We'll have to see.
Yep, well, double shields, they know exactly what they have to do, just to bring on the Gatlin to pump those shields. But unfortunately, Gatlin by herself can be quite stationary, and there you go, Bean already target prioritization takes down the Gatlin, so that's the shield buster down and out, and the cap once again going over to exclusive Argons, and the starting build-up percentage is deja vu, just like the last time. The counter pick did not work, back to the shell, and T3 God getting off of his tank as well onto Vincent. I don't know about this. It's interesting, it's ambitious, but it might not work out. He's just too squishy.
Yeah, very, very strange decision here. Big risk. Let's see if T3 COD is able to land a couple of these backstabs, but it's just not going to happen. Cole is not having any of it. And that's a big risk that does not pay dividends for Exclusive Eternal. They've really fumbled the ball here, and they're fighting from behind. Now, KD, fortunately, is able to finish off Cole, and Contest has come through. This is where we need to see the switch. We need to see Eternal start to pull together a bit of a lead, and it might actually work here. Though, unfortunately, Bean is still being a terror on the site, and, well, Eternal just have no response.
You know, Bean, he's a god joining Jet, but at the same time, I let it out with that travel back in time extra ability. It just benefits him so much more. He's just stalling by himself. Not only that, doing so much damage as well. The pure movement is causing KD to have a really tough time to track him down as Shell, and that's what Shell needs to do. Your tracking has to be on point in order to build up the damage and just completely melt opponents. So far, it's just not working out. Sure, they've recapped their site, and T3 got Vincent, yet didn't work out, so he's had to switch over to Fade to maybe try and counter either the Fort or the Jabali on Cole. We'll see how this plays out. I don't think it may yield good results, but hey, I'm hoping I can be wrong that T3 God does have a really good counter up his sleeve.
Patience now for Exclusive Eternal. They have this control, and it's up to Exclusive Argons to regroup. The three of them are starting to push on in. KD is the first one to meet them, but, well, in goes T3 God. And, I mean, this Fade is proven to have a bit of an impact here. Bean has not been able to really break on through, but we do see the switch come on through. And, I mean, it's just pure chaos here on the site.
Yeah, absolutely is, and I really like how Ozelic, he backed off immediately to protect Cole, to keep him alive, because after the Fade pin, you know, Cole, he was taking a lot of damage and he was close to death, but at the same time, look, amidst all the chaos, Fade doesn't need ball, Ozelic is gone, Cole pops the ulti, wasn't good for anything though, it does force the hand of KD to pump the active ability of Shell to kind of escape a little bit, fight for a little bit longer. Bean, he's been alive for so long, it's almost impossible to take him down, but now 1v3, surely this has to be when he falls, popping the active ability again, he disappears into thin air, and finally he will get taken out, but not after stalling. Now, and amidst all the chaos, Exclusive Eternals, they've overtaken the 56% of Exclusive Argons and steadily building up the scent. This might be the final good push from the Argons, unless we are going to round 3.
Yeah, we may well be heading all the way to a round 3. It comes down to whether Argons are able to break through and contest the site. We're hitting 90%. They don't just have to fight, they also have to contest and deny this push from continuing to climb. Ozelic, he's starting to push on in, the Jabali as well. Cole is right in the thick of it, but just none of these players from Exclusive Eternal will fall, and the contest stops at the 99%, allowing Eternal to push us into round 3 of Control.
Okay, that's just absolutely ridiculous. Everyone, I'm pretty sure all 6 players were alive in those final few seconds, and the craziest thing was, Exclusive Argons, no one could touch the site. Bean was so close. What happened there, guys? They were just being forced off the site. They were engaged in these separate 1v1s. I feel like they got too lost in their own source, being aggressive, and too focused on getting the kills before they focus on the objective. So really well played coming out from Exclusive Eternal. But hey, look, it's round 3 again. Let's see what counter picks this time Exclusive Argons has coming into the final round of Control.
Well, it looks like a complete switch-up. I mean, I don't know. I never know whether to trust these picks, and there you go. It actually is a full switch. We actually got the Scardy, so no more Aletta. The Scardy's been pretty good for Exclusive Eternal. It looks like the Argons are trying to replicate as well. And we still have this Fade now. It took T3 got a little bit to try and figure out which tank he wanted to pick, and seems to be sticking with the Fade now.
Yeah, really big flex player just to note as well. I think the Fade did actually do decent damage to at least target prioritization on one of the 2 tanks of Exclusive Argons before they managed to take him down. That's a really nice web up there by Scardy Bean before the takedown. So far, so good coming up from Exclusive Argons. They do lose Cole in the process, but overall, it's just T3 got by himself, and he 1v1s Ozelic. It's a good start, but not before the Bean with the trade coming through. So the objective, once again, at the start, getting capped by Exclusive Argons, and that's decent, much-needed percent to build up. Now, it's all about holding onto it for dear life.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy once this push starts to come through. That Fade always on the forefront, and that Shell just constantly dealing damage. Wow, that's massive. Rink's taken fairly low on the Scardy, that main damage dealer, that flanker that needs to be getting around the back. And, well, it's Scotty on Scotty action here, and B is the superior. Ozelic has also taken down the tank, and it's up to KD alone to try and delay time, but he is mincemeat. This is domination from Argons as they continue to build up their score. And, I mean, they are running away with round 3 here on control.
That was so good from being the switch on to Scotty from Aletta. Yeah, Scotty, she doesn't necessarily have that super high firepower as she did pre-patch, but she still has the insane accuracy in medium to long ranges. And you saw how he managed to beam T3 God in the second there as well before his teammates could finish everyone else off. Things are looking so good this round for exclusive Argons, and dare I say, exclusive Eternals. They're looking so split apart. They're all lost. They're all individually by themselves. I can't believe it. 5 kill streak for Bean, and no signs of slowing down just yet. The man's found his groove from Scotty. He's landing the crit shots, and not only that, here comes Ford, here comes Cole to surround his opponents, just leaving no one focused on Bean, and he's free to take pot shots at everyone.
This is a perfect example of why you don't need to change your composition to turn the tide of a match. We've still got Cole on the Jabali, we've still got Ozelic sticking the fort, and Bean has been doing phenomenally on the Scotty. Continuing to climb now the scoreline. It's a final attempt now for Eternal to break through. And they are starting to contest, but as it hits 99% and they are dropping like flies, it's a last-ditch attempt in overtime to push. They're going to have to go from 0 to 99 as they do manage to change control, but they cannot afford a single mess up here. They're going to have to run the gauntlet from 0 to 100 to win in round 3.
This is not going to be easy. This is not going to be easy at all. And honestly, can they do it? I'm not too sure, because the main issue all game long has been breaking the shields. They succeeded just then because a lot of the tanks were so low, but now they have to do it again. So the strategy has changed up. They are playing aggro off-site, but individually, I don't know if it can stand up to the test. You have Ford, and you also have Beans Jabais to work with. Overtime done and dusted just like that. And the craziest thing is, Cole didn't even have to pop the ulti at all during the crazy team fights to defend the site. Wow. That was kind of a drawn-out map 1. 2-1 going for exclusive Argons, but goodness gracious, exclusive Eternals, they just could not counter the initial draft pick coming out from the Argons.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the shell as you predicted, and I mean, in the final round, it seemed like the Scotty was having the most impact. It was just the way that Argons turned that game on its head.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was mainly the fort and the Jabali double shields, as you've been saying all through the game. They were just so difficult for Eternals to get through. And in the second game, they managed to find a strategy to get through and win. And Argons didn't change their comp, which is why they ended up losing from such a big lead, because they just kept the same comp, kept getting countered. And then obviously you saw at the start of the game T3 God delaying that fade pick so that Jabali and Fort could go up, and then he would delay the fade pick so then he could go up and they wouldn't be able to change. But that didn't end up working so well for them. I think Argons just did dominate there a bit, and Bean with that 5 kill streak with Scatty, well played, honestly.
It didn't seem to be a dominant game at the start. It looked like a very close contest. I think round 1, we're at like 55-55 at some point.
Yeah,
it was a constant back and forth. Yeah, but for Argons, as soon as they got that momentum on round 3, there really was no looking back.
And the funniest thing to me was that we saw a myriad of counter picks coming up from exclusive Eternal, which for the most part really didn't work out. They found a short groove when the fade came through, and they got a pin here and there. But then exclusive Argons, they managed to just really play together as a team, focus on the fade, take down the big pirate, and then it was just a matter of taking out the other opponents after that. And to find ourselves into round 3 as well, exclusive Argons, a single switch off, Bean off of a letter onto Scotty, that made all the difference. Just having that extra bit of accuracy to engage at distance instead of prioritizing mobility to lock on the point, because they don't have to anymore. They already have 2 big tanks, 2 big shields who can sit on the point. Bean just has to sit behind them and fire off shots.
Yeah, Bean really the MVP of that final round. Perhaps one of the most valuable players in the game, YOLO.
Yeah, definitely, and he proved it just then. But I think also it was interesting in that game that there were no support picks at all. Usually you would see a Sindri or a Labula, and like all the heroes like Jabali would get various heals, and there wasn't really much of that. So the double tank with shields ended up being really good, because if you've got shields, then you can easily get that shield health up, and you can't get the health up normally. So they just ended up being Eternal just didn't have the DPS in the end to kill them enough times to win.
Wasn't it Shuri saying yesterday that Cole doesn't lose the
He doesn't lose-
escort.
Yeah,
right?
yes,
So
exactly.
So, I mean, we've just seen a control victory now for Argons, and if Cole doesn't lose Escort, then this is not looking great for Exclusive Eternal. Argons are exactly where they want to be right now. Now, mind you, they did actually lose an Escort game yesterday to Arsenal, right? And then we
yes.
had to go to the map 3. I don't know. What else is there to take away from this game that Eternal can use in the following 2 maps in order to make a comeback here and make it to that grand final?
Oh, look, all I'm going to say is they're going to need one hell of a strategy to come through in the Payload Escort to get the better of Argons, because Argons, at this rate, still consistent, still looking pretty much unstoppable. Everyone is on form. The team play is on point. It is such a tight ship that they are running. And also to note as well, I do believe that T3 God in the past and Cole, they used to be teammates. So I do think that Cole really has a good idea of how T3 God might play, what picks he might go for, and the switches. And he's just always been there to counter. And the craziest thing is, Cole simply just does not switch. He stays on Jabali the whole time. He just counters how they play.
YOLO, anything else to take away from this game?
Honestly, I think that Eternals really just have to take into consideration the bans that they're planning on doing in the future games. Maybe ban the Jabali, ban the Scaddy, try and make sure that they're on the back foot, choosing different hero comps and not characters that they're not necessarily as comfortable with. And as we can see the bans now, an Osas and a Ruby always going to be banned. I don't think we're going to see a Ruby played much this game. And Osas on Brower's dock is really strong, especially in defense. So that's good bans all around, I think.
But the Hunter, which we didn't see on Control, will be available here. Are you expecting to see that, YOLO?
Yeah, definitely. I think probably on defense or an attack, just to counter the JJ that we'll see. I reckon we'll see a JJ because we know there's very good JJ players here in the mix. And also the JJ will be able to counter Osas now. And so you need that Hunter to counter that pick. And then there's definitely a lot of mind games here that we're going to be seeing.
I know you're a big fan of the Osis Digital. I'm personally just disappointed we won't be seeing any of those beautiful trick shots.
Yeah, look, I think Exclusive Argons, them banning Osis is a really good idea, because Rinks, as far as I'm concerned, all along coming into the finals, he's been a ridiculous player on Osis. He's landing some crazy shots and just simply a step above every other Osis player we've seen thus far. So the counter pick is great, and honestly, Exclusive Eternal, they only have one ban, and they choose to ban Ruby. I guess that's fine. You don't want Cole to be playing on Ruby, but that still doesn't solve the problem of his Jabali. So there is no really good ban coming out for Exclusive Eternals. If anything, I feel that maybe banning Hunter again might have been a good choice, and because at the end of the day, there's not much they can do against Cole's tanks.
It's true. Cole does love his Payload Escort, and we're jumping into map 2. Potential for Argons to get the first 2-0 of the finals bracket that they would achieve. It's been a really rough road for them so far. 2 tight 2-1 victories to get into this upper bracket final. And personally, I can't imagine them making it to the grand final without getting another 2-1. So I think that Exclusive Eternal have got a real shot at making a comeback here as we get stuck into this Payload Escort.
Yeah, look, we'll see how things play out, but yesterday, even versus Exclusive Arsenal, it really was Ozelic doing a lot of heavy lifting off of the shields of Cole. So maybe at this point, we really do need to see the Eternals focus on Ozelic. Just get that Hunter out of the way first before they can really take down Cole's Jabali. And already off the bat, just a little bit of, right-hand peek advantage kind of things, being firing bullets down range, and just completely melts T3 God on Yard. Duso having a great time. Ozelic snipes out KD on Hunter, leaving only last player Rinks by himself, and he's just running for the hills.
Yeah, wow, what a way to kick it off. Still only a couple of kills have come out so far, and it's really all just been in favor of the Argons. They have been off to a flying start at the moment. Oh, T3 God is not having a great time on the Yard. 2 deaths so far in just the first 50 seconds of this round.
The strategy is so clear, it's so good from the Argons, and my main question now from Exclusive Eternal, where is the tank? Usually you wouldn't see a tank being put there to push the payload, but I guess T3 God, he's going to be playing Vincent just to go in this camo mode and just sneakily see if he can escort the payload a little bit further. But here comes Cole to counter, and Vincent, we know how squishy he is. He has to get in for a sneaky kill there, and Jabali being so tanky, it's not easy to take down in the heat of the moment, but Vincent might just be able to do it, but no, Cole, before he goes down, Martyrdom still takes down T3 God with Rinks on for the trade. But once again, no shields. They're going to be playing around the payload, and the moment they get outmaneuvered, they have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, the challenge here has been just clearing out these players on the payload. Now, Bean has the massive potential to deal damage, especially to a tank, but of course we don't have a Jabali, right? Like, we're not looking at a more typical comp from the side of Exclusive Eternal. Now, Cole is really putting a stop to that payload, but he's pushed on back. KD continuing to do what he can to escort this payload on the Hunter, and he has just been massively impactful once again. Taking down Cole. This has been great time here. It was a bit of a slow start for Exclusive Eternal with the first couple engagements, but then they got that momentum back on their side, and they've reached the first checkpoint.
Yep, they reached the first checkpoint in actually kind of decent time as well. I was surprised that the defense coming out from Exclusive Argons wasn't better to prevent them from getting to first checkpoint, and also to know Ozelic, massive 2k there to literally just clean up the two stragglers coming out from Exclusive Eternals. And I suppose this no tank strategy is working out reasonably well for Exclusive Eternals, but now the whole story has to be, how do they prevent the final push? Here comes Yar, close range quarters combat. Don't want to be playing against her, but T3 God opts to not go for the challenge, just to get the hell out of dodge, leaving Cole alone to defend the payload, and he seems to be doing just fine. Jabali, big shield, big gun, big man himself. He's got no troubles at all. This payload is starting to move back.
I mean, when you've got a good tank, there's not much you can do against it. You really need to get that team play going and start countering the utility that Cole is bringing to the table. He's always having such a good time on this payload. KD has been pretty impactful so far. 4 kills in the game thus far, but he's now being pushed and hunted down by the Jabali and finished off with the KO. Massive work once again from the tank of Cole. And I mean, there's a reason why we say he does not lose payload escort, and that right there is why.
Oh, look, right now for Exclusive Eternals on the push, they have to group up. They need something to center around. There we go. T3 God does switch up onto Jabali so his teammates can focus around him. Rinks maybe going to play a scouting role, get in deep, and KD to really support. It's a similar strategy to how the Argons, they'll probably play the push. And finally, they get the better of Cole. Their payload starting to move now, and they've established a little bit of a strategy. Just sit on the payload to escort it all the way. Rinks, once again, like I said, the scout role, just predict where they're coming from, relay the info to his teammates before they can go in for the kills. Well, another team fight soon to be brewed while Bean respawns. The Skadi switched onto that, I believe. It's been a while, and no ultimates in sight just yet. Ozelic close to one, but the charge shots, it's not that impactful against what we have on the attackers.
I mean, we need to see this Gatlin have a big impact, but she's taken a lot of damage and finished off. This is where you need your Gatlin to be having the impact to take down that Jabali. But it seems so far that it's fighting on both sides. The Jabali has gone down, but still, the payload is continuing to march on forward. And once again, the Jabali on Jabali action. Here comes the Gatlin from behind. Struggling to really deal a lot of damage, but there you go. Spotted the Jabali, find its primary target, but in goes Rinks on the Aletta and completely destroys that Gatlin. This is massive, though. Rinks is having a laugh on the Aletta and is going to be able to finish escorting this payload in under 5 minutes. Exclusive Eternal have got the payload to its destination, and they have set a path of the course for Argon to match.
The craziest thing is, despite how that game started, the second half of that push was almost too easy for the Eternals. Definitely not what I expected. And Exclusive Argons, where was the defense? You only had Cole, the solo player, for the most part, trying to sit on the payload to counter it. Everyone else was so far back trying to provide covering fire. But there's so many things to hide behind for the Eternals, and they weren't getting hit. If anything else, it was more so the Gatlin counterpick that wasn't doing them any good at all. You saw Rinks, he popped with his ultimate, and for the longest time, I think it was Ozelic or Bean on the Gatlin. They were confused at which Aletta they were shooting, and before you know it, they simply got KO'd. So, interesting coming up from the Argons, but 4 minutes 53, it's pretty standard, and if there's anyone that can probably beat that, it's got to be the Argons.
Absolutely. I think that what seems to be the name of the game is the changing gear. So, YOLO, you jump in there?
No worries, I was about to jump in, but I was more just saying that it was interesting not seeing a tank at all from the start on attack, because that's not seen at all. But they ended up playing that, getting those picks early, Rinks clutching up at the end, killing that Gatlin with their letter ults, and end up being very strong. And they're using very different comps now this round, so I think it'll be a great start.
Well, look, a start is a start, but then again, it doesn't matter how you start. It's about how you actually finish the game, right? So at the end of the day, I really do think Exclusive Eternals Day did surprise me. Stumbling initially, no tanks, as Yola was saying. I wasn't sure what they were trying to do. Maybe just thinking to break Cole's shields first before they go onto the payload. But surprisingly enough, I think it was really Argons that dropped the ball there on the defense.
I was really surprised at the lack of the impact of the Gatlin. We've seen, I think it was yesterday, there were a couple of games where Gatlin on this map was the determiner. And yet it felt like every time we saw Beam trying, actually I think it was Ozelic on the Gatlin, I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the Argons guys on the Gatlin. Every single time we saw it, it just, Yola, I don't know what it is, but it just felt so well countered by Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, that Aletta pick is so strong against Gatlin. Gatlin was left because she's so slow when she's in her position, and she was just left alone, Gatlin, the whole time for Rinks just to be able to jump up, use her ultimate. No one knows where Rinks is. Easy kill, and then they're all immediately at a 3v2. And I think that they stayed Gatlin maybe a little bit too long, let her die a couple times too many, or they should have stayed closer to the Gatlin, killed that Aletta, and then they could immediately launch an offensive, because that ended up being so well in Eternal's favor. They made so much momentum in that last bit, it looked like a walkover.
There is a lot to break down of that game, and so we're going to continue just figuring out what we might see in the next round. Just by the way, we are obviously having a bit of a rehearse at the moment as there was a technical issue, but it seemed to be always the determiner, or the big difference maker was the team that adapted, right? Like we're not used to, I mean, previous weeks, right? We're not used to having the ability to change your comp mid-game, right? Like mid-payload, for one stretch of the payload, maybe it's really great to have. I mean, I don't know if the Vincent was actually good, but you can argue like, oh, we really want a Vincent for this part. We want the Yar on this part. No, let's switch to the Jabali now, or let's completely change our tactic from going for more aggressive comp to going with the tanks. And it feels like the team that has that read better and employs it faster is always going to come out ahead.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say right now that it took a while for Exclusive Eternals to really find the right counter compositions for the Argons, and well, better late than never, I suppose. And the main thing that I still am at gripes with is the Hunter. I think on Browerstock, he is simply way too good. The distance favors him out of these tight corridors. His sonar grenades are pitch perfect, especially after he hit the first checkpoint, or at least about to, where he can destroy the defending team. They only have really one lane to come out of, and that's when the sonar grenades come in so clutch. You know exactly when they're coming out. It stalls them, it reveals their position, and it's such a narrow corridor to shoot into. And for the most part, playing Hunter on Browerstock, the strategy has not changed. You play so far back for off the payload, you can play high grounds, and the range just benefits them so much. So I don't really think that the Osis ban would have done them that good. I still really think the Hunter ban would have been a huge detriment for both these teams, but let's hear what maybe Yola has to say about that.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, because the Hunter played a very vital role in that, as you were saying, getting that info on that choke point where they can't really go elsewhere, and then they've got that information on them. As soon as they try and peek, they're already gunned down at HP disadvantage. That's really difficult to maybe put some pressure on, but I think ultimately that, as you were talking about earlier, just the hero picks and the hero swaps mid-game were hugely crucial. You saw T3 God switch to Jabali after they had hit that first checkpoint to get that momentum going again, and that just carried them all the way through to the end. And with that Aletta just popping off, going onto the balcony, dealing with that Gatlin, because it was always the Gatlin going solo up to the balcony. And then I think there was more a bit of Argon maybe not necessarily dealing with those counter picks well enough, or they should maybe, if they die once, immediately do it rather than think, actually, he challenged me, I think I can win that 1v1, instead of going, instead of it being a 50-50, I think I can make it a 70-30, picking a different hero and then making it a 3v2.
Well, the funny thing about Payload Escort is you never really have a proper handle on how good a round was until you see the reply, right? So we know it was, what was it, 352, I believe? 453 it took for Eternal to get that capture on the payload. Yolo, are you expecting that to be a challenge for Argons to match?
Yeah, I think that Argons definitely have it in them, because obviously, I don't know if you've done the classic streamer jinx, but as you're saying, Cole's not lost. So hopefully we'll see him doing really well here, and we can see what they're using. And they're using not really a classic comp. There's not really a support, but you've got the DPS, you've got the Aletta to flank, you've got Cole on car. That's a classic strategy, and I think it'll do very well.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to say as well, that's Cole and Ozelic, the Jabali Hunter combo, that's just a tale as old as time. And really, I think the key player here has to be Bean. He starts the round off with a letter, maybe going in deep just to do a lot of damage. I'm loving the 3-stack, by the way, coming from the exclusive Eternals. He's doing so much damage, preventing Jabali's shield on Cole to really get any leeway. But in saying that, I was saying earlier on as well, here comes Bean. Here comes a flank. He already got 1 kill. He's going to focus on Rings, who somehow does get the better of him despite being so stationary. But the damage has been done. The cleanup was so easy for Ozelic. Hunter, once again, so supreme on Brower's Lock. And this Payload making so much headway. And it's barely even been a minute since the round started.
Yeah, even though Bean went down without finishing off that Gatlin, it allowed a distraction for Cole to continue pushing that Payload. And this is just so typical of Cole, being the absolutely typified tank on the objective. And now he's got T3 God pushing him, but he says, absolutely not. You are not going to be playing my game. I am the better Jabali. And this is absolutely unreal. Barely any time has passed, and we're already hitting the first checkpoint here. This has been a massive flying start for X-Argons.
Jesus, I think that was a sub 1 minute first checkpoint. Absolutely ridiculous. The strategy, the counter strategy, it wasn't even the picks necessarily, worked out so well. Cole, it seemed like they exactly knew how exclusive Eternals they were going to be playing defense. Bean's mission was so clear, and this strategy, this composition might not change later on. Bean might go for a Johnny Jet, just push the Payload and let Cole get really aggressive on. I don't think that's going to happen though. So really the story has to come down to the Eternals. How do they counter? You already see T3 God switching onto the Yar. He's done with it to Jabali. It has to be pure damage and DPS right now coming out early on, just to maybe break the shield so they can focus on the individual players. But the Payload is not stopping. Cole just doing his job so well.
This is absolutely unbelievable, and Cole is continuing to hold it down. Desperation now for exclusive Eternal. They must put a stop to this Payload, but Ozelic and Cole are just sending it on forward. Cole has not yet died. It has been the story of him pushing that Payload while Ozelic and Bean do the heavy lifting in the fragging department. In comes the ult, and Cole is just dancing on their graves. Rings completely shut down, ineffectual.
Wow.
And Cole has dominated on the Jabali here. That may be one of the best Payload escort rounds I have ever seen. Exclusive Argon said 453. We're going to go for a sub 3-minute score. Unbelievable. And, well, with that, that's a 2-0 series as well. Unbelievable from X-Argons. I don't think I've ever seen a round that dominant.
Look, we initially were not too sure. 4 minutes 53, that's pretty standard. But could they do it? I wasn't certain at all. But that completely changed my mind. Exclusive Argons just looking like an unstoppable force. There was nothing the Eternals could do. They couldn't get the frags. They couldn't stop the Payload. It's just pure, utter domination from the Argons. They get better and better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that's one of the quickest games I've ever seen, and it's in the finals, so that's crazy to start with. But I think that at the start of the game, you had the Hunter and the Jabali distracting all three of them that were grouped together. The Aletta was able to flank unnoticed, distracted them. The Aletta ended up going down, but they managed to get 2 kills compared to the 1 kill of the Aletta going down. And that momentum, it just soared all the way through. And like 2 minutes 30 or whatever that ended up being, just crazy. They ended up getting the picks. Maybe Eternals were a bit staggered. Maybe they were just bewildered. They had no idea how to react. They were going too quickly. But honestly, I mean, they're going straight through to the finals. Eternals down into the losers bracket. But well played. Hats off to them.
Yeah, this is a massive moment now for X-Argons. They really have taken the crown. For now, they have made an upper bracket run. They've beaten the 3 best contenders for the throne.
Yep.
And they've got themselves a grand final appearance. Now they can chill out for a couple of hours and watch their opponents dogfight in the lower bracket before they finally get what could potentially be a rematch. I mean, it's quite likely, I think, to be a rematch against Exclusive Eternal or maybe Exclusive Easy in that grand final. These guys have had an unbelievable run so far, and what a fashion to do it with a Payload round like that.
Yeah, look, I guess you are right. Right now, the Argons, they can just kick their feet up and be like, fight on, peasants, give me my entertainment for the day. Look, I don't really think there's much more that can be improved for the Argons. The thing is, their shield play is so good. On control, the double shield strategy, I've barely seen a single team do that. Maybe the closest thing has been Fade and Jabali with that new drop-down shield from Fade, but I've never seen a Fort with his own shield and Jabali's in tandem as well. It's a new thing that we've seen, and honestly, a lot of teams, they should be maybe implementing that new strategy for control going forward. And on Payload, it's just, I think the Eternals, they had the wrong idea. The Gatlin counter pick, I don't think that was it at all. They probably should have stuck to maybe a single shield tank and letting their star fraggers do their job. But instead, all three of them swapped it to kind of DPS flank rolls, and they're just getting completely melted. Destroying the shield is one thing, but then again, they themselves are so squishy, which opens up the sightlines once again to Ozalix Hunter, once again to Beans Arletta or Scardia, wherever he plays.
Yeah, wow. Well, funnily enough, we have exclusive Argons getting their first 2-0, and it's in the upper bracket final. In theory, you'd think it's their hardest game yet, and yet on paper, it was their easiest. But we're going to go to a really quick break. When we come back, it's Dodgers versus exclusive Easy in the lower bracket. So stick around.
Show 'em how we do. 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Now, everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like another 5, let me see you work. Like another 5, let me see you work. Work it out, work it out. Like another 5, let me see you work.
Who you know what's in like this? 2 by 2 plus all my friends. They don't know how we got in. 1, 2, 3, I plead the 5th. Work it out like a marathon. And they hit 'em with the high 5 of motor car. Swing for the fences like Barry Bond. Let the track run around like the Amazon. Ay.
Work that, work that. Like another 5, let me see you work. Work it out, work it out. Like another 5, let me see you work.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3,
Everybody come on now.
work that,
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3,
Everybody come on now.
work that, 1, 2, 3, work that, 1, 2, 3, work that.
will help you grow even faster. If you haven't played a hero within 7 days, the score will start regressing. But if you start playing again, it will rise back up to your
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, pop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup, away bigger, better, better sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, move aside, got it. Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now. Like a game, where the stage, drop it in and find a place. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world. The show must go on. Like the flame, break the cage, rage, ripping out the page. It's on, the show must go on. Welcome to the new world. The show must go on. Unstoppable, no rules, anything possible. Phenomenal, we're optimal, unbreakable. Victorious, truly we take it seriously. No uncertainty, just count to 3. The future's free, you'll see. We growing, glowing, taller than the trees. Yeah, we can feel the breeze.
ultimate team.
Welcome back to the Arena League Finals here on the grand final day, but we've got a couple of elimination matches to get through before we see exclusive Argons in that grand final, and it kicks off here with Dodgers and exclusive Easy. Now, an elimination match. Our first elimination match on stream. The stakes are raised, well, Dodgers have their work cut out for them, right? It's the only non-exclusive team left in the tournament. Digital, pleasure to be here with you. We've also got YOLO on the line. YOLO, hope you're doing well. I hope you're excited for Dodgers, a chance at a bit of an upset.
Yeah, definitely. It would be a hell of an upset if they're going to end up getting top 3 finals win. Maybe, doubt it, unfortunately, but we'll see with that. I mean, Dodgers, they've got great players. A lot of them are newer to the game. We don't know them as well in the community. We now do now, obviously, but I think that exclusively Easy, they've got a point to prove. They want to get in that top 3. They want to show how dominant they are within the exclusive community and maybe beat both teams and end up winning. As you already know, that's who I'm rooting for. I reckon they've got the win on them. But we'll see.
Well, I know that you're a bit of an Argon shill, Digital, but you have to admit, right, Exclusive Easy did take a map off of Exclusive Argon in that opening round, and they did take down Exclusive Arsenal, which it was off stream, obviously, but that was a 2-0 as well. So a dominant scoreline. Exclusive Easy, it feels like they are on the rise.
They're on the rise, but bear in mind, the backs are against the wall. This is elimination if they drop the ball here and now. And then not only that, once they beat Dodgers, should they beat Dodgers? Maybe, maybe not, who knows? They still have to go up against Exclusive Eternal, so it's going to be really difficult for them to get back up there. And then they have to play the Argons, who, look, I've been watching these guys play through the qualifiers all until now. They haven't dropped a ball.
Biggest Argon shill.
I have the right read, though. Am I wrong? Yes,
not wrong.
Exactly. So I'm telling you, these guys, whatever it is, they have it. So now it's really the Dodgers. Like, these guys, they kind of came out of nowhere. Yes, they sure were saying, great team, but and with strong individual players. But then again, individual players don't win tournaments. They win games, sure, here and there, but this is going to be a well-drilled team in this form of Exclusive Easy. I'm not too convinced they can do it.
Well, let's have a quick look back at the brackets of how the finals have gone out so far, and you can see what we're talking about, right? Like, Exclusive Easy, have a look. The third winner bracket semi-final down, Exclusive Argons versus Exclusive Easy. That was actually a very, very tight game, right? 2-1 scoreline. Exclusive Easy almost had the upper hand. Got sent down to the lower bracket, and it was pretty easy for them to, well, it's in the name, right? They dispatched with After Cult, which is not really to anyone's surprise. It's a bit of a less favored team. After also Colt have, you know, they actually didn't even win the wildcard bracket that they managed to get here through. They came in through an unfortunate forfeit. Anyway, so Exclusive Easy won that. They went and took down Exclusive Arsenal. Yola, you have your finger on the community better than anyone else here, certainly better than I do. How big of a deal is it that Exclusive Easy took down Exclusive Arsenal?
Oh, that is huge, honestly. I mean, taking that team down, the favourites, firstly, you don't want to see them. They're dealt with now. They're not going to be in the tournament. I'm sure all the other teams are happy that Exclusive Easy took them out as well. But I'm sure as well that it's a massive confidence boost and morale boost. If they're the favourites, they've wiped them out. They're on a winning streak. They're hopefully going to get this momentum, beat Dodgers, and then go into the beat Eternals, and then beat Argons. Unfortunately for Digital, we won't be very happy with that. But I feel like it's possible.
It feels like after taking out Exclusive Arsenal, this has got to be a much easier match. They're going up against Dodgers. So who are these guys, Digital? Like you were saying before, Yolo, we don't actually know much about these guys. But you know, they have gotten here. They've certainly earned their spot, and they've made it this far. So you can't really you can't knock them too much. They did take down Dangerous Plan. I'm actually just having a look at the bracket now. Technically, they haven't. Oh, sorry, they did win one game. They won against Eternal Unity in the lower bracket to get here.
Which, you know, earlier today, Yellow was saying Eternal Unity, they're great, but they're not the best. So, Dodgers to take them down. Honestly, job well done. And on your screens, Zeta, Federal, and Nagi. Yes, they Shuri. Nagi was the player he had to highlight so much. I mean, the stats don't necessarily lie. 3.23 KD, that's like amongst the best. Rinks is the only player, I think, with above 3 KD we've seen so far in the entire league. And I just have to say, man, Nagi, keep your eyes peeled for him. A lot of the heroes that we see that he plays a lot. Ling, she's great, slightly nerfed, but might not be to full effect as she used to be. Scotty, the exact same story, kind of more situational now, not necessarily that one side, but you have to be up close and personal. And a lot of the times we saw in the previous map for Argons, right, when the situation wasn't favoring Aletta, being switched to Scotty or a more long-range character, and that's what really helped him swing the tide.
So Yolo, I deliberately got Digital to talk about Dodgers because I didn't want him talking about the opposition. What can you tell me about Exclusive Easy? I know you're the big shill. Give it to me.
Well, okay, first of all, I like to add, the KDs don't look that strong, but Exclusive Easy have faced exclusive other teams a lot, so that's obviously brought it down quite significantly. But I mean, I know these players for ages. Thomas, I've been in orgs, I've been in teams, we've won tournaments together, so I know him really well. Blinky, Aspas, great players. And honestly, I mean, there's a lot of potential that hopefully they'll be able to show and utilize in this tournament. And I mean, if they've won tournaments before, they won various other ones, they've all got the banners and everything, and they've beaten all the top teams. They've beaten Argons, they've beaten everyone before, so definitely in the mix.
Well, let's have a look at what we'll be seeing on Control, or more specifically, Digital, what we won't be seeing. It's hero ban time once again. It was the Hunter got banned last time. It's actually the Johnny Jet that's not going to be present. The Ruby ban, pretty typical. As Yolo, as you said earlier, it's I would be surprised if we do see Ruby. I'm a bit disappointed not to see her, but it means we get lots of Jabali and Fades. I can't complain too much. Digital, what do you think about this Johnny Jet ban, though? That's quite unusual.
I think it's fine, honestly. Johnny Jet, for some of these teams, they really do favor JJ, so getting him out of the equation probably would make lives a lot easier. Granted, Hunter, of course, is the hard counter. Ementel is a bit more close quarters combat, so Hunter with the burst might not sometimes work out too well for them. But look, I guess it makes sense. The only question is, for Exclusive Easy, I think it's IJ that plays a lot of Johnny Jet, if I'm not mistaken. To what effect, though, on Ementel, I cannot be certain.
All right, so what are you expecting out of this game then? If Dodgers are to make an upset, how are they going to do it, Yolo?
Well, I think they know what team, what comms Easy will tend to use. They tend to use, I mean, JJ, they won't use JJ anymore, but they tend to use a tank, a support, a DPS. So maybe they'll pick some flankers to maybe kill the Gatlin if they pick a Gatlin, maybe a Fade as usual, or they'll just try and mirror comp, do a bit of an ego chow, see how that goes. But I feel like their main chance of winning is just, even if they've not got the perfect engagement at the start, they need to be on the ball with hero swaps, get the advantage that way.
That's absolutely right. We've seen that adaptability is the name of the game here in this new format where we have the repicks during rounds allowed. as we're getting stuck into it. It is Dodgers versus Exclusive Easy on the first map in the series. It's control game mode on Emmental, and well, already I'm seeing some unusual things. Is that a Kazama from Exclusive Easy? I haven't seen much of him at all.
Yeah, that's actually going to be IJ playing Kazama, so it's pretty interesting. I don't know what they can really do with it, because as you can see from Zeta, the Hunter should be eyeballing Kazama ASAP, and there you go, just as I say it, it rings true. Already the kill going their way. Exclusive Easy, however, they do manage to take the objective, and for me the question has to be for how long, because instantaneously Dodgers, they recap ASAP, and the Sindri turret has been deployed already, so I think their whole strategy is to play on the objective, play around the Jabali, and Sindri, aside from doing healing, Jabali can stay around the turret. It's just a lot of anchoring.
Yeah, but not a bad start here for Dodgers. They've got control here and they're starting to rack up some points. But here comes the Osis on for the flank, going up against that Hunter. But it hasn't been quite enough as of yet. A bit of a dodge and weave activity. Oh, that's a lovely shot though. And with that, the full team wipe as well. Dodgers have lost control and it's time for Easy to make a comeback.
Well, no time like the present to get that team wipe. Things are looking pretty decent now for Easy, to say the least. To say the least. Now, the whole strategy has to be how can they set up to hold the objective. Or, well, it does seem like they're going to be playing off the objective and playing what I do believe Exclusive Arsenal do. They push him really deep. I love the idea of the shield as well. Look at that. He's pushing so deep in. Slime along with IJ. He's gunning down the entirety of Dodgers. Wow. You need a counter pick right now, and I do think it has to come out ASAP.
Yeah, this Gatlin has been a nice switch up. We didn't see it originally, but now it's time to switch things up for Dodgers. That Sindri once again going down, yet to find a single kill so far. Really, it's just been Zeta now on the Hunter that's been able to find anything whatsoever. And I mean, that Gatlin, even the Aletta, I mean, you just look at Slime's KD at the moment, yet to die. He's been dominating these fights. Once again, the Osis. Oh, there you go. Another kill. This guy is just unstoppable. And that's control retaken in just a moment. Another one onto the tank, no less. Massive damage there from Les. And with that, a furthered lead now for Easy.
I can't believe that, actually. Exclusive Easy, they're no tanks, just pure solid firepower, landing their shots, and they're just, you know, doing God's work at this point. Dodgers, it's a good idea on their part, regroup and put up the Jabali shield while everyone else comes from behind to try get a couple of kills, but this Gatlin is destroying Anuel's shield, and then Anuel himself to boot. They're just not having a good run of things. Zeta, where's the frags? We're not seeing anything come out from him just yet. He does take the fire, but he was so low. Slime easily got the trade, leaving only Poco to cap the objective, in which he did actually under the noses of Exclusive Easy. Now, it's going to be Aletta versus Sindri, and it's actually Osis on Les off camera from behind the scenes to get the kill. Oh, it's looking so good. This strategy, pure damage for Exclusive Easy. So many angles to contend from, and Dodgers, they're out of ideas at this point.
Yeah, they really are out of ideas, and they're out of time as well. Just have a look at the score. Another kill there for Slime. 7-0 on the Aletta, and a fairly dominating 100-47 result in the first round of control for Exclusive Easy.
Yeah, that was a very interesting round. I mean, the Dodgers didn't change their comp at all, which is interesting. I mean, I feel like when you've lost a couple of engagements, you need to swap out, maybe pick an Aletta, counter that Gatlin, because that Gatlin beamed. The Osas was getting picks. Slime didn't die as Aletta. They just had such a dominant comp to counter that Sindri, Jabali, not very much range, and they walked over them. But it was a close score. They got halfway.
Yeah, they did a decent amount in that that first kind of half of the round, but yeah, as soon as the control was established and that Aletta was tearing apart, there wasn't much to say. Yolo, what's with this Kazama pick? Is this just having a bit of fun?
It could be a bit of fun. I feel like if he's loaded to a game and he sees a Sindri and a Hunter, he's going to get railed. So I think it's more of a, if he dies, I reckon we'll see a different pick going up for him. But he's also very distracting.
It's a lot of fun though. He's going around, going for the flank. That's a decent amount of damage, but about to be in a world of pain is the Kazama as Fiobi does go down. Okay, the Aletto of Slime has died for the first time in this control match, and that leaves just less alive. He's trying to delay time, but really needs to try and back out. Not able to do so, and so loses his life. And that is going to allow Dodgers to get a little bit of a lead here in control.
Yeah, really curious that IJ is still sticking with Kazama. The thing is, he flew indoors as well, and he just got completely demolished, actually by a sonar grenade on Zeta, if anything else. So maybe he has to rethink that pick, but he's looking to stick with it for God knows why. Anywho, it's going to be a slight lead for the Dodgers, and let's see their strategy in round 2 of how they want to defend the objective, and just from under their noses. They're playing off-site, and as a result, it's easy. They just take it with very little opposition. So now here comes the dogfight yet again.
Oh, massive mobility from Slime on the ladder. Once again, ducking and weaving and dealing massive damage. Speak about damage. This Osis just does not stop unless really is more. Massive plays on the site, and that is once again retaining control here for Exclusive Easy.
Look, I have to say, right, they're just not focusing on these players that are not on the site, funny enough as it is for the Dodgers. Les, he just had a free run of things. He's barely shown himself and just shooting enemies from the back lines, in which maybe Kazama, IJ, he's on the site shooting at their shields. And for the most part, I think it has to be Slime. He's the main cause of distraction for the Dodgers, and just allowing Les to do so much damage, and the whole team comes through to clean up. Finally, Les bites off more than he can shoot. Zeta will take him down, and this is going to be a mad dash onto the site to recap.
Yeah, I mean, this is good regroup now for Dodgers. They've got full control, but they are somewhat surrounded here, so the Jabali has to be careful, vulnerable on his backside as he realizes where Slime is starting to shoot at him from. That Aletta just going for a right-hand peek at the moment. Not looking to get aggressive at this current time, just looking to play passive, wait for the team to start to move in together. But here comes the Aletta for the flank, and Zeta on the Hunter is completely bewildered, trying to deal with that incredibly mobile hero. Spots Les on the Osis, tries to deal a bit of damage, but Les has been landing a lot of shots. Meanwhile, Slime has gone down to Poco, but not without Les once again picking up the pieces for EZ. Now the lead has been taken here as we're about to hit 60% for Dodgers, but Exclusive EZ have done a damn decent job at continuing this fight on the site. They need to break through. They need to get a team wipe. Les has been dealing damage, but it hasn't been enough to make it work. Slime comes in from the respawn for the double, and the objective once again may well switch. It's all up to Poco, and I just don't think that's going to happen. Massive retake here, and Exclusive Easy have some time to re-aggress and come up and make this work.
Utterly ridiculous. And to think that in that site cap started with Les with a crazy shot out of the smoke as well onto Zeta, and everything snowballed from there on. Slime, great job, fantastic Aletta play that we've seen thus far. Once again, letting his teammates be the main source of distraction and discourse. For IJ, he's running around in Kazama, doing a lot of splash damage, and Les just pop shots here and there. And I can't believe that Les is just camping in the corner. Why are they checking the corners? It's a free shot going their way. Zeta gets destroyed. Slime chimes in as well. The melts Poco, and this is leaving the last player, Anuel, Jabali, getting Jabuli.
It's gonna hurt.
Absolutely is. Oh, wow, 90% and counting. Anuel's taken down. The Kazama just has insane mobility and continuing to prevent the retake here. Poor Zeta is trying to push overtime, but he's been taken out, and that is that. Round 2 is done and dusted. Exclusive Easy. I mean, well, Dodgers got to be proud of what they managed to achieve at 79%. It was just far too short of the mark. And that's a big 2-0 in the first game for Exclusive Easy. That was a lot of fun, YOLO.
That was. I mean, that was very entertaining. And I think their main strategy there was having the Kazama, having the Aletta. They're both flankers. They're both really mobile. And then that just distracted them enough for the Osas just to be able to get clean shots, clean picks. And as soon as you've got one pick, Kazuma becomes so much more viable because he's got the splash damage. No one knows where he is. If there's two people, they can just snowball that, as you were talking about. And Slime ended up getting quite a lot of those first kills in those engagements, diving on that Hunter, killing the Hunter, and then a Sinjin and Jabali with no range against an Osas and a Kaz. Nothing they can do.
really enjoy seeing a good Aletta player at work as well. It's kind of like a good ISIS player. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Osis, you know, he's really found his groove now coming into the new patch. But on the flip side, Sindri, I don't know, man. I don't really think we've seen her play too much, you know, full effect, similar to Labula. Still very, very situational. I think you really need a good support cast, like a DPS cast as well, to really help buff up the amount of damage that she can possibly do to turrets and whatnot. Because for the most part, once Sindri loses that turret and gets it destroyed, she's really not much good left for the team. And funny enough, all the Dodgers you mentioned, they did a good job. Indeed, they did. Despite how it was a 2-0, the scorelines, it was actually relatively closer than what we would have expected. Exclusive Easy, they didn't necessarily have an easy run of things, but it was more so just the counter strategy, the counter picks coming out from Dodgers. They just weren't there. It wasn't deep enough, this Scrabble.
You got to give credit to Exclusive Easy. They'll bring things that we don't see from anyone else, really, like that Kazama, for example. I mean, you mentioned it already, YOLO. Bit of an unusual strategy, going for the double flanker and really making the most of that Osis. I personally just love to see that innovation.
Yeah, definitely, and it's really lovely to see. But I'm a bit disappointed that Dodgers haven't changed any of their hero comps. I know that maybe they picked 3 heroes, the Sindri, the Hunter, the Jabalia they're like most comfortable with, but you've really got to be, when you've got allowed hero changes, you really need to be swapping your heroes, because otherwise they can be exploited, and then they not really have a chance of winning.
Yeah, this was an amazing moment here from the Osis. Alright, so moving into Payload Escort next time, what are you expecting to see from Dodgers to try and make a comeback, YOLO? Now, they banned the Johnny Jet here in Control, but I feel like, Johnny, you even want to be playing JJ less when it comes to Payload Escort.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like we're going to see an identical comp. Okay, never mind, there's no Tabali now. But they have banned the OSAS, so maybe we won't see an OSAS. We'll see a Ruby now, so that's good. We'll see a bit of Ruby action in this game. But I think we might be seeing Dodgers use a Ruby, a Sindri, a Hunter, because that's what they're most comfortable with, and Exclusive Easy. Hopefully we might see a JJ. Hopefully we'll see some other heroes. They're using some really wild comps to keep us entertained.
Yeah, I gotta say, if I'm less at the moment, I'm taking a massive compliment out of seeing that Osis ban. You don't want me on the sniper? Okay, fair enough. I'll jump on something else.
Yeah, so let's just see what Les has up his pocket. But bear in mind, like the other few teammates for Exclusive Easy, they're really going to be there to do the lifting if Les cannot. So for the most part, I reckon he's all right. And as for the Jabali ban, I think that could be problematic actually for Anuel, because from what I know, watching the Dodgers yesterday as well, he hasn't played anything else. So I don't know how good his Ruby is. I don't know if he can even play another tank. So that Jabali ban might honestly be a huge blow to their strategy. I know, easy. They'll be fine.
Yeah, very true. Are you expecting, now that we're finally seeing Ruby, what do you think will come of it, YOLO? I mean, it's been a rare sight at the moment, just with how much he's been banned.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when a hero gets a 20% stat buff for 5v5 and then goes to 3v3, it's obviously very broken, really strong. And I don't know if Dodgers know the right counters for that. If they've got their hero picks that they're using currently, I don't think he'll do that well. When you've got Ruby with that stun, and I feel like they're just going to have to hopefully innovate something new, something to surprise Easy. I feel like maybe Easy can get a bit complacent. Maybe they've got a bit overconfident. Dodgers can come in with the Trojan horse, hopefully. But honestly, they have to play Ruby. If Dodgers don't use a Ruby, then I think it's GG from the get-go, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Ruby in her state at the moment, if you're not playing her, you're probably not deserving to win. That's exactly what we heard from Shuri yesterday. Got to be playing that Ruby, got to be using it to the full effect. And there you go, we got a Ruby on Anuel at the moment. None picked for now from Exclusive Easy, but I'd be very surprised if we don't see a change.
Yeah, I reckon for Exclusive Easy on defense, at least that's their strategy to start things off. They don't really need a Ruby, so they're more than happy to just you know, go for overwhelming firepower and destroy whatever shields that the Dodgers have to throw at them. For the Dodgers, look, it's a decent lineup. I like to see the Judix. In fact, I feel a little bit ashamed that we haven't seen her played much more coming into the finals bracket, but better now late than never. So anyway, let's see him get on the payload ASAP and see how good the support cast is.
So seeing a Chemist, I don't really know what the idea is there. What are you thinking from this Chemist pick from Slime, YOLO?
I mean, I feel like Chemist is just there to heal that Gatlin, honestly. I mean, that's what she's doing currently, and it could be slightly troll, but who knows. The Chemist is doing exactly that, though, healing that Gatlin. The Gatlin can just beam them. They can't jump down into point yet. They've got the high ground if they jump down. And I mean, the Judix are trying to get some picks, but they're both right side peeking, so they're not getting any damage in. And they're just wasting time.
Yeah, I actually really love this from Exclusive Easy, and the Gatling comes through and takes down the double. It is massive here to kick it off. Les has gone down, but it seems to be okay now. The Gatling in a bit of an awkward close-range engagement, but now looking to hunt down Zeta. That low HP Hunter does lose his own life, but managed to find one pick. Now amidst the chaos, the Ruby is on the point and starting to move this payload.
It's so curious as well to see just like the difference in these teams' playstyles. You know, one thing I want to talk about is the Argons. Where they're on the attack side, sure, they have the shield play, get onto the payload ASAP, get it underway instead of wasting time. And they have their flankers, their faster, more mobile characters, get up top and basically, you know, go for the Gatling and go for whoever who are stationary, trying to provide that fire from above. And that was a strategy that worked out so well. We saw that kind of in play from Zeta. It was just a little bit too late, and I don't really think the Hunter has the firepower or the DPS to really destroy multiple characters in such a a narrow corridor, but better late than never. And now the defense, where is it? It's lacking a little bit from Exclusive Easy. This payload has had a really easy run of things. 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes, and they can get it to the first checkpoint already without much counter aggression.
Oh wow, yeah, and this Judex as well is dealing so much damage as the Hunter to finish off the Hunter. But of course, the Gatling's always there, always watching, finding a double, finding the triple. It's a team wipe from Fiobi on the Gatling. And this is going to be a real challenge for Dodgers. The payload is starting to move backwards now as Exclusive Easy are starting to push, but I mean, what's the reply here from Dodgers? They had such a good start, Digital, but it might be in vain.
What a bold strategy as well with Kemp. Simply just a heal the Gatling. And look now, they're taking the shortcut. They've been read completely. The info was being gathered, I believe, from Les. And yeah, Gatling's just around the corner, right-hand peak. So now they really have to take care of the Chemist first before they focus on Gatling. Otherwise, it's going to be quite a mission to take her down with the amount of burst damage that she has. 1v1s across the board. Zeta trying his best to stay alive. And it's actually going to be Les with Ruby of all characters to get that final kill. Judix flashbangs coming through. Shots from behind. You simply can't get through the shields just yet. Les is going to go down like a brick underwater. Things are not looking great currently for Exclusive Easy. The push is back on.
Yeah, it is, but at least there was good time delay there from Les. Switching up to that Ruby, it's just another example of how Exclusive Easy are happy to adapt their picks in the middle of the game to what is coming to them. But of course, now it's the Ruby of Annual on the point and starting to push this payload. Now Les is just around the corner, but low HP being hunted down now, eventually finished off by Poco on the Judex. Now we have to see this Gatling Chemist combo have an impact. It has to start pushing this payload back and start preventing this this aggression that we're seeing. Annual is just reliably pushing this payload further and further as the setup comes through from Exclusive Easy.
I really think right now their strategy coming out from Exclusive Easy, it's not to prevent them from capping the payload all the way, it's simply just to buy as much time as possible. Well, Chemist finally joined the action, a couple of heals going their way, a little bit of splash damage onto shields, but for the most part, it's just a full distraction. Here comes Gatling. Oh, Fiobi, he's just having a great run of things, mowing everyone down, team wipe after team wipe. The damage is just unparalleled. Les to get the final kill at distance as well from Ruby. You'll love to see it. Now, that is a long, long way to get back onto the payload for the Dodgers.
Yeah, really love this re-aggression as well from Exclusive Easy. Instead of just camping the payload, they've identified a better choke point here at that checkpoint, and they're getting aggressive on the back of it, but the stun comes through and makes it a little bit awkward now for Les. But of course, it's once again the Gatling of Fiobi here, ready to make an impact, dealing even more damage. And it has been such a challenge for Dodgers to break on through, get back to that payload with that Gatling and the Ruby ever so present.
You know, for Exclusive Easy, you know, I think I said it pre-game as well. It's all about what that one player does in the back lanes. And this time, this is a completely new strategy that we're seeing from this team. Set up right-hand peak. This guy knows all the angles for crying out loud. Slime, he's the one who's been so aggro in the past. It's good to see him flex onto support role, which is doing so much for his teammates. Les was low, but still healed up, basically full HP to win the 1v1 versus the Annuel. And now, here comes Fiobi once again with the Gatling about to rain down Hellfire.
Yeah, but these Ruby shields have made it really awkward now for the Gatling. The Gatling is low HP. That's the impact hero here for Exclusive Easy. But of course, with so many players going down on the other side of Dodgers, it's been a massive challenge to make any progress. These guys had got to the checkpoint in almost no time, and now there's over 5 minutes on the time, and they still are so far from reaching the capture point. 30 seconds left to try and push, and it just seems like an impossible task for Dodgers.
The win condition has to be take down the chemist first, and then straight afterwards you have to destroy the play. The problem is you don't have any heals for yourself, so if you take too much damage, you're not going to have a really great time even after you chase down the chemist. Now 10 seconds left, it's going to have to go into OT, and they will have to push it all the way. They need to survive right now, and so far, job well done. Everyone's coming through right now to get onto the payload, but the problem is the Gatlin is going to be sitting there on the point, the chemist far out of sight, just to, you know, support her, and here comes the big guns.
This needs to be a big impact from the push of Zeta to try and distract this Gatlin. Gatlin is on 14 kills right now and hunting for more, looking for a 15th now. As we hit overtime and the payload is just moments away from being captured. Gatlin has gone down. It's a full team wipe for Dodgers, and they redeem themselves at the final hurdle. This will be a capture on the payload, but at what cost? It was 6.5 minutes to get it there, but they got a job well done.
6 minutes, 30 seconds. That's so much time. So this is a huge problem right now coming out for the Dodgers. You have to buy time for 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Prevent Exclusive Easy from getting onto the payload. This is not going to be easy. This is literally going to be like climbing Mount Everest.
Yeah, this is a massive ask now. YOLO, is it possible for Dodgers to delay more than 6.5 minutes?
That's definitely a question to be asked at the caliber that Easy are, but I think Easy, just that game, they knew what they needed to do. They had stalled for so long that they knew there would be an over 5 minute time. They were just stalling the entire game. Gatlin was just completely dominating that, and I mean, I don't know why Dodgers aren't changing their heroes at all. I don't know if they know they're allowed to in the finals, but
I mean, their opponents
we'll
are.
see if they make any swaps this time.
Yeah, their opponents are. I'd be a bit surprised if you say, "Hey, that's a Ruby." Oh no, that's something else, and then you're not doing it yourself. But I mean, we did see flashes of greatness from Dodgers at the end. They're focusing on that Gatlin, getting that team wipe. Let's see how they do in the defense.
Granted, I will say, at least that composition, having the Hunter, Judix, and Ruby on attack or defense, it really works regardless of what side you're playing on. So, not much of a problem there for the Dodgers. Maybe if it ain't broke, just don't want to fix it. Exclusive Easy as well. It's a very similar composition. Less back on the Ruby, you've got Fiobi on the Gatlin as per normal, and Slime is the only one to change out for perhaps a slightly more aggressive healer. So, they shouldn't really have any problems getting Payload underway, and look. The time is ticked down, and Payload, it's making step-fast progress, so it's a much better start compared to Dodgers when they were on the attack. And Fiobi, he's just not doing anything, just sitting there the whole time, providing covering fire, and Iris's healing drone on him the whole time in the pocket. Oh, man. If you're the Dodgers right now, you have to be panicking. You need to stop them dead in their tracks, and you need to start bringing through the DPS ASAP.
Yeah, this is a beautiful strategy here from Exclusive Easy. Just prioritize this Gatlin and staying alive with the Iris 2 support and the Ruby to start pushing that payload. But in the midst of trouble, Les is still managing to win these 1v1s.
Yeah, look, not only that as well, Les also had the Piebot on of Slime's Iris, won him again. So really, Slime is onto it right now, playing these support roles, either as Chemist or as Iris. The heals are simply on point, prioritizing which teammates are going to be in engagements, and he's keeping everyone alive for so long. Look at this push, for crying out loud. There is no contention at all. The team right now for Dodgers are so split up. It's a good kill from Data, but now you have to deal with 2 more players, which isn't going to be easy, considering Iris is still healing Les up more or less to full HP. And he's going on a full-on tear. Did he pop the ulti? I don't think so. He doesn't even have it just yet. Single main fire. He's just killing everyone. 5 kill streak, I believe, for crying out loud. The man's unstoppable, and it's Ruby.
It's unreal. What a Ruby player. We saw him on the Osis on the first game, and now we're seeing what he can do when that Ruby is left in with that Iris 2 support with Gatlin on Overwatch. I mean, it's just impossible now. Dodgers desperately fighting off, staving off elimination from the finals, and at least they can take down the Gatlin. This is where it must begin, but this is only the first step, as that payload is going so close to its destination, and there's still 4 minutes of leeway in the back pocket for Easy.
4 minutes to hold the payload at the bridge. This is going to be a monumental task if they can commit to this. And okay, Poco, he switched over to Sentry, having that pseudo 4v3.
Oh,
Maybe
no,
this is
he's
exactly
alone.
what they needed, but the problem is Fio. Look at this guy, this Gatlin. Defense or attack, it doesn't matter. He's going to mow you down regardless of what happens. Now he's sitting on the payload, being carried through to victory. Oh, they're just not standing against it. Nothing can be done at this point. It's so split up. They're too scared to even challenge. Fio is on them like a laser beam. And this payload, steadfast, making his way to the final checkpoint. Annuel jumping on as Ruby. The shields are popped. Zaynta leaping in to get a slice of the action. But so far, it's absolute madness. The ultimate has been popped coming from Poco. And it's an auto beam dealing so much damage. The kills are going their way for sure. There's only the one player left now. It's less. And this respawn point is going to be a long, long distance away. But however, the payload literally on the doorstep of succession. Unless he's still fighting.
No
Out loud.
way!
How's this guy still alive? There's Ruby dancing around the payload. He's getting passive healing and also has the shields up every few seconds. He's dancing around it and still using
no
Manta.
way!
He's 1v1ing everyone. He's got 3 kills. Here comes Fio in support. And this payload getting pushed all the way off one single player. Les pushed it all the way. The final few meters. I simply cannot believe it. 3 minutes to spare.
This is not a match. This is a race to the finish line. And exclusive EZ absolutely destroyed Dodgers at the end of it. What a series. And with that, Dodgers have been eliminated from the finals. EZ will progress forward in this lower bracket. YOLO, what a beautiful combo to see. I love it. The Gatlin, the Ruby, and the heals always there. It works to perfection.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, the Iris provides so much support. You can give it to the Gatlin for that attack damage boost. You can give it to Ruby for that attack damage boost. Ruby going 8-0 at the end. I mean, that is why you ban Ruby, because she can literally 1v3. And I mean, Exclusive have won. They've won the tournament. There's only Exclusive left, so that's great stuff from them. They've got the prize pool, but yeah, I mean, good try from Dodgers. They made one hero swap the entire tournament, with that going to that Sindri, which did work decently, somewhat decently, but I mean, the Gatling combo, the Ruby, the Iris, the coordination that they had, they just dominated. 2-0, off to go against Eternals.
Yeah, look, at that point it was way too far gone, right? The payload literally on the doorstep, and then the Sindri practically gets picked, the ulti pops. I mean, sure, it was good. It was a little bit too late, though. And the main thing was, it all came down to Les on Ruby. Survivability through the roof. He was 1v3, 1v4 for crying out loud. People had respawned, joined the fight again, and he was still alive. So they couldn't quite focus on him, on the payload itself. He was maneuvering around it like a master. And look, the Dodgers, I mean, it's a really good experience that they got from this game, but they will have to come back in the future again, hopefully. It's a team that shows a lot of promise going up against Exclusive EZ. Unfortunately, they did fall short, and I suppose, you know, it's like that for a team this stacked with that much experience. And for crying out loud, Les is a substitute, and he still put on an all-star performance.
Yeah, I would say Les had a highlight moment, obviously, at the end of that one. I'm not going to say less is more again. Les had a highlight moment at the end with the Ruby, but on map 1 as well, just a walking highlight reel with that Osis as well. So much so that Dodgers banned it against him in the follow-up game, but of course not banning the Ruby. You will always suffer for that. Massive credit to Dodgers. They came so much further than I think most people would have expected throughout this bracket. But as you said, YOLO, it's Exclusive's tournament now. The top 3 teams are all part of Exclusive. And next up, we have Exclusive Eternal versus Exclusive EZ. One team off the back of a win, one team off the back of being knocked down into this lower bracket. It's our lower bracket final, and it's coming up in just a moment, so stick around. It should be a good one.
progression will become more free-to-play friendly. 5v5.
Two, show 'em how we do. 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work that. Work that. Like a 9 to 5. Work.
Feel so good, I've been working it out. Now let the haters try talk, I've been drowning them out. Go ahead, get the work in, wide out. Hit me with the low fee, I need a higher amount. Get it one more time, 365. This throwback hit for the 9-9. Knees to your thighs, reach for the sky. Ain't no PTO time, I'm just trying to get the work. 1, 2, show 'em how we do. 3, 4, turn it up more. 5, 6, can you do it like this? 7, 8, and don't be late now. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on. Everybody come on.
Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work it out. Work it out. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work.
Who you know bustin' like this? 2 by 2 plus all my friends. They don't know how we got in. 1, 2, 3, I plead the 5th. Work it out like a marathon. Had to hit 'em with the high five of motorcom. Swing for the fences like Barry Bond. Got the track running wild like the Amazon. Ay.
Work that. Work that. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work. Work it out. Work it out. Like a 9 to 5, let me see you work.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3.
Everybody come on.
Work that.
Everybody come on.
1, 2, 3.
Everybody come on now.
Work that. 1, 2, 3. Work that. 1, 2, 3. Work that.
To escape and fight in close range. Now, Cloud should here in no time and fight back in expected position.
I'm feeling shaky, still crazy, raging like Wolverine. My mama gravy, I'm lazy, binge watching Stranger Things. I gotta get down, if you know what I mean. My army, let's party. I got some major schemes. Can't wait to get the gang back together. I can't wait to get the gang back together. You know me, I'm always down for whatever. I can't wait.
You can start
I'm feeling restless and reckless. I make it out the way. So pump the record for breakfast. I wanna hear it play. I gotta get loud. Buck wild, blow some steam. I'll make it metal, next level. Circle up with my team. I can't wait to get the gang back together. I can't wait to get the gang back together. You know me, I'm always down for whatever. Can't wait.
Welcome back to the Arena League Finals for North America. We are just 2 matches away from crowning a champion, and we're up to the top 3 teams available. The teams that all hail from the exclusive clan. And next up on the docket is our lower bracket final, exclusive Eternal versus exclusive Easy. I'm Dev. We got Digital. We got YOLO in the house as well. YOLO, mate. It's, as we said before, all exclusive now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they've done their bit. 3 teams into the top 3. They've got the prize pool. Now I feel like it's all about clout. They know what they need to do. They want to have that. They want to have that ranking among exclusive. They won the first tournament, the first and last 3v3 tournament. So whatever happens, they're the only ones that win that. So I feel like there's definitely a lot of high stakes here. And remember, the top 2 teams qualifying for that final in the next tournament to come. So I feel like it's crucial that, I mean, hopefully exclusive easy win this next one. That's what I'm hoping for, but we'll see how it goes.
That's right. Well, we're also guaranteed to have a rematch grand final as well, right? Exclusive Argons already took on Exclusive Easy in their opening match, as we can see here. That was a really tight 2-1. And Argons also took down Eternal in the winner bracket final just earlier today. Now, Digital, you and YOLO, you've not been hiding your bias. You're a big Argons fan. YOLO's a big Easy fan. Does that mean I guess I have to be the Eternal fan, I guess?
I don't think you have a choice. You are compelled to choose the third option.
Okay, well, I mean, our next match is Eternal versus Easy. As you can see, anything to remark on the bracket so far, Dig?
Oh, look, not really much to my surprise. I think this tournament has been exclusively to one clan thus far, and perhaps it is for Clout. And also, I think at this point we could be crowning a new top team, because all year long and whatnot, everyone's been saying, "Oh, exclusive Eternal, they're the best one." Sort of exclusive Arsenal, they're the best team. No one's ever really talked about the Argons until now, and my goodness, these guys are seriously on the come up. And I still have high expectations sooner or later today, when we will see them in the grand finals. And look, one question I do have is, amongst the exclusive clans, since they are in top 3, they are getting all of the money. Does it work like a tip system where it gets split evenly, or does the top team still get the lion's share?
That's a great question, YOLO. I don't know what the internal splitting up of the division of prize pool is between the clans. I don't know if you have any input on that.
I think it is. I think it's definitely knowing all these players. I feel like there's some of the more mature players that'll be like, yeah, equal split between all 9 of us. But then I feel like there's definitely a few that are like, we're gonna win this. We're not sharing. We've got it all to ourselves. And I guess if everyone's earning some money, there's less reason for them to share, right? So I think that whatever happens, there'll be maybe a bit of sharing, a bit of tips. I doubt it. But I mean, these games are
just take it all for themselves, perhaps. All right, let's have a look at the teams in this matchup. Exclusive Easy, we just saw them take down Dodgers. Digital, these guys, even playing with less, the sub has been. I mean, they've been fantastic, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, honestly. If anything, I think this roster of Exclusive Easy, they've found, well, really a new breath of air into their lungs, because they're looking much better than the Exclusive Easy that we saw yesterday. Much more convincing. The team play is there, the strategy is there, and less, maybe he doesn't play with them that much. I'm not too sure what the story is, but for the most part, if they are working around him, they are doing a fantastic job of it. And when they're not, Les is there to basically support and fire. My goodness, this guy is on fire today as Gatlin. I don't expect him to stop anytime soon, and his Gatlin has been the best I've seen all league long.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some massive moments on the Oleta from Slime as well. We've seen some massive moments on the Ossus from Les. So there's so many heroes that you probably want to get rid of, right? Like the Ruby was insane, the Oleta was insane, the Ossus was insane. But of course, insane also is Eternal. Eternal have been a phenomenal team so far. Let's have a look at who Exclusive Easy will be playing. Eternal have been fantastic. I mean, they made it all the way to that winner bracket final. YOLO, what do you think about Eternal? Have they really got what it takes to make it to a grand final? Because I think a lot of people could look at the bracket and say, arguably, they had an easier ride to get to that winner bracket final than a team like Exclusive Easy.
Yeah, I mean, there's debates for both sides of it. Everyone knows that Eternal, they're one of the top teams. They've won their tournaments. It's not going to be an easy match for anyone here. I mean, T3 God, he's really well known in the community. So is Rinks. So is KD. So I feel like this game, I don't think we're going to be seeing any more 2-0s, or I hope not, touch wood. But I think depending on the bans, I think the bans are going to be huge here, because obviously when you get this high up, you've got various mains that you really want to get banned, depending on your playstyles, depending on where you think you'll find the advantage, because we're talking about the minor changes here now. So I think that'll be a massive impact. And also just, I mean, everyone knows each other here in this exclusive team. So I think it is definitely going to be in that sense of, can I win the mental game? Can I can maybe Easy on a 2-win streak beat a team that's on a 1-loss streak, and maybe that'll be that. I think it's going to be all down to the first game.
Yeah, wow, big call. It's going to be up to Control. We often say it gets settled on Payload, but Control is where we will kick it off. Now let's have a look at the hero bans for this Control match on MNCL. It's Jabali Ruby. Wow, the double tank bandit.
Okay, that is the first time I've seen this. Exclusive Eternal banning Ruby. I think that's fine. Probably if they watch the game, they don't want to deal with less Ruby, considering how he just essentially 1v3, 1v4 towards the final stages of Payload Escort. But then again, this is Control, so it is a different story. I don't think banning Ruby will affect them that much. However, Exclusive Easy banning the Jabali, of which T3 God plays a lot, that might prove to be troublesome, but knowing how deep T3 God's hero pool is, it might not affect them that much. My only concern is Exclusive Eternal, when they don't play tanks, they focus too much on DPS. I think that's when they stumble.
Yeah, YOLO, we're not seeing any of the main tanks. Do you think we'll just go for some no tank lineups, or do you think we'll see the Fade or something else perhaps?
I mean, this is always really interesting to see because you've got a massive range of heroes that you can pick now. I think maybe we'll see a Fort potentially. Fort's really strong on this map, as you saw earlier. I don't think you'll see a Fade because there's no Jabali to really get that strong counter. Maybe we'll see a lot more flankers, maybe a few DPSs. Not really many supports because obviously you won't be seeing much tanks. Maybe a JJ will be really strong here. But I think that maybe in this game you'll be going towards together as a team. You'll be getting that first pick, and I think it will just be hitting shots with the DPS heroes and just getting those early picks.
Well, only one of these teams will join Argon in the grand final. Exclusive Eternal and Exclusive Easy, a grudge match. They did not meet in the upper half of the bracket as they started on different sides, and now they meet in the lower bracket final. We kick it off on MNCL for a Control matchup. Now, YOLO said this could be the decider. Digital, who do you favor here?
I reckon, looking at the initial picks, I reckon the Eternals, they're going to take at least the first round. Exclusive Easy, you can kind of feel the strategy already, you know? YOLO, he did call it. The Fort, it came out on Less, and so you can just picture it. Less is going to put down a shield for Fiobi to be playing the Gatlin, and Slime is probably just there as a heal once again in the support role, and Fort is going to run in there and maybe try and be distracting as much damage as he can, but against 3 basically fast DPS characters, I don't think he's going to have a really good time. 1v1 trades thus far, though. In fact, it's a 1-on-1 trade. Less onto Rinks to start things off. Katie gets eliminated, and this Fiobi Gatlin just doing so much heavy lifting. T3 God, he's in a bit of a trouble here as I don't think he has the abilities to recharge just yet. Gets pinched into a corner, gets eliminated, and already though, the point has been captured by Exclusive Eternal. That's some percent to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start by Exclusive Eternal, but as soon as that Gatlin came on through, it just completely cleaned house with 3 picks. The critical thing here for Exclusive Easy is they need to protect that Gatlin. We've seen that in all of these games so far. They always prioritize protecting that Gatlin. As soon as she falls, you lose so much of your damage. But here comes T3 God on the Yar, and he's been making waves here. The lab's gone down. Les, though, has taken down his teammate, and once again, the Gatlin just comes through and wipes T3 God off the face of the map.
Fiobi is an absolute gun, and you can just see the cogs turning in T3 God's head initially. Take out Slime first, so therefore, Fiobi should be easier to take down. That's what he did, but however, 1v1 close range against the Gatlin. Somehow he lost out. I was really shocked there. Fiobi, he looks almost unstoppable. Now this is going to be ridiculous. That shield into the corner, and all 3 players sitting there. All Slime has to do is shoot at the ground. Now here comes Yarn, dashing in with the ulti, I believe, and it's not doing them much good though. Damage is intense, but no kills just yet. Finally one onto Fiobi. Les gets the trade. KD again onto Slime. KD the second onto Les. It's a team wipe going the way of Exclusive Eternals, and that's the site captured again.
Exactly what they needed for Exclusive Eternal. Look, T3 God got in there fast with the Yar, but it really came down to the follow-through from KD and Rinks to make sure that they wiped the team, and they got that control. Now they're making some headway on the points, catching up now on the lead that Exclusive Easy had managed to establish early on in the game. And now comes the second push in. Wow, Rinks completely melted there by the Gatlin, who's just continued to do so much damage. 5 kills already. That's as many as we've seen from the entire of Exclusive Eternal. And I mean, Fiobi is just unbelievable on this Gatlin, continuing to dominate the site. and bring control back into Exclusive Easy's hands.
You see, this is the problem right now for Exclusive Eternals. When they're not playing a tank, or at least a bigger character with a larger health pool, they're all playing super separate and individual, trying to go for these duels and win them out instead of focusing together as a team or around one player. And for Exclusive Easy, you can either focus around Fort on Less, or you can focus around Fiobi on Gatlin. And that's basically what they've been doing the whole time. They're sticking together, the heals are there from Slime, and Fiobi just once again continuing his reign of terror. The burst damage out of his Gatlin is a sight to behold.
Yeah, 9-1 right now is Fiobi. This Gatlin has taken matters into its own hands and completely farming. I mean, I love this combo. Slime is always just there to support Fiobi, and Les is looking to soak up some damage. Of course, once again, there's another pick. Double digits now for the Gatlin. It is pure domination. We're hitting 95+%. And there is absolutely nothing that Exclusive Eternals can do. Overtime is hit, but how long can they hold on? The Yar is deep in the side, but T3 God is forced on back once again, harassed by the Labella and the Fort. And there's no going back from here on out. Katie, another final ditch attempt on the shell, but not long for this word. Overtime is completely dashed. Rinks jumps in once again. But there's nothing for it. It's always going to be Easy locking it in. A massive round from Fiobi on the Gatlin, and a great way to kick off the series for Easy.
Exclusive Eternal, they had firepower, but they just still struggled to deal with the shields. And once again, you can't soak up damage yourselves from the massive burst fire the Gatlin has. And not only that, you don't have a source of heals. YOLO, look, I gotta say, I think Exclusive Easy, they've won the composition pick.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see that. And, I mean, the Yar from Eternal got a really good triple kill at the start of that game where it was about 50% with that ultimate when they were all clustered in the corner. That was perfect for the Yar there. But in the end, when they didn't have any ultimates, as you were saying, they're just so tanky that the squishy heroes can't really do that much, because if one of them gets picked, they can just snowball, keep holding cap. Gatlin going crazy with the heals from Labula. It's great stuff. I love it.
Yeah, it looks like the same comp now from Exclusive Easy. We need to see a switch up here from Eternals, but they're still sticking this Yar, Aletta, and Hunter combo. It didn't seem to work previously.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, Katie's Hunter, I don't think he was really too present in the first round. T3 got a little bit here and there only when his ultimate online, and Rinks, I mean, just doing what he can do for the most part. But look, it's just pure focus and team play from Exclusive Easy. They just completely dominate and pick off the players of Eternals one by one, although they have lost the objective, which has been stolen from under their noses, but not for long.
Yeah, I mean, lost the objective, but got 3 kills on the back of it as well. So now Easy opportunity to retake and start racking up some points. Only 11% lead here for Exclusive Eternal is not enough. They need to really be able to break through. Here comes the Yark going from behind, looking for this objective, but Slime, even on the lab, is able to take down the Aletta. And, I mean, all of Exclusive Easy, they just focus up together and they dominate. Less on the Fort once again. The Gatlin, I mean, I could just say that every 3 seconds. It's always going to be the Gatlin 3-0 for Fiobi at the moment, continuing to farm. Exclusive Easy have focused up, and they are running away with it.
You know, I gotta be honest, even if there was no Gatlin, and like if Fiobi wanted to play maybe an Aletta or maybe not a Skadi, I don't think the result would change that much. It's just really less as well. He's so tanky. The shields to put on his teammates, he himself, he can 1v1 without any issues at all, despite the slower fire rate. And Exclusive Eternals, they're struggling so much. They're begging to have to go for the big 5k pots. And Rinks in the air. If he didn't jump, he might have actually gotten it and survived to fight a little bit longer. But the full melt actually coming through from KD and T3 God. They've taken 2 players down for Exclusive Easy, and Les probably soon to follow. Unless he can pick up the 5k pot. I think he did get it in the nick of time, and now T3 God's running for the heals. Here comes KD to support, but for the most part, they simply cannot take him down, and his teammates are soon to join him.
Okay, this is something now for Exclusive Eternal. Can they push to a round 3 here in control? YOLO said it would get settled here on this first map. Well, let's see if it's going to be a fair fight as the contest comes through. Exclusive Easy looking to push on through. It's trade for trade, though. The Gatlin's gone down, but Les is still alive, still kicking. He's the last one left. He's done some serious damage, and now it's a 1v1 with the Aletta trying to stay alive for as long as possible, trying to keep pushing that damage. How is Les not dead yet? Finally falls. And Rinks does get the better, gets that hill domination, and starts to overtake now. 52% exceeded by Exclusive Eternal, and Easy need to shape up for another push.
Exclusive Eternal coming into round 2, it seems more like they've simply just found their groove in terms of aim and just focusing on the targets. They're winning these duels a little bit better now, but look, I think it's very inconsistent. How long can this last for, especially when they have no more ultimates? That team fight really started off with the Ya ulti, and then a few players start to go down. That's what allowed them to win out these 1v1s off of slightly damaged players. But now, here comes a full-on reset for Exclusive Easy. This is when they really need to focus up, otherwise the objective might be escaping a little bit too far from them. Biobi good for one, but gets traded out instantly by KD. A long distance, here comes a letter, not really much good. Going to focus on the objective for the most part. Slimer's low, it's picked off super easy, so that's really good team call-outs coming up from the Eternals, and for the most part, this should be an easy 100% cap, but it's all about how long they can play into overtime.
Yeah, this is a massive comeback here from Exclusive Eternals. They've done a fantastic job, and they're pushing towards that 100%, but as a last attempt now to try and deny overtime, it's actually not going to quite land. Fiobi was taken out before he was able to push overtime, and that's round over. Exclusive Eternal has pushed us into a round 3 of control.
Quite surprising. Look, they didn't do anything too different. Rather, they simply just woke up, as far as I can tell. Yolo, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I'm interested by the switch from Fort to a letter there, because they had used all their ultimates. The Ya had used the ult, which counters Fort the hardest. I think if they maybe kept that Fort going, and then when they had no ultimates pushed, they could have captured the cap and maybe spiced it up a bit, because the letter didn't seem that strong there and got countered, died pretty easily, and then they just, they won by 50%. Going into their final game, hopefully Easy have got this. The comps, they're going back to the same comp, but they're using an Iris now, which is going to make the Fort even tankier, the Gatlin do even more damage.
They're really relying on this Gatlin, but if that Gatlin does not land these kills, then, I mean, that's really the whole plan at the window for Easy. They put so much stake. Slime's entire role is just to try and support the teammates, and so if Fiobi is not able to deliver, Easy will fall. Getting behind enemy lines very early, it's Rinks on the Aletta, getting very mobile, realizes he's being focused on too much and tries to get away, but is taken down by Fiobi. And, well, it's all fallen apart. Fiobi's found a double. T3 God is all alone on this Ya, and it's just going to wait and look to regroup.
Well done, Fiobi. My God, I think in round 2 as well, a lot of the time Eternals actually avoided Fiobi, and now Fiobi instead, he's changed up his game plan to chase them down instead. So they've set up a little bit closer to the site instead of into one of the side rooms, and the turret is active, looking to gun things down, and the Iris pick, man, the damage buff healing as well. This should be easy for him. Instantly melts Rinks. Actually, that was less who got the kill. Regardless, got a pad stat somehow, right? As a tank, T3 God on his lonesome, no heals once again, very squishy, leaving only KD to have to maybe do some heavy lifting. He's done a great job of things thus far, but 1v1 versus Iris, this should be easy for him in theory.
No, not going down yet. The Iris is refusing to die, but KD still has a lot of health left, and eventually Rinks does come in to support and finish off what was left of that Iris. Now we need to see a regroup from Exclusive Easy. They managed to establish a little bit of a lead here, but Exclusive Eternal are now racking up the points themselves.
Yeah, look, and that's the thing about Hunter as well, with his new healing field. In prolonged firefight, he can just put that down anytime, and he'll suddenly just come back with an absolute vengeance. So now Exclusive Eternal looking to play really deep within the enemy spawn and attempt to spawn trap them, but once again, they're having so much issue dealing with the tanky characters that are on the side for Exclusive Easy. Less 1v1 on site versus Hunter, and look, it's just the slow projectiles. The AoE damage is not enough, and should he stick them, it's only 400 damage. Like, that's really negligible when you have a selfie online for KD, which he pops down right now. So he's ready to fight, and the movement ability is going to give a rough time for Less to have to deal with that. On site, though, we can focus on Fiobi. He's just gunning everyone down for the most part. KD is out of the equation. T3 God once again struggling to go up against the Gatlin. They don't have shields, they don't have tanks, and minimal heals.
It's amazing that even in a lot of these isolated 1v1s, Exclusive Easy are always coming out on top. You point out that the Fort was not a good match for the Hunter, but Les still got the better of KD there.
Took a while.
It did take some time, but I mean, it distracted Hunter from supporting the rest of the team, from focusing on the site. And now you can see that control is completely dominated here. In this round 3, it looks like it might be a bit of a runaway for EZ, but Eternal, this is their moment to try and make a comeback. They had the contest, and now they have the advantage. It's a 3v1. It's just Slime left on the Iris, and the cap has been maintained here. So KD finishing off Iris. This is the perfect opportunity for Eternal to bring this back in their favor.
for the Eternals as well, I really think that KD, he is crucial to how to succeed, sorry, in this team comp, because he has the healing field. Should anything go wrong during a team fight and they're not close to any health packs, they have to really stick close to the KD so they can put down the healing field, but that's a lot easier said than done, so it's crucial that he stays alive once again. For exclusive Easy as well, Iris, look, it's not that big of a deal if he goes down or not. It's really all eyes on Phoebe. You need the burst damage. And just speak of the devil, instantly in the blink of an eye, melts 2 players of the Eternals, and their points already being capped back ASAP. Ring's going to have to try his best. He's dashing in and out of the hedge, but it's just a matter of time.
This is the danger, though. There's been such a lead established by exclusive Easy that Eternal have to push right now. There's no second chances. They got to go for it, even if they're not grouped up. God T3 coming in from the side, and it's just far too late. Phoebe to find another one at the end of it. Overtime contested, and it's going to have to be pushed all the way down into the wire. The Yar goes in and goes down, and that Gatlin is still singing a song with that massive weapon. It's going to be all over shortly, surely, as Rinks is finally taken down. The Yar coming back from the respawn. KD as well. Oh, just finished off in the wake of his approach. And a massive finale for Easy as they take a big 2-1 victory in control here. YOLO, what a way to finish it. That Gatlin completely insurmountable.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I said that it would be close games now, and that was such a great game. I'm a very happy man. Easy getting that first win, first point on the board. But honestly, I mean, just great play all around. That Gatlin was a powerhouse. The Iris, the Iris didn't really heal the fort that much. They just stayed on the Gatlin. They knew the Gatlin was the one that had to do the job. Gatlin with that extra 10% attack buff from Iris, the healing. It meant that Aletta couldn't really have the DPS to kill the Gatlin, and then just well played in general. They knew they didn't need to get staggered. If someone died, they would just fall back, regroup, let them have, say, 20%, push together as a team, and it worked out for them.
And also to note as well for exclusive Eternal, it's just when they don't have maybe the tanks that they prefer to play, the Jabali or Ruby, that's when the going really gets rough. I don't know if T3 God has any experience with either playing on Fort in comparison to less, but it doesn't seem like that is the case. They didn't really switch out their composition at all throughout that entire series on Control, and towards the very end, the win condition was so clear. The Eternals, no ultimates in sight. That could have been massive damage for them to maybe finish off that final 30% to get into overtime, but that's a big if. And not only that, once again, they're super squishy. YOLO was saying, Phoebe, you can just gun them down. It's hard to take down Phoebe in the first place without everyone else, focusing on you. And no shields to center around. Everyone was so staggered towards the end. The timing didn't favor them, the composition didn't favor them, and the damage, it's a lot, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, big game there from exclusive Easy, but it goes to show that Eternal won a single round and they managed to make it reasonably close, right? So I don't think that that's all over yet. I think there's absolutely a chance that exclusive Eternal could bring it back on Payload and then push it, of course, to the third. The Giga Cave Mine Payload, the tiebreaker.
Oh boy.
I mean, I would love to see it. We've only seen it twice so far, I think. And funnily enough, it was actually exclusive Easy who was in the first match that did go to that third map in the series. Now as we move into Payload for the second game, we do see the double tank bans once again. No Ruby for exclusive Easy. Probably a good move. We saw how good Les was on it previously. But they're also going to ban out the Jabali against exclusive Eternal.
Look, I'm just going to say right now, T3 God, what is he going to play? He's good, but I don't think Yar on Brower stock is going to benefit his team too much. It seems like both sides here are going to go really mad aggression plays. Les, maybe he can play the fort, but YOLO, I want to get your input on this. I know T3 God's hero pool is deep, but there has to be limits.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely are limits, especially with none of the two main tanks that are best for pushing, because you could pick a fort, but then obviously the static shield, unless you put the shield on the cart. So I reckon we will see a fort, we'll see a healer, we'll see probably Gatlin from Easy. I reckon maybe T3 Gods and their team will actually try and get a bit of Yar, maybe a Shell, even though Yar wouldn't be as strong, but I mean, and then I think that in this game, I think it's going to be a lot slower because you don't have that tank to get the momentum from the get-go. But honestly, I think it could just be whoever wins the first engagement here will win that first minute and a half, will get that momentum, either with attack or defense, and I think that's crucial here.
Well, for me, a big question is what are Eternal going to do about this Gatlin? Because we're seeing constantly, especially the way that Easy are running it, right? Always having some kind of support, often the Iris, it was the Chemist at one point, sometimes the Lavela. What are Eternal going to do about it, right? Like, do they go for an Ossus? Do they go for an Aletta to go behind, go for a flank? Like, how are they going to try and deal with this massive damage dealer?
I will say for this, I think for exclusive Eternal as well, one of their 4th players, Wake Up, he's not in this current team playing in the finals, which is a real shame. I really would have liked to see what he could have brought to the table, because I think he's one of the more mainstay players, and he's an absolute beast of a support or DPS. He's a massive flex player as well. But that out of the way, I really think the task will have to fall to Rinks. He's going to have to really pull out the Ossus, and if there is Phoebe on the Gatlin, that has to be his main priority. Just destroy Gatlin completely and let his teammates deal with everyone else.
Yolo, do you agree? Is the priority here on Eternal? Obviously, Eternal have the onus on them to now push it to the match 3. What's it going to take for them to do so?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good call from Digital. If you've got that OSAS to one-shot that Gatlin, get that Gatlin out of the game immediately, their whole game plan goes away completely because you've got an Iris and a Fort. Or, well, we're not saying that now, we're saying some different heroes. But, I mean, you've got the Gatlin again, you've got an Iris, you've got a JJ, all very good players in that, against another JJ, and a Letter and a Hunter. Very interesting. Obviously, they've gone for the kill Gatlin scenario here. And if they can do that, then I reckon they'll have a good chance at getting a solid defense.
Yeah, it's like one team is all about let's kill Gatlin, the other team is all about let's keep Gatlin alive, right? So it's going to be a real battle of wits between these two teams. The Johnny Jet as well from T3 God could be very sneaky and could start to try and push that payload.
All I'm going to say is Phoebe has a lot of weight on his shoulders. The man's going to be feeling the pressure, so let's see if he can really rise to the occasion. And right off the bat, we should be seeing a really aggressive flank coming out already on Rinks to really get to high grounds and backstab the opponents playing up there. Iris has spotted him out, so that should be eyes on Rinks real soon, so he has to avoid the enemy for the time being. Les back on the fort as I say that. So he's going to run to contend with Johnny Jet on the objective, which for the most part doesn't seem to be doing too bad. T3 God, Johnny Jet just slow ferrying it downtown with his invisibility. Missed the jump though, and that could be opportunity for Les to gun him down.
Yeah, that's such a crucial little missed bit of mobility there for the Johnny Jet, and it does open up the door for exclusive Easy to try and set up some strong positions here.
Well, it's a really good push as well coming from Rinks early on here. Managed to get Slime and Phoebe off of the high grounds, and he's still dueling with them for crying out loud. It keeps everyone else focused on the players who are playing the objective, I would like to say. Rinks still surviving. I'm amazed at this guy being alive for this long without going punished. Although at this point, he's got to stop the payload, so where is the counter-attack? We need to see T3 God and KD off of a switch, step in here, and do some more damage.
Les, hello, wakey wakey. Oh, Rinks is just going to get a free kill. I'm not sure what's going on right now. But yeah,
I think someone may have crashed actually because everyone just stops for a minute, so I don't know what's going to play out here.
Yeah, we'll have to get the call from the admins on that one, but there may be an issue. None of exclusive Easy are actually moving at the moment, and so it seems like something's going wrong. When they come back to us, g'day guys, how you doing? Yeah, wow. So it was a decent start for exclusive Easy, right up until they just stood still.
Look,
yeah, exactly. Until they stood still.
That's
just like us.
It's not a strategy that I would recommend. I don't know. I don't consider myself an expert, but just standing there and letting the Aletta like 100-0 you, not a very good strategy.
I will say though, I'm actually really surprised at how exclusive Easy. They're sticking to basically the exact same lineup. You have Iris, you have Fort, and you also have Gatlin on defense for crying out loud. And Les, he's just full on, massive balls on this guy, sitting on the payload by himself as Fort for crying out loud. Your DPS isn't great. You don't have any self heals, so he has to be praying that Phoebe and Iris cover his back.
Yeah, it feels like Easy have a pretty clear idea of what they want to do. Nobody really does this, just one Gatlin, one healer, one tank. I mean, we see kind of ideas of it, but Easy seem to do it like no one else. Yolo, is it going to punish them if they don't have the ability to adapt?
I mean, looking at that team comp, honestly, I feel like that's a very viable strategy because even if Fort doesn't have much DPS, he's got great splash, which counters JJ that they've got picked. So his bubbles won't be that effective. He won't be able to move much. They can constantly contest with the Fort on car because honestly, I think it's a very viable method. You've got the Iris constantly on the Gatling, ignoring the fort. If you don't take out those two and you get distracted too much from the fort, then the Gatlin's going to pop off as usual. So you've really got two options: either kill the fort and hopefully survive the Gatling massacre, or you've got to go for the other two that are just going to be running around stalling whilst fort's just on point.
Yeah, a pretty rough position for Eternal to be in as we're getting back into it now. Well, I don't know who this favors starting again. I feel like both teams were reasonably even after that start. But for me, the big question is, will Eternal be able to break through this incredibly effective trifecta that we're seeing from Easy, that the Ford and then the Gatlin and Iris combo?
I think that after that initial confrontation or whatnot, both teams they would have a better read of each other, and there's an adaptation coming out slightly for exclusive Eternal. I think they are going to be playing a little bit more aggro at this point. T3 God, Johnny Jet makes perfect sense to sit on the payload for as long as he can. And exclusive Easy, well, let's just see how good this strategy can run for. And honestly, from what we've seen thus far, it's looking kind of foolproof.
We just don't see any switch-ups almost ever from exclusive Easy. They've got this beautiful little combo comp, and they just always run it. And my question is, what happens if one of their oppositions start to find a way to deal with this Iris and the Gatlin? And yeah, exactly what we were talking about before the match started. It's the Osis from KD.
He's going to have to try his best to find a pick here. And the funny thing is, actually avoiding his sightlines entirely. Here comes Rinks in behind the back lines. That's mega damage coming through. Iris has just been eliminated. Fireby, he's been melted. It's all down to Les. He's going to get bleed on sight. Maybe he can find a health pack, but look, 3 players need to leap upon him. This payload is going to get pushed relatively easily.
Yeah, well, Les has somehow managed to stay alive for a bit longer, but YOLO, this is exactly what you were saying, and it looks like the decision here from Eternal was to focus on that Gatlin and Iris.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the OSAS getting that pick on the Iris and then putting so much pressure on Gatlin because they can't peek an OSAS. OSAS will one-shot, and as soon as you've got the DPS out of the game, they've got so much momentum now. I mean, Easy are just going to have to regroup fully and hopefully get that pick on that OSAS maybe, but they've got no one really to counter the OSAS.
Wow, I mean, they tried the Johnny Jet here for less instead of that fort, and it just did not pan out whatsoever. OSAS is so powerful here.
Oh, look, and yeah, that was a medium range engagement as well. So swap onto Johnny Jet from Les has done absolutely nothing. Fireby, if anything, the Gatlin, look, well, I'll see what he can still pull out. Now there's no shields and no distractions for him to play around. But this guy is still forced to be reckoned with. Close range or long range, he can still absolutely destroy opponents. Survivability on Rinks, buying a lot of time. It's keeping 2 players focused on him. And he still takes down 2 players. Rinks, 1v2. Les and Fireby could not stand against the mighty Rinks. 5-0 at this point on Aletta. Oh, goodness gracious me. This payload is looking like a Ferrari.
Yeah, it's flying towards the final goal, and this is a massive flying start here for Eternal, and Rinks has been doing so well. Finally, he falls, but what a phenomenal start for the Aletta. Now from here on out, like Easy, they really need to regroup. They've brought an OSAS of their own, and that means the Gatlin is so much more vulnerable, but still able to deal a lot of damage.
Yep, Slime as well. He's decided to get off of the Iris. The DPS simply wasn't enough to fight against the faster moving opponents of the Eternals. So he's going to have to see what, crack shots that he can pull off on his end. It's a smoke as well, just to buy some room for Fireby to maneuver around. Les is on the payload to counter what T3 God might do. So this is a really good defense, and they've shunted the momentum of Eternals ASAP.
Yeah, mid-game adaptation here is really critical for Easy. Oh, that Gatlin position with the right-hand peak is so challenging. Just found 2 picks, has Fireby. Now the Osis is trying to contest, but it's a left-hand peak, so it's really, I mean, you just almost never win those.
Yeah, exactly. And now, if you're looking at the Eternals, they're struggling just a little bit. They don't have any idea of what to do to break through this choke point initially, and then getting onto the payload is another issue. Fireby, he's been so good at these angles, and he's just to stay there the whole time. 1v1ing him close range. I mean, T3 God, it took a while, but he actually managed to get the trade, so that opens up a little bit of room. Rinks by himself, solo and Letta, going to push the payload. Passive healing as well, so should be able to fight a little bit longer, but versus Johnny Jet on the payload, who you cannot see, gets forced into the sidelines of Slime, and the kill coming through. Exclusive Easy, the teamwork is on point.
There you go. Apparently no tank needed for Easy. They just use this Johnny Jet, and they play much more nimbly, much more aggressively. and it's so challenging now for Eternal to get back a hold. It looked like they had broken through for just a moment, but now they need their own Johnny Jet to have an impact. As I say that, T3 God goes down. Now the Gatlin has been finished off once again by Rinks, who really has been the impact player for Eternal, but you can't just rely on that Aletta, especially not when he's going down like that. A big kill from Slime. And now with T3 God, the only one left, this has been a massive stall out for Eternal. It feels like about a minute and a half ago they got the payload to this position, and it's barely moved an inch since then.
Yeah, it was two good ultimates on Les and Slime. They held on to it for a long time. And also to note as well, whenever T3 got Johnny Jet gets onto the payload, here comes Fiobi. He's the real counselor. He can just spray bullets within that puddle, and sooner or later he'll find some damage. And the moment he does, he can basically track down exactly where T3 God is playing. The kill is really not flowing the way for Eternals right now. They're begging for healing packs, and nothing is going their way. I feel like they really do need a shield just to break through this initial choke point that they can focus around. But they are still opting for the brute force engagement idea, and it's working out a little bit because Rinks is an absolute god, but this close to the enemy spawn in which they can get massive heals. I think he overheated a little bit too much, but the payload finally making its way to the final checkpoint.
Well, the thing is, Rinks is going for a bit of a solo YOLO mission all the way up into spawn, but at least it's distracting and allowing T3 God and Katie to start pushing this payload here. I don't mind the Judex switch. It's just some reliable damage, but of course doesn't quite have the mobility in close quarters, and is going to go down to that Gatlin. Slime as well once again with the Osis. Now Rinks, he's got to be the savior here. He's got to get this payload across the line, but I don't know. Going up against three players is never going to work out, and the Gatlin at long range is always going to get the better of Analetta. Now 5 minutes 30, now less than 25 seconds left. This has not quite been what Eternal were looking for. They might be able to push a little bit further, but I just don't see them capping this payload.
Look, they push it to a decent point as well, but also said no, because there are no shields, it forces the Eternals to go around the side lanes, and if they do try getting the payload in the center lane, here comes Slime with the Osus sitting so far back, just firing off shots left, right, and center. Fiobi, another issue that they have to deal with. So at this point, T3 God swapped over to the Wild Link, but too little, way too late. Round 1 is over. 6 minutes on payload, 168 meters. Look, it's not bad. That is a fair distance to go. So for the most part, their defense has to be on point.
Yeah, not too terrible.
Yeah,
there. Yola, what do you think? What were you gonna add there? Sorry, I interrupted you.
bad timing there, but yeah, definitely. I really liked that switch from Iris to Osas there. I mean, Eternity had so much momentum. As soon as Slime went from Iris to Osas, put so much pressure on, got a few counter picks, and also meant that Osas didn't have free range of the entire battlefield to then get those picks on Gatlin. They had to play a lot more passive, which meant Gatlin then had a bit more freedom to then pop off on the other heroes, and it worked really well. I mean, Gatlin and Osas together are just a match made in heaven.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in the next round now. Eternal on their defensive side, and I think one of the first times we're actually seeing some different comps here. Yola, what do you think about the labs on both sides?
I mean, Labula's such a strong hero. I really like him, and the healing that he's going to get on Fort and Gatlin are great. Interesting. Okay, so God is now using a Hualing with an Osas. They're really going for that must-kill Gatlin approach. And honestly, I mean, they can both one-shot Labula as well. So I think if they can kill the support and the DPS, then they have a great start in defense.
No more forts. Les is switched onto the Skadi, and to counter Yola, I actually really don't like Labula. I think for exclusive easy, that's what was it, the Forts, Gatlin, and Labula combo. That might be the first time I've actually seen it work like all weekend long. But regardless, they'll give it another crack at things. The payload contested on site, and it's just a lot of damage and really big bullets coming the way for exclusive easy, which is making them a little bit skeptical about swinging these angles. Right hand peek, just trying to flush Katie off the angle, and just look how desperate Fire is. And he does get one onto T3 God. It's a good start, but just trades across the board, so no one really does get the best of anyone unless the solo Forts, the switch off of Skadi, he's going to get on the payload ASAP and start pushing it. Because time, 6 minutes to go, and it's not a full cap.
Yeah, definitely a good pick to go for that Fort instead of the Skadi and just get some presence on that objective and start pushing it. But here comes the Gatlin to watch from above. Rinks on the Aletta though. You can never count him out. But apparently the Gatlin is simply better. Fiobi has been an absolute monster wielding this hero. And, well, we can see the results have been massive. Easy have already managed to push deep. Less once again on the fort. This has been a flying start on the checkpoint, already approaching about halfway here.
Jeez.
T3 God trying to come in from the side with the Hualing, but just too squishy to really contest that fort.
Easily, I have to say right now, Exclusive Easy, they look like the superior team. The aggression is on point, and also the picks, once again, it's just a shield difference. It's funny how a single tank can make this much of a difference. It just blocks all the bullets. KD has a hard time of landing these shots, and my goodness, Les, he's basically going full DPS mode as a fort, running straight in there, getting these kills, and Labula Slime sitting on the objective, firing shots at him to heal up his teammate. Fiobi, he can just be the vanguard, watch their backs, and just do whatever he wants. It doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Digital, I know you're not a big fan of the Labula, but you cannot deny the results right now. Here comes T3 God from behind, and Fiobi getting a little bit of an extra boost as well. The Lab just continuing to heal up that heavy damage dealer of the Gatlin, who's going for a bit of a right-hand peek, looking to hunt down these final players. And once again, of course, KD going down. It looks to be a full team wipe here for Eternal. This is massive from Exclusive Easy. 2.5 minutes, and they are mere seconds away from capturing this objective and from going to the grand final.
It is settled just like that. Exclusive Easy. 2 minutes and 36 seconds. A third of the time that it took Exclusive Eternal to basically push that far, and it still wasn't even the full cap. It's simply just the shield. How come T3 God, Rinks, and KD, they could not pull out a single shield throughout the entirety of Payload Escort? They could not play in the major lanes, dead center of where the payload is. They had to play on the side rooms and whatnot. Very little room to maneuver. And for the most part, on the defense, they were just struggling. They couldn't even swing out.
I gotta say, that really crept up on us, didn't we? We had this like marathon of a first round of Payload Escort there, which went like almost 6 minutes. And then we get like 2 minutes and 40 seconds a cap, the 2-0. And of course, X Easy will be taking on X Argon in the grand final. We could not have asked for a better match to culminate this tournament. Massive props to Eternal, but Exclusive Easy were hands down the better team. We saw it. Proof was in the pudding there.
Hey, look, YOLO, what do you have to say, man? Because I guess you are right, backing Exclusive Easy. Exclusive Eternal, I really thought they had more in them.
I mean, yeah, they're great players, but our back's easy from the start, and they're pulling through right now. I mean, the finals, we've got the Argon versus Easy, me v you Digital, and
boys.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great stuff. And honestly, I think just the counter picks in those bans, obviously T3 Gods, he mains Ruby and Jabali. Both of them were banned, so he's got to pick a character he's not as common with. But then you've got Les, he's played a lot of Fort. Fort just dominated, as you've been saying throughout the games. Just having that shield allows for so much more distraction. The Gatling can just pop off, and they've had so much synergy together. The callouts are amazing. Like the Gatling knows exactly where the Aletta is at all times. He can go off the normal stance and then go and beam the Aletta, then go back to damage, and it's just great synergy.
Yeah, Gatlin have really been the name of the game for Exclusive Easy. They know exactly how to protect her and how to enable her to get the most bang for buck. And as a result, we had what ended up being a dominant match. At the end of it, 2 minutes and 30-something seconds for Exclusive Easy. Anything to add before we get ready for a show match and a grand final?
Oh, look, all I'm going to say is, in terms of the hero bans and whatnot, Exclusive Eternal, them banning Ruby, I think that was simply because they didn't want to have to deal with Les's Ruby. But when we go into the next match versus the Argons, that is not going to be the case. We are not going to see double tank bans. One of the two, either Jabali or Ruby, they will be in the pool available to play. And Cole, look, he is still going to be unstoppable regardless of what the hero bans are.
Well, next up, of course, we have a grand final lying in wait. But before that, we have a massive exhibition match in a 5 versus 5. The first time we'll be seeing it properly here in the Arena League. And it's a taste of what's to come with Super Season 1 starting in mid-July. Right now, the exhibition 5v5 with some of your favorite creators and pros is coming up in just a moment.
Crazy every Sunday morning. chills. Eastside dads getting lost in stories. Sunbathe watches and stills. It's for freedom, a kingdom so weightless and tender. Chase the eye at our own pace. Cast the cat, it will be okay. Give and take, never hesitate. One by one, we keep on coming. Walk with me, talk with me for a little bit. Let's get into it. Walk with me, high times, low key, a minute down. Walk with me, talk with me. Walk with me, talk with me. Walk with me, talk with me. For a little, just a little bit.
rendering him untargetable and invulnerable for a short while. Not only that, he's
I'm ready to rumble. Gonna take it down. You can feel the tremble. I'm taking off the ground. Head down like a pencil. Up to no good, I'm causing trouble. No, I am not subtle. Better get on my level. I do it. I'm doing it. I do it. I'm doing it. I do it. I'm doing it wild like that. I'm doing it, doing it. I'm doing it, yeah. I'm doing it, doing it. I'm doing it wild like that. I'm doing it, doing it. I'm doing it, yeah. I'm doing it, doing it. I'm doing it wild like that.
that's right, all of it.
Welcome back, guys. Our grand final is almost ready, but before we get to that, it's time to debut 5 vs 5 Tier 3 Arena in the esports format with a brand new show match. Some of your favorite creators and pros will be going head to head in an awesome new map. It's called Old Medina,
Yes.
and it's a hybrid game mode where we've got control going into Payload, escort. So it's your favorite bits of basically everything we've been playing so far. I'm super keen. I've never seen anything like this before. How do you feel about it?
I'll have to mirror your emotions, and if anything else, I'm more keen to see which 5v5s it's going to be, what the rosters are like, and for the most part, just how this new map works, because, in 5v5 now, every single new hero has a new ability, some nerfs, some buffs, so it's been changed up massively, and we can finally see how these tanks, their new shields and their new health pools will actually work on a bigger map with more players.
How much do you think the balancing is going to change how the 5v5 plays out, YOLO?
Oh, it's massively changed. I mean, especially on this map, 5v5, you tend to see maybe 1-2 tanks, 1-2 supports, 1-2 DPS, obviously changing depending, you can't have 6 players, but I mean, support are very much way more influential here because you've got to constantly heal those tanks because you've got 5 people shooting instead of 3, so. And also on this Old Medina map, I don't know how much these players have played and ranked or know this map, but there's definitely various choke points, various positions you do go where you don't go because there's a lot of Gatlin positions, that right side peak, they're completely dominant and you just need to try and counter that. But I'm really looking forward to this exhibition game and I hope the best team wins.
Yeah, YOLO, I have a really random question, but what's your favorite hero to play?
I mean, I'm a bit depressed at the moment because my hero was Far Ling for about the last year, but she got nerfed massively. So at the moment, I've been playing a lot of Gatlin and ranks, I think, because I mean she's just so broken. She's great fun. Maybe sometimes support when I get kicked off in voice chat by if someone else wants to play Gatlin. Maybe a bit of OSAS, but all the hero, I'm loving this update so much.
Yeah.
I've played all the heroes. I think everyone loves this update as well because there's so many heroes that weren't as good that the newer players loved, and that they've been made better, so they're all viable. They don't have as much raging, you've got so much high ability. It's perfect. I love it.
Awesome. I love that. I don't know. I reckon if I haven't gotten into the Osis yet, but I reckon I would like if I had the mechanics, I want to be that guy. You know, everyone wants to be that guy on the Osis or the Aletta or something like that. I'm super keen to get stuck into this one. What can you tell us about this map? How do you expect this to play out? Control going into a payload.
Look, funny enough, I actually think that, well, the dynamic probably wouldn't be that different from the way I expected, and this being a 5v5 as well, despite the map being bigger, I actually think this will be played out a lot faster, much more skirmishes, a lot of kills on both sides, so the supports are going to have to be on their A game regardless of who they are. The tanks, sure, you can do your job, but your shields are not going to last for long, so I'm predicting, honestly, a double support, one single healer who's going to have to go absolute ham, most likely Labula because the AoE heal, it just does so much work, and 2 DPSs.
Yeah, absolutely. So how exactly does this work? Have you had a chance to play a lot of this new map, YOLO?
Yeah, I have. It's very interesting. You basically, the control at the start it's a massive death zone. You've got to get that team wipe to be able to get to that 3 stages of control, because otherwise you're just sitting ducks. Essentially, you've got to push through past the control cap, take those escalators up to stop the other team from putting too much pressure on the cap. Have 1 or 2 sitting in the cap and cap it, but there's a lot of thought behind it that you need to go through. Otherwise, it's very easy to get spawn trapped on this map. Let's just say it that way. If you don't necessarily get the kills, get the picks, you could just be sitting for 5 minutes without capping the control, and it could be a sad day.
Yeah,
Hopefully that's not the case. I hope someone picks. Yeah, they do switch sides. Yeah. So it's basically just like extended on Payload, just with a bit of control at the start to spice it up a bit. But I'm hoping to see a Vincent, because if they're not all in voice chat together, if they don't have the communication, a Vincent in 5v5 is level. It's so strong. It's hilarious. No one knows where they are. They're like, oh, I can see myself in the distance. Then he just swipes 2 people. It's great stuff. It'll be very bizarre.
Wow. So, in terms of hero bans, I'm not sure if we're going to do hero bans, but let's say if it's just 1 per side, right? Like, are you getting rid of your Ruby? Is it something pretty typical? Because, like you were saying before, YOLO, we're expecting multiple tanks and multiple DPS and multiple flankers. Like, it's just the nature of how it works when you got a 5v5.
I think, personally, if you are going to have that ban tank, it has to be Ruby. Because Jabali, the thing is, when he does have a shield up, yes, it's a very big shield, but he himself, he's basically focused on the shield. He can't shoot, he can't do anything else. But Ruby can do both. Even if the shield's up, it replenishes very, very quickly and moves with the payload and moves forward. And 3 partitions, if one gets destroyed, not the end of the day, you know, you can still play around the other 2. And Ruby herself can still fling off shots, throw stuns, and whoever gets stunned, everyone just focuses fire on that one person, and it's just a complete washout.
Yeah, surely the time to KO has got to be so much faster, YOLO, in the 5v5, right? Like, it feels pretty fast in 3v3, but if you've got, like, a Gatlin, well, surely, I think we've lost YOLO. There you go.
He was frozen in shock.
I did not realize he was frozen. He's like, what? I'm so surprised. What are you talking about? All right, so I mean, I'm trying to get my head around exactly what this is going to look like, right? Like, it's a control escort hybrid. I personally, I love game modes that are like asymmetrical, dynamic. I mean, we've already seen how dynamic the game has been so far with the repicking of heroes, and that's been super impactful. I mean, I think teams like Argon, that's one of the reasons why they've been as good as they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And as for the Argons, right, it's not just the fact that the individual players are so good on their respective main heroes and whatnot, and the pocket picks. It's just the strategy. It runs so deep. They have multiple counters for either aggression, for defensive playstyles, and if that doesn't work out, they always have something more they can pull out of the bag. And yesterday we saw as well, they understood the assignment with the hero bans. During the open qualifiers, whenever you pick hero ban for your pick, it's the opponents that cannot play it. It doesn't apply to everyone.
Right.
But this time round, the hero bans applies across the board. So that's 2 heroes that both teams cannot play at all. And if any team has Gossa on board, it has to be exclusive Argon. And yesterday we saw it. I think it was earlier on. There was an Osus ban, I believe, and that was to make way for something. I forgot what it was. But then the second time around, it was banning Hunter. We were so confused. Hey, why is Hunter being banned? Because like Ozelic, he's so good on Hunter. And then we realized, oh, it's because when they do pull out the Johnny Jet on the payload, there is no counter to it. You cannot deal with them, and it was just Giga Brain. So for Old Medina, this kind of a thing, I think you were talking about it earlier, in terms of heroes and whatnot, I really do think another big hero to talk about is going to have to be Osus. I think he'll be playing a very prevalent role. Maybe on the control point, not necessarily as much, but we have seen a lot of these players be super proficient, medium, close range, or even long with Osus, but especially when it goes to escort, and given how much distance there is, expect to see him firing off some nutty headshots.
Yeah, and in the 5v5, you have so much more freedom, right? If previously you'd be like, well, I kind of do want to play the Osus, but you know, we really need another tank. Or, you know, we need this, we need that, or you know, someone needs to play the Iris or the Labala or whatever it is. Now you've got 5 slots, right? You got so much more freedom. We're getting to see more heroes than ever. You know, the potential for 10 different heroes in the same match. YOLO, welcome back, mate.
Thank you. Lost for a minute. But yeah, I just caught on to the end of it, seeing about the different hero comps. I think we'll see some very interesting choices by maybe some content creators. I don't know how much the pros have influenced them in who they want to pick, but I think it's definitely, questionable choices. Yeah, but I think it will be very amusing, to say the least. And just, I mean, it's for giggles, isn't it? So it'll be a great game.
Do you guys have a bucket list? What are the ones you want to see the most?
Diggy.
It's got to be Diggy.
Yeah.
I want to see the Vincent.
Diggy's great.
Who was it the other day that had all those backs there?
T3 God.
Yeah, T3 God. I want to see some T3 God level Vincent play.
Okay, and YOLO, we were also talking earlier on about exclusive Argon, right, in terms of like strategy and whatnot, because yesterday, I'm not too sure if you were watching the game, you probably were, is that for the Argons, I was saying how they understood the assignment in terms of hero bans, and especially on the map 3 Giga Cave Mine, we were so confused. Why did they choose to ban Hunter? Because Ozelic, he was such a standout player on Hunter, but instead, he has to play something else now. And then at the very end of the day, we realized it's because the other team has no counter to a Johnny Jet when they're pushing.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's definitely, as soon as you get to the very high level of competitive, you're willing to sacrifice maybe one of your strong heroes for then a better opportunity with a different pick, and I think that's definitely very prevalent, and we've seen by Easy do that with banning the Jabali, so T3 God couldn't play Jabali or Ruby, and I think it's going to definitely show in the rounds after this, and I'm so happy. It's like a redemption arc, basically. You've got Easy that have lost twice to Argons now. The Invitationals, it was 99-100% for 3 rounds of control, and then they won in overtime in Payload. So, and then the games yesterday, it was very close as well. So I think we're on to a massive game. Can Easy pull it off?
Well, we're back into the exhibition match now. We're going to Old Medina. It's the hybrid control and payload escort, and I think we've set the stage pretty well. This is a big map. There's a lot to go for it. YOLO, you were saying before, it is an absolute bloodbath on the point in this opener in the control game mode. Now, YOLO, I would love it if you casted with us for the majority of this game, because we have a lot more to talk about than we're used to, and we can see, T3 gods in the server. I'm very excited about that. I'm sure we'll get some Vincent later. This should be absolutely amazing.
Look, I want to say, Zero Kelvin,
crazy.
Man. I haven't seen him being played yet, and I love how unhinged this character is. YOLO, do you have anyone you have your eyes on?
I mean, the amount of arena creators here, obviously, I've got so much respect for them creating content, getting more players into the game. And, I mean, just the amount of heroes that are picked here, it's ridiculous. There's only, Jabalis that are the same? Rubies that are the same? I mean, we expected that, let's be honest. But the other heroes, this is going to be mental, I think. And looking at a JJ, maybe, there's no Osas, there's no Gatlin. I don't know what's happened to them. They're some pretty usual picks, but we're going to see an absolute bloodbath and mayhem.
I don't know if you can repick in the 5v5. I'm guessing you can, but I mean, you talk about mayhem. You've got 10 different heroes, 10 players. Everyone just repicking left, right, and center. Look at this little jump dance going on. I'm absolutely loving it. We're watching Rodeo at the moment.
Oh.
Massive boost over on the Skadi now, looking to get behind enemy lines and start pushing that checkpoint.
Oh boy, here we go. Here comes the backstab. And also, it's funny to note as well for Team 2 initially. Where's T3, by the way? T1, T2, where's T3? They had 5 tanks coming into this. Hey, look, it's ambitious, but I'm glad they finally swapped out. It's just madness across the board. Shields everywhere. Everyone's trying to duke it out as best as I can. And honestly, the only piece of advice I have for Roots, you got to use the aerial view a bit more, man, because this is madness.
It's absolute mayhem.
Yeah,
YOLO,
definitely.
can you make anything of this?
I mean, right now it is chaos. I mean, the defending team jumped down from the balcony. I don't know why. They jumped down into the madness. But, I mean, this is just crazy. They're managing to get the control point now. They've got 3 people on the control point, 1 person on balcony. Rodeo doing a really good job holding the defense down. They'll get that cap. The payload escort's about to start, and this is nuts. Hopefully they have enough momentum, but they're going to get on the balconies. They're going to start getting the cross shots. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, jeez. Look, I have to say, the payload has actually made it to the first point, I believe, and this is when... hang on, no, is it the payload? Where exactly is the objective? It hasn't made it to the first checkpoint yet, so that was the initial control, I believe, so it's opened up, and we're following the progress at this point. So it's going to be a massive truck, and everyone making use of the high grounds. S3D just could not stand a chance against Rodeo X. This Skadi, it probably has been one of the best Skadis we've seen all day long, even better than the pro players. But King Immortal, what a big ulti! 3K going off to his name in the blink of an eye. T1, they're having an amazing run of things, but at the same time, T2, this progress is looking pretty steady.
Very steady, and I mean, they're all sitting on the cart, but right now they're going to form an offensive with 5 different heroes pushing from 3 different angles. Hopefully the Roby can actually push at the start. Rodeo getting bullied, it looks like. Maybe he can stay alive. He does stay alive. He's a great player, so keeping him alive will be a great thing for T2. But, I mean, oh god, the defense have just been decimated. All 5 of them are alive. T3 God's gone for their classic signature Vincent. You've got what you want, and that's going to be amazing to see him start getting kills.
Oh, I would love to see. I think T3 God is starting to move around the enemy lines, getting a very cheeky here on the Vincent.
Oh boy.
Look at this patience going in Viz now, but I think they know where he is. They've got at least an idea. And this Jabali, oh, he gets him! I didn't think he would have made it, but the Jabali looks away at just the wrong moment. And, well, we got what we asked for.
Oh, look, King Immortal got
This might be
absolutely
carnage.
walloped. Yeah, it was Carnage earlier on, but my god, he gets a second amidst the chaos.
my.
Everyone was focused on everyone else except for T3 God on Vincent, and the man's just having a show of things. Here we go again, King Immortal. Don't get too distracted. You got embarrassed once. Don't let it happen to you again.
No, let's see if he's going to be able to get one here. Come on, land it. We're all waiting for it. And it comes to, again, pour more amount of anatomy. Oh, another one!
Oh no!
He's unstoppable, and it's King Immortal again.
Yeah, this was. I said this was gonna happen. I said this was gonna happen, and it is. I mean, Vincent is just popping off. I don't know if they're in point chat. It doesn't sound like it. He's hiding behind corners. He had the invincibility. He didn't die then, but T3 God is just having a great time right now. I bet he's laughing.
The craziest thing I have to say, on 5v5, Old Medina, Vincent looks so viable. Because we have 4 players, you can basically play the objective on attack. He can just run amok and do whatever he wants. There's so much room for him to maneuver around, so many corners. And when the defense is super panicked, trying to get onto the payload to stop the push, that's when he can run free. He's behind all of them.
Oh
1, 2, and the 3. No, finally King Immortal goes full
Eventually
panic mode to
going
take
down.
him down.
10 kill streak there from T3 God, just showing how fun Vincent is on this, on attack and defense. I'm sure we'll see him again.
Oh, the Osis is out now.
Yeah, I don't mind some of these repicks here. Getting a bit exciting here. More Atomy on that Osis. See what he eventually does here. Now we get to see it. By the way, love this Cactus and Banjo skin. It's so silly, but of course, it doesn't matter who we spectate. It's always going to be T3 God on the Vincent who's delivering amazing stuff. Oh, he's just unstoppable. King Immortal embarrassed yet again. 16 KOs for T3 God.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god. The rest of his teammates basically just have to do nothing but sit on the payload. And he's a one-man army melting everyone for crying out loud. It's going to reach the final checkpoint. This is going to be absolute madness. YOLO, this is the death pit, isn't it?
This is the death pit. This is carnage. But T3 God's making it all the way to the back line, and he's going to be distracting. They've got no idea where he is. He's about to go through the back, get a couple of kills, or most likely on Brian maybe. I mean, I feel like they're just about to storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's over. Surely T1 has been absolutely farming. The first round is decisive. It took 5.5 minutes, but they got the payload all the way to the end. Now, YOLO, you said this game mode can take up to 20 minutes sometimes. Well, if it's 10 minutes per round, these guys have just been twice as fast as you expected on that payload.
Cap.
Yeah, literally. You would expect 10 minutes each side in ranked, and this has just been 5 minutes of watching T3 God farm kills. But I mean, I think it's a bit broken having T3 God and Rodeo on the same team. They're great players. Rodeo hasn't been playing much competitive recently, but he's a great player. He's won lots of tournaments in the past. He's one of the best in the game still, and it's proven that today. And I think we're going to see Vincent again on defense, and this could be more carnage.
Perhaps we shall see. But also really fun to note as well. Like I think that was a real blue lock moment. Just when you have 5 players on both sides, and it's just absolute mess. No one knows who to follow, what to do, who to center around. And the moment T3 God starts going on a tear, everyone realized or what the story is. Just play together on the objective, and they center around him, set him up, and just be a distraction for him to go for those backstabs. On the flip side, for T2, where is that? Where is their star hero? We haven't seen them rise out yet. They've had a myriad of hero swaps, but no one really able to step up to the occasion.
Yeah, sadly, the main person that comes to mind when I think about Team 2, it's King Immortal, and it's not for a good reason. It's because he keeps getting backstabbed by T3 God. Let's see if they can redeem themselves now that they themselves are on the offensive, but T3 God is once again on the prowl. Now, King Immortal has spotted him this time. The clone goes out looking to make a bit of a distraction, but hasn't revealed his position as of yet. T3 God looking to sneak on in once again.
Oh, that's ridiculous. King Immortal still chasing around for, shadows. He's just scared of everything at this point. And for crying out loud, the Javali's not even playing the main objective.
Oh, there he is.
God. He spotted him out in a narrow corridor. Here comes a clone, though, and T3 God manages to escape to safety around the corner. King Immortal, you might fall prey. Not just yet. He's biding his time. The knife is the sharpest when you least expect it. S3D, a good shot onto Eurowin, but unfortunately he does get forced off the high ground. We'll have to escape. Here comes T3 God.
Oh, coming in from behind. Is he going to get landed? He hasn't been spotted. And he gets SD3 so easily. Oh my god, T3 God eventually goes down, but damage was dealt absolutely. Now, contesting once again, the payload does need to be guarded.
Oh
but massive plays from the Ruby here of more Atomy to hold down the fort.
Look, also, amidst all the chaos, we've been focusing so much on T3 God, Vincent and whatnot. We still have to give huge credits to the 2 Rubies on both sides, Black Magic and more Atomy. These guys are doing so much heavy lifting for their respective teams. The shields up the entire time, defending the teammate, and still duking it out, getting down and dirty with it. The payload has been unleashed. Here we go. Here comes the big push, baby.
Garage has been opened, and YOLO, maybe there is a decent chance.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they've got time on the clock. They've just got to keep the momentum going. T3 God is off Vincent. They've got nothing to get paranoid about getting stabbed and then hack. And Mortal can go aggressive again. And hopefully, maybe this will turn for the best. Atomic MC doing really well. And, I mean, he's just playing really well. The healers are doing a good job. Labula healing for Ruby there. And then you've got an OSAS. 1 of 3 currently, but hopefully he can get a couple of things.
Pretty curious as well, seeing only 1 tank being played. I honestly would have expected more, but I guess at this point both teams realize, you know what, tanks are doing nothing for us. We just need to kill the enemy team, make them respawn, just gives us more breathing room. So that seems to be the strategy going forward. Now Jordy goes raw. He switched over to the Gatlin. I just want to see where he's positioned maybe see if he can post up. And there we go. He starts melting the shields. One position gets destroyed, and here he comes, providing the Overwatch covering fire for his teammates on the objective. Melt King Immortal, and hopefully that's going to be more to come.
Yeah, there's absolutely more incoming at the moment. Now T3 God's pretty squishy, and well, he's actually taken down by more Atomy on the Ruby, but up S3D goes down as well. Geordie is doing so much work here on the Gatlin, found the perfect position to play, and has completely farmed all the players on the payload.
You know what, YOLO, he was saying on this map for Gatling, there's so many angles, right? We're only seeing Gatling being played now.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that as well, but the position Gatlin's in at the moment is one of the most broken positions in the game that I was talking about, because it's really hard for someone to go all the way around up the staircase and kill the Gatlin. And if they, I mean, they've got an OSAS, never mind, they don't have an OSAS now. They have nothing to kill the Gatlin. The Gatlin's going to be farming this entire game, I think.
Well, at least it might be a tight one. T2 had a very challenging task ahead of them after T1 managed to cap the payload in just 5.5 minutes. Let's see if the Gatlin is... well, wait. Is there no Gatlin anymore? Oh, sorry, the Gatlin's still... Yeah, the Gatlin's dead. So T2, massive task ahead of them still, but they've got an opening out as the Gatlin has gone down.
What's curious as well is that they're no longer actually pushing the objective, so that might actually be very, very troublesome. They're being forced off of the angle, and the DPS, the target prioritization coming up from T1 is just on point at this right now. Everyone's getting mown down individually. Once again, they're not centering around a single player. They're not centering around maybe it's more Atomy Ruby or something to play around that. They're going for these 1v1 duels, and just given the scope of the map right now, probably they're not used to playing against players this good. He's getting completely picked apart. And for crying out loud, Geordie! Move up, join your team!
He's just found himself in this position again and just holding on to, I mean, the ground. But yeah, like you said, kind of needs to rejoin the team at some point as the payload's getting a little bit far away.
They're like peanuts in the distance, man. Oh, YOLO at this point, you know, no tanks really in sight, only Ruby, which is kind of disappointing for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a loss for them now. Maybe they'll stay and try and regain a bit of morale and a bit of maybe less embarrassment here, but I think it has just been very brutal. Gatlin 6-2 currently, the Ruby 5-2, God 8-4 with Yar. I mean, it's just dominant. They're all doing so well, and I guess they just don't have enough synergy on attack right now, because they, as you were saying, they're playing off the attack point, which meant that they weren't pushing. There was a very slow push, and then getting picked up by Gatlin. That's really low.
Just have a look at the timer as well, in the 5:30s now, so the chance of beating T1's score has been gone, and T2 had a phenomenal task ahead of them, and they haven't quite been able to deliver. Now, they've been giving it a decent crack, but yeah, I mean, more Atomy has been doing phenomenally, but yeah, you just look at the whole roster of T1, and it's, I mean, it's not a very well-balanced game at this rate, is it? They have just been doing them dirty, really.
And also to know, I guess at this point, it's content time, maybe. Just do whatever, have some fun now, because they know they can no longer win mathematically. But it's fine, it's fine. Just have some fun, play it out, get a better feel of old Medina.
Yeah, I mean, Sedok's a bit of 211 as OSAS. Pretty amusing. I mean, he's a T3 mod for a reason, not a professional player, but that was good. Great stuff there. I mean, he won't mind me joking about it. We've known each other for a while, so it's quite amusing. And I mean, right now I reckon they're just trying to play, maybe get a couple of clips for their YouTube channel or whatnot. But a very entertaining game. I've been entertained thoroughly, and I hope everyone sees this and they're like, yes, I'm playing 5v5. I'm downloading T3 if you haven't already, and get straight onto the bandwagon.
And look, there's a chance that we might see a little bit more of this game well. Timer hits 0, and no overtime to be pushed. Well defended there. And look, 5.5 minutes to get the whole distance, or 7 minutes to not even get it halfway. That was a pretty dominant game, but a fantastic showing of what Old Medina has to offer, what these hybrid game modes with Control and Payload Escort have to offer, and of course, 5v5. Like, that's the way the game is intended to be played. It's the way that these heroes have been balanced, and it looks really awesome. I'm super excited for the upcoming season to start.
Oh, look, at this point, all these teams are used to 3v3s, and all the strategies and metas are centric around that. 5v5, it's so completely different, and the best thing about it that I like is that from such a large roster of heroes, it opens up the doors to pick more and more. So we'll be seeing less and less of the standard, like Hunter, you got Jabala, you got maybe a Letter or Skadi. You're going to see everyone come into the action at this point, and especially more Vincents.
Yeah. Feels like almost every round we're seeing the same 3 to 5 heroes in the 3v3 mode, but in the 5v5 with 10 players, I don't know, Yola, do you reckon there are some ones we haven't seen much of that might sneak in as well? The Victor, obviously a fan favourite. Any others come to mind?
Yeah, there's a lot. There's definitely have been a lot of Diggies being played as well, a lot of Glorias. I mean, Gloria is just the stereotype of new to the game, pick Gloria, big assault rifle, bang bang, that's the usual. But there's definitely so many choices that you do see in 5v5 that you can't in 3v3, because in 3v3 if you pick not a very good hero, then it's a 2v3 and you don't really have the same opportunity. You've got to pick someone viable. But 5v5, it just gives you so much more leniency. Just pick someone that you really enjoy, someone fun, maybe you have a bit more of a challenge and experiment, and then just honestly, I mean, it's just a lot more coordination, which maybe wasn't seen so much for T2 that game, as Vincent just completely decimated on attack. But we move.
I love seeing it. It's going to be one of my favorites. Yeah, I mean, you also, as teams get more used to playing these specific maps and these specific game modes, they'll keep finding little tricks. Like, for example, the fantastic outpost that we talked about with that Gatlin. People are going to find ways to counter that. Maybe it is a Vincent sneaking up behind enemy lines and making that Gatlin pay for staring down the firing line the whole time. Who knows? I personally, I can't wait for it. What do you think is the most exciting part about 5v5?
Oh, look, once again, it's just the diversification. You're no longer forced to be so strict to adapt to the current meta that all the pros play in the 3v3s. And one thing I'd like to throw back to is yesterday Shuri. I believe he was saying for one of the teams, I forget if it was exclusive Eternal. No, I think it was exclusive Easy. I think it was I forgot who it was. It was originally way back then. You could probably help me out here, YOLO. Johnny J, he was never really played until one of these players really put him on the map. And that's just exactly what 5v5 will do. A lot of these heroes maybe people aren't too familiar with, and you can see even T3 God, he has a deep hero pool, not that deep though. And a lot of people, they probably avoid Vincent, they might avoid Zero Kelvin, but then you play on this map, you realize, hey, you know what? Maybe he's not too bad after all.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you were talking about Wake Up there with his JJ. He really got that JJ going in 3v3 as well. But I'm sure, as you were saying, 5v5 with the new meta and the new hero buffs, nerfs, there's still so much that we haven't experimented with yet. So much opportunity. I'm sure by the next tournament, we'll see a completely different character pool in this professional level and competitive level and ranks. And I mean, it's just, I just love it. There's so much opportunity to then cast a whole array of heroes, because if you're casting the same heroes at the same time, it gets a bit repetitive, and that's not what the people want. The people want to see different heroes. They want to see people like, oh, I've seen a bit of him, I really want to play him, rather than just being like Ruby, Jabali, and then like what else do I pick? They want insight from the best players in their favorite heroes, basically.
And the best players are always the ones that will innovate. We've seen it earlier today with, the Gatlin supported by the Iris or the Jabali or whatever it is. We've seen a lot of cool stuff, and we're going to see a lot more. I'm very excited for the new era of T3 with the 5v5, but of course, first we have to close the chapter on 3 versus 3, and to do that, we're going to need a champion. Who is it going to be? We know it's going to be from the exclusive clan, but Argons and EZ will go head-to-head in our grand final to take the title, the final title of 3 versus 3 champion here in the Arena League. That's coming up very shortly. The grand final is just on the other side of this short break.
I'll sing my thoughts until they turn into a dream. And I lose hope, I tell me things that I don't mean. All these emotions are subliminal, and every single one feels criminal. So I think it's time I hit the interstate. I'll deal with this another day. It's a lovely day to feel insane. What a torture my brain. Get me out, I've been drowning for so long. It's a lovely day, I feel insane. What a lovely day to torture my brain. Get me out, I've been drowning for so long. It's a lovely day to feel insane.
Second action for free. Hero progression will become more gameplay friendly. 5 sides will feature all heroes and skins and will receive a completely new map. We are T3 Arena and we'll see you all in the next one. Bye. Second active will help him tank out more damage and recover faster. Falling. 2-3. Falling second active is background. She leaps back and
This life is a daydream. Our time is precious.
Sniper, falling lacks the
Sun's up, it's a new day, make the fire. Put your boots on, we about to get higher. Makeup, show up, pick a side, yeah, bring it, got it, drop it. Hey, starting soon, it's a new day, pick a trigger. Fill up the cup away, think about it, like sugar. Bring it, got it, pop it. It's a new generation, decide, got it. Just don't get to zero. Let go, aim your arrow. Break the shackles, prepare for battle. It's here and now. Like a game, where the stage, strap it in, I'm gonna play. It's on, show must go on. Welcome to the new world, yeah. Like the flame, bring the cage, rage, ripping out the page. It's on, the show must go on. Welcome to the new world. Welcome to the moon, yeah.
It's been a long weekend of T3, but the culmination of the Arena League is right now. North America is about to have a new champion as we usher in a new age of 5v5. We must say goodbye to 3v3, and it's either going to be exclusive
digital, but I mean, I think that it's going to be solid all round. Hopefully it's going to be a 3-2 in this best of 5. Very interesting games.
YOLO, I think it's a good thing you're online, because if you were here in the studio, I'd have to break you in digital up from descending into fisticuffs during this grand final. Let's have a look at the bracket and reflect upon how the tournament has played out so far. So the top 8 teams in North America entered these season finals. Now we've said goodbye to 6 of the most recently exclusive Eternal. Were just knocked out in that lower bracket final just earlier today. And of course, we saw T3 God right on the back of that, going and dominating in that exhibition match. So at least T3 God and to some degree Exclusive Eternal did get a win today. But all focus is on Argons and Exclusive EZ for their run. It's been an amazing weekend, hasn't it, Digital?
Oh yeah, absolutely has. You know, I've seen half these teams come through in the open qualifiers, 4 of them, and then the other 4 coming up from the wild cards. Unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to Dangerous Plan, After Call, Eternal Unity, Arsenal, Dodgers, and now Eternal. It is like that, and the only dismay I have is that how different of a lower bracket it might have been, or even how different of an upper bracket it might have been if Exclusive Arsenal had Myron playing. It could have just made that much of a difference.
All right, now I have a great idea here. When we go and focus on the teams, let's get YOLO to talk about Exclusive Argons. What can you tell me about these guys, YOLO? Sell it to me.
I mean, the Argons are all awful players. I don't know what they're doing here in the finals. I mean, they've obviously proven themselves that they're great players. And I think that, as you've been saying, highlighting beforehand, the hero bans are going to be extremely important. Maybe Argons are going to try and ban the Gatlin, because the Gatlin they've seen has been so dominant with their picks for Easy. And then maybe Easy are going to ban that Jabali, because it works so well for them, banning the Jabali against Eternity. So there's so much to go for. You've got Bean, who's popped off a lot, Ozilic, Cole. I mean, it's just stacked. Both teams, I have to admit it, are great, as much as I hate to say that.
Well, let's break down their opponents, the guys who have made an unbelievable lower bracket run after being knocked down to that lower bracket by ex-Argons in the very first match. They've made it all the way back to the grand final. Exclusive EZ Digital. These guys are phenomenal. You can't deny it.
Yeah, right, sure. I'll say that. These guys are phenomenal, Cap. But look, these guys, I reckon, they are on the same vein as Exclusive Argon. They are under the same clan after all, and for the most part, this is probably the second best team. Oh, I say second, I don't know yet. They did have to make it through the lower bracket gauntlet run after all, instead of having that smooth upper bracket journey. They have a very set strategy, and I think it's a very different team today compared to yesterday as well. We're coming into today, and we've seen them actually really put effort onto Fiobi's Gatlin and the support on Les. And I really think that Les coming into it almost last minute might actually be the miracle player that they needed to make the run.
Well, let's have a look at the format. Let's reflect upon what format we're actually playing, because this is a best of 5, the first best of 5 that we've actually been playing so far. Here are the rules. So for everything else so far, we've been playing this BO3. Most of those have been done in the first 2 maps, right? The control on Emmental and the payload escort on Brower's Dock. We've only had to go to the payload escort on Giga Cave Mine, like 2 or 3 times? But for this BO5, we actually start with control on a completely different map. Emmental doesn't even come through until our 4th map. So we're starting on Elephant Estania. We'll go next to Brower's Dock, which we're very familiar with. Giga Cave Mine, we're guaranteed to see. We've already seen that a couple of times. And then the actual decider is a rematch of Brower's Dock in that Game 5.
Yes, and I think honestly that really makes sense to end it on Brower's Dock should we get there, because probably that is the most balanced payload escort map, especially considering attack and defense, and then you switch afterwards. Giga Cave Mine can be a little bit lopsided, and it's just a little bit uncomfortable, I think, for a lot of these teams when it gets after the first checkpoints. And the control maps, the game modes, are split out just perfectly for both of these teams to play through. So for the most part, I think Argon, you know, their eyes are going to be on playing the escort maps, and then for Exclusive EZ, I think they are arguably even more well-rounded across all of it. So I'm really excited to see what happens in this best of 5. And to note as well, map 1, Elephant Estana. This is going to be Elephant Estana Pro Max, the bigger version that we saw in the qualifiers, which we had Arctic Express, and then normal Elephant Astana, and then Emmental should we have gotten there. So even on map 1, things are going to be changed up a little bit more, so I can't actually wait to see how these teams have adapted to a bigger version of Elephant Astana.
Yeah, so I'm quite familiar now with Control on Emmental and Payload Escort on Browerstock. I've seen a little bit of Payload Escort on Giga Cave Mine, but I still wouldn't say it's like my most familiar.
Yes.
But you'd be way more familiar than me on Elephant Astana. Now, as we get into the hero bans, what can you tell me about Elephant Astana and what to expect on it?
Yeah, look, so even this is, even though it's going to be Pro Max, right, it essentially is going to be a mirror map, regardless of which side you start on, and the objectives, center point, the main thing you always have to focus on is the 5k room, the big health pot, just to the side of the site. It's going to be slightly enlarged, so I don't know if teams want to focus in there a little bit more, and it's less of a kill box at this point, but for the most part, it's just a mirror map.
And as we look at the hero bans here for Elephant Astana, we actually do see the Gatlin taken out by X-Argons. Now, X-EZ have been so good at using that Gatlin, usually in combination with some kind of healer. We've seen the Chemist, we've seen the Iris. I feel like the Iris was overall the best. We even saw the Labella on some cases. But yeah, like this insane Gatlin, the healer, and then the tank combo has been amazing for X-EZ. So, you know, we heard it kind of prefaced by YOLO. Maybe Argons would go for that ban. I think it's a great decision.
Oh, look, I think it makes perfect sense as well, and not really much more to say about that. So really the question is to see what exclusive EZ can play in lieu of having the Gatlin. So this does probably mean that Fiobi, he might be playing a little bit more Johnny Jets. I don't really know. We will have to see, because their strategy that has worked for them in the lower bracket gauntlet one has just been thrown out the window for the most part. But their ban on Jabali, cool, doesn't matter.
Cool, doesn't matter. Well, the Ruby is through. YOLO. So we've talked so much about this Gatlin and how easy use it, arguably better than anyone, right? Are they a one-pick team, right? When that tool is taken out of their arsenal, are they going to be able to prosper with that Gatlin ban present?
Well, I don't want to chew on my words, but I mean, I called the bans exact to the T, but I mean, I like the audacity from Digital saying that Jabali won't be an issue, and I think that the Gatlin, obviously it will be a big loss not having that, but these players are so flexible. None of them are one tricks, touch wood, and yeah, I think on Elephant Astana, which is going to be the first map, I think it's going to be a completely different team comp that we see from both sides. We're going to see Rubies on both sides, let's be honest, and then there'll be a comp built around that.
So what can you tell me about Elephant Astana compared to what we're more familiar with throughout all the BO3s on Emmental?
So Elephant Astana obviously has a lot more passages. You've got the 5k room, which is notorious for being where you cap and then you hide in there for when they have to make a push, just because it's so safe. And then you've got the flanks, and depending on what spawn you are is where you're going to get that right side peek, because if you go into the wrong crossfire, you'll get beamed, lasered, GGs, and because it's a smaller map, you'll have a bit of time before getting to the point before you can even start capping it. So I reckon the teams are going to stick together in a 3, move together, try and get one pick, and then move on to the cap.
Well, we're getting into the server now to kick off this grand final. It's a BO5. It starts on Elephant Astana. And, of course, it's X-Argons versus X-EZ. And ready to kick it all off. We're playing control. No Gatlin, no Jabali. It's time to begin.
Oh, look, it's super curious seeing them having the Shell and Iris around Bless's Ruby, but look, double shields for a start of exclusive Argons, I believe, and now finally action on the site 5k room being contested, and the site being capped. Bean doing what Bean does best, just do poke damage, and it's going to actually be exclusive easy inside the 5k room. They have control of that, but they have lost the objective. Argons, they'll be getting the first cap and just build up a little bit of percentage, not before actually. Fiobi on Shell dives right in there just to buy a little bit more time, does not change the end result after all, and no kills going the way of both sides. Surprisingly, finally the first player to go down is Cole to Iris of all players, and it's Slime getting a 2k. I can't believe what I'm seeing from my eyes.
Iris is just completely team wiped with, I mean, it's Iris. It's unbelievable.
You don't see that.
Slime is just one of the best Iris players ever to touch the game, and has completely team wiped X-EZ. This is beautiful, and X-EZ are really getting a taste of their own medicine here. Rather, X, it's actually the team name's the other way around, aren't they? Argons is getting a taste of what XEZ have got. Now the contest is coming through. Fyobi does take down Ozelic. It's not looking great at all. I mean, XEZ are just having a laugh.
Well, they are for the time being 30% and steadily climbing. The 5k room probably not as prevalent as it was in the past, just considering how much bigger it is at this point, so you can't necessarily burst out of it as fast as you would like to. But exclusive Argon, the 4 pick on Ozelic, I don't know, man. Double shields, it really hinges on a lot of them being able to cap the objective in the first place. But let's just see how it plays out. I don't think the DPS may necessarily be enough. It all hinges on Bean, who's dangerously low to going down. Cole as well, trying to do his best to do damage. It's just not happening. Ozelic by himself, he surely cannot 1vx this. Although 1 kill has happened on their side towards less. Ozelic is still alive and still very, very healthy. It's a good ultimate, it stuns them both. But however, the main issue, once again, the DPS on board is simply not enough. He has to wait for his teammates to come back. Thankfully, the respawn is not too far away.
No.
Fyobi melts him as fallen to pieces yet again, 70% to 14.
Wow, this really has been a dominant first round for XEZ. It started off in style with Slime getting a 3k on the Iris, and it really has not slowed down from there. Argons are looking lost. They only have 1 KO so far in the whole round, and just 14% to XEZ's 90 and climbing. The shell of Fyobi is 6-0. And it's just been an unstoppable force here for XEZ. Argon cannot contest enough. We're going to hit overtime, but how long will they be able to deny for? Against all odds, they get the team wipe, and they look to retake control, but this is going to have to be an insane gauntlet run as XEZ begin to regroup.
Okay, strategy has changed up, I think. Bean, he's getting a little bit deep in there, and here comes Ozelic as well with his util. There's the web. I don't think he managed to secure the kill, though. The shield from Les came up just in time to protect his teammate, so it's all about pressing forward a little bit more. Slime, first kill onto Bean. This is a bad present of things to come. Ozelic with the trade is really fast, 2-2 now. It all comes down to Ruby's Cole versus Les, who can be superior. 1-on-1s, the Irises, they're healing so much, and that's just the benefit. They don't have to go into the 5k room at all. They don't need the health pot because they're healthy. They have a healer on this side. 5k room, the duel gets lost. Ozelic comes out on top, but less. So far, so good for the Argons.
Yeah, and they're continuing to climb 50% now. Ozelic has done some massive work here, and Cole has been doing a phenomenal job of just staying alive. Les has been quite vulnerable. Slime's actually going to switch onto the Labella now in the late part of this game. The Iris was so good to start. The adaptation came through. Now Bean been one of the best flanking and DPS players on this shell at the moment, but really getting hard targeted here. Cole is taken out. But so is Fyobi as well. It's a 2v2, but Bean has been taken low, almost finished off. There it comes through from Les on the Ruby once again. Could this be the tide turning? Finally, for XEZ, the capture's coming out. They're on 99%. All they need is the final blow. Overtime is not going to last, and round 1 is surely done for Easy.
Oh my goodness, I was holding my breath there. I wasn't fully 100% sure, but it came down to that final couple of meters. 85% though, that's one hell of a comeback. So, YOLO.
Yeah, I was getting a bit worried. I can't lie there. I thought it could be a reverse sweep. But, I mean, that was well played. I mean, Easy kept calm and composed. They knew they had such a good lead. The worst thing they can do there is get a bit of the adrenaline rush and then do some stupid mistakes like getting staggered or just going in and dying the whole time. They managed to just change to a Labula, realize they've got to change their game plan a bit. Bean went to a shell, that countered them, switched to the lab, and then it just went well from there. They managed to get the team wipe and then the cap.
So Yola, talk me through the Iris that we're constantly seeing and why Slime has now gone to that Labula.
So Iris is very good, especially when you're, say, a Ruby 1v1, because then it'll just give one of the Rubies a 10% damage buff. So then you can easily try. If you can kill the Ruby, then genuinely it's a GG for getting the team wipe. So that definitely helps a lot, and the healing's great. But I think it's more the Labula for the AoE. It's massive, as you'll see here. Just the Labula's being able to continuously heal both of them instead of one hero.
Yeah, just have a look at the health bars going up and down, but Slime's taken very, very low, and that means his healing ability is completely gone now, thanks to Cole. But the Syndra of Ozelic has also lost his life. It's been a very bloody opener here, and no team has been able to contest so far, being off of the respawn. This is really being held down by Cole here on the Ruby, who's finally able to get that capture done and start generating some points for X-Argon. This is the start that they needed after the rough first round that they felt at the hands of XEZ.
Yeah, look, but it's not going to be easy though. Bean unfortunately overheated a little bit more. He lost the 1v1 duel versus Les's Ruby, and also Ozelic. I think he's been having a tough time, at least with the hero picks coming into this. Originally, the fort didn't work out. Skadi, I actually think, was probably the best choice he had in a while. Let's just see what happens with Sindri, because I'm not too convinced just yet. She has to have her turret down on site to give her teammates the AoE heal, but so far so good. They're working much better now as a team, and they're prioritizing certain rooms and whatnot, just ganging up on the individual players of Exclusive Easy, and they're just really getting the kills, able to lock down the objective. Instead of playing on site, they're playing deeper in, and this should allow them to build up a very strong lead.
Yolo, this doesn't seem to be working for XEZ. Do they need to make a switch here?
Yeah, I believe they do. I mean, as you said that, they have gone to an OSAS, so hopefully this maybe helps them in a positive way, but their Bean is just causing so much trouble. Just being there, and then you've got Cole getting the bits. It's really well played and coordinated for them so far.
Yeah, Les really needs to have an impact here, as the break just has not been able to come through from EZ. Just look at the HP. It keeps going down. Slime is low once again, and it's just been so challenging to get into this. The close range OSAS is not working out as easily as Les would have hoped, I think. And I mean, the lack of the Ruby here, when we've seen Ruby be so powerful, especially now that Cole is back on the point and the points are continuing to climb.
Oh, look, Cole's at home right now. He can play around that center pillar, and not only that, his shields recharge reasonably fast. He can put it out wherever the enemies are coming from, so it's having a decent run of things. Now, here comes the turret out from Ozelic. That should give him a suit of fourth so-called player to play with, and Shell is notoriously good on Elephant Astana. Much more open space for him for that character to do a lot of tracking kills, and so far, it's so good. We haven't seen any like crazy stand-up plays thus yet, but then again, he doesn't need to. He just has to do a lot of damage, chip away at them, and should the going get rough, he can TP to safety just like that. Les is low.
Wow.
The comms are clear, but point blank, Les shoves that sniper down his throat. That's a round 2, 100-0 cap from the Argons.
Yeah, massive start there from the Argons, but EZ, I mean, surely they can figure out how to break through this comp, Yolo. It's, I mean, after the first round, which EZ looked like they were pretty handily taking, like Argons made a good adaptation, and now the response has to come through from EZ.
Yeah, a bit of a tilt there, I'm not going to lie, from EZ, but I mean, right now they're using the same comp that they just gone for, but there's a bit of a switch, a bit of a Diggy pick from Bean. Diggy could be really good here, as long as you can kill the Labula, maybe do a bit of damage on the shell. Hopefully EZ can just not let the nerves get to them that they've just been 100-0'd. Forget about that game. It's 1-1 now, they just need to win this next one and they've got the first point. It's fine.
Well, look, the Diggy, after all, that was troll. I think he got my hopes up a little bit more. Back to Shell, back to what worked in the past. And look, right now for Exclusive Easy, I think, how can they adapt to this? Maybe it's less so about going together as a team, maybe going for the 1v1s. Alphastana is very, very open. But look, this first engagement, these first few kills is going to be a massive decider of how this third round goes.
Oh, and yeah, it's Ozelic who goes down first. Bean taken very, very low. Bean has been so good on the shell. Just manages to survive, but Cole is taken low and pushed on back. This is some great zoning work from XEZ, but they have taken losses of their own. Now, Fiobi is able, with that shell, to finish off Cole on the tank. Is this cap going to come through? Bit of an overcommitment, though.
Oh my god, Bean trying to go for the 5k pop, but unfortunately Fiobi chased them down the nick of time before he rounded the corner. Now 5k room under the control of Exclusive Easy. Labula healing up everyone as much as he can, and not only that, the site is theirs as well. Exclusive Argons, where is the counterplay? Where is the switch? Nothing's happened just yet. Sindri is back out with his turrets up on high grounds, but the problem is they can play around so much space here, either inside the 5k room or around the pillar. No kills going their way. Les picking up one, the trade from Ozelic onto Les. So 1-for-1 thus far. Now it comes down to Labula. Can you take him down? And then finally focus over towards Fiobi. Yes, they can! And so far, so good! Slime is alive a little bit longer. The stun from Cole is beautiful. He's a master playing around the shields and the new kit of Ruby. Site has been recapped and soon to be maybe a tie game.
Yeah, this is a great turn of favor now for X-Argon's. XEZ now need to retake, which proved so challenging for them in the last game. They got 100-0. They were never able to break through when they had lost control. Let's see if they can do one better this time around. And, I mean, Les is going to have a massive impact on the Ruby. He does hunt down Bean, and now turning his attention to the side. It's going to be a Ruby-on-Ruby battle, finishing off the Sindri turret first, going in, dropping into danger. Lab needs to come through and heal, but Lab has been taken out. Ozelic has found a double, and Les is forced to retreat, tail between his legs, and there is no retake here. X-Argons have maintained control.
That was a mega clutch play from Ozelic. After they had the right move, getting onto the site, destroying his turret, Ozelic saved his ultimate for the opportune moment, pops it instantly, destroys 2 players, and there you go. That's exactly why we saw him having to call the shots and retreat ASAP. 50% plus and climbing, exclusive Argons. They've played the timing perfectly with their util. Now, how does exclusive Easy strike back? This strategy hasn't been working thus far, but they have ultimates online.
YOLO, how do they break through this?
I mean, they've got the ultimate of Ruby. Hopefully Ruby can use this ultimate, utilize it, get a team wipe. That's what they really need right now. Kill the Sindri, because once the Sindri's digged in, and it is really hard to clear her out. But they seem to have done that now. They've got the team wipe. Hopefully they can get this lead, get into positions where they can't get that Sindri value with the turret, and just hopefully they can just keep getting those first picks, and then they can play a bit more passive.
Yeah, that was massive there. Ruby, I mean, it's been a game where Cole has really been showing up less on the Ruby. Right up until that moment, Les needed to deliver, as you said, with the ult, and came through there, enabled that team wipe. Now it's been flipped back again, and XEZ are continuing to climb, but X-Argons have not given up yet. No, they're doubling down. Ozelic has found the opener. Lab's gone down. No more healing available. Les is just trying to do what he can on side, but surely he's going to go down eventually to Bean. Cole to finish it, and it's basically a team wipe. I mean, the Lab has respawned, but Slime is so far away, there's almost no chance that they can deny this push now. It's marching towards 100 for X-Argons.
One more good push, and the craziest thing is Ozelic ultimate back online. Cole also has his Ruby ultimate online. This push is going to be almost impossible, but let's just see them give it a crack. Les to start things off, 1v1, Ruby v Ruby, Cole v Les, and Les is on the receiving end of most of the damage. However, around the 5k room, Yobi, he's made his way onto the site. He's super low though, has to retreat to safety, get the 5k healing pot. Labula, the healing, it's not enough, I think. And not only that, they have to touch the objective. The DPS output from Labula, it's not enough, and it's all down to the other few players. Bean 1v1 trades, Les takes down Bean. Fiobi out of the equation as well. Now Labula and Les, how can they play for this? Contestion heavily underway, overtime, stuck at the needle, nothing's moving thus far. How are these players alive for this long? Ultimate pop finally, Cole pops the ulti, gets nothing out of the fighting for so long. Finally, Fiobi has rejoined the fight. Everyone's back into it. Exclusive Argons, they've lost Ozelic. Cole's about to die as well. 3 kills going to his name, and it's still on 99% overtime.
This is unbelievable from XEZ. They have just clenched it from the jaws of defeat. Les has stayed alive throughout all of the mayhem that was going down on the point. Cole tried his best, Ozelic even, but it just was not enough. And now there is a real game on our hands here in round 3 to determine the winner of this opening map here in the grand final. And the Label are coming in to support from behind, ensuring that Les will not die. Les is once again called upon to hold the fort, but the retake is coming on through. This contest must be denied. XEZ cannot afford to give up control, but with Les going down,
oh my God,
the opportunity is there. And I mean, it's a massive respawn moment. Is there any chance to deny? X-Argon have no one to push overtime, and it's a massive comeback, staring down 99%. And XEZ come back from the jaws of defeat. Yola, you're looking very happy about that one. What an unbelievable comeback.
That was crazy. I mean, just the composure. They were sitting on that contesting for, gotta be what, 30 seconds? Just constantly going at it. The respawns were coming in. They were staying alive. Got that team wipe. Oh, I mean, that was such a good game. Even for you, Digital, you've got to admit how close that was. It was just a strong performance from everyone there, and just managing to clutch up, getting the 1-0 lead, going into escort.
Oh yes, absolutely. You know. And like that was honestly just the top tier between like literally 2 of the best teams we've seen thus far. The ultimate timing, the balancing, how they space out their abilities was just so on points as well. Towards the very end there, I think a crucial moment was Cole. He was 93% plus, I think, towards his ultimate. He just had to stay alive for a little bit longer, but I don't think the heals from Sindri were in place at all, so he went down. If he had the ultimate online, that could have been the swing they needed to basically get that final cap and stay alive for a little bit longer. Didn't go that way. Exclusive easy by the skin of their teeth, I swear to God.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it the very first game that we saw, the very first control match between these two teams? It was it was a 3-mapper, right, in the semi-finals and quarterfinals of the upper bracket.
Yep.
And the very first control game, I think it was round 3, 99-99 overtime. That was the closest game that we have had so far, and I think this one certainly has just topped it, a 99 to 100 scoreline in favor of Easy on the back of the comeback. YOLO, I mean, that has really set the stage for an unbelievable grand final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the first and last 3v3 tournament, and my God, this final has started with a bang. This is exactly what you want to see. Just very close games. Apart from that 100-0, don't know what happened there. We'll forget about that game. But I mean, solid stuff, and just the team play, and just they're really good at playing with the heals. Like, that's the next level of sort of competitive play. You've got to know which hero to heal, know where the pots are, know when they're refreshing, and just utilize the abilities you have and the weaknesses that they have. Because it was a massive Sindri or Labula like 1v1 there, because they had the same Ruby and Shell, but obviously Labula's better at pushing, Sindri's better at like staying when they've got the control, so that just showed their volumes, and just great stuff.
The ability for these Ruby players to just stay alive and refuse to die on the point as well, it's insane. And I think Les, we really have to commend his ability there. It was unreal. What are we going to see in the next map? Now we're moving on to Payload Escort. I don't know. Are we going to get that Ruby through? Are we going to get the Gatlin through? Let's have a look at the hero bans. Is it going to be another Gatlin ban by X-Argon? It will be. Are we going to see the Ruby taken out, or is it going to be something else?
I don't actually know yet. Exclusive Easy, they sure are taking the time with this hero ban. But look, for the most part, if it's Ruby's ban, that's fine. If anything, I think Cole is actually better Jabali than he is a Ruby. And the main thing about a good Ruby is that how well you can play aggressive despite having the shield. Yes, she is a tank, but dancing in and out of that shield is a skill and a mastercraft of its own. Towards that first control map, I just want to add on as well is that I think Ozelic there with the hero picks, he kind of was lost in the sauce. I really think he had something going there when he had the extra DPS on Skadi, but switching over towards Sindri might not have been the best idea. And as Jolo was even saying, Sindri compared to Labula for healing just simply was not there, was not good enough. You have to have your util out, you have to be next to your teammates, and it's just a condition that they could not really satisfy during the massive team fights on a slightly bigger Alpha Astana as well.
Yeah, so because Argons went through the upper brackets, they actually get an upper bracket advantage. What that means here is that X-Easy are not actually able to get a hero ban here on this second map. So it's a big advantage for X-Argon. How substantial do you think this will be, YOLO? Because, I mean, previously they banned out the Jabali, not available here.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge advantage, because obviously you've got no weakness to your team, and also it gives a lot of power to exclusive Argons and what game they want. I mean, they've got the ball's in their court, really, isn't it? Because they've got no issues with what comp they want to do. They can just cause us many problems. Gatlin, we've just seen, they very detrimental to the losing of Eternity, so they're banning that, and then Cole's got the choice of a Jabali, which is really strong at, or a Ruby. So I reckon they're going to try, and maybe if you're picking the Jabali to counter that Ruby, we'll see. But I think, it's a huge advantage, definitely, for the winning bracket.
Yeah, you know, just to mirror his thoughts as well, exactly that. Cole, he can switch between his two main tanks whenever he wants at certain points of the map, whichever one works better. If they feel they have to go a bit faster, a little bit more aggro, he can get onto Ruby. If they feel they need maybe a stronger tank, bigger shield for his teammates to center around, for Ozelic to maybe play Hunter on, to focus on the enemies, to pick them off from distance, he can play the Jabali. I don't think they have any issue whatsoever, but it looks like it's going to be a double tank to start things off, but I wouldn't count that in just yet. These players, they're quite known to just go for that last minute swap out.
Yeah, that they absolutely do. Now we're moving into map 2 of the grand final here in the Arena League North America. And with X-Easy already up one map in the series taking control, Elephant Istana. Now we move on to Payload Escort here on Browers Dock. This could be where we settle it on map 5. It could be a rematch of this Payload Escort Browers dock if we get to a map 5. Of course, it is BO5. It's first to 3, but already we're seeing the action happen as straight out of the gates, it's, well, Fiobi on this Jabali looking to push that payload, but X-Argon are there ready to receive and looking to put some pressure on. Cole goes down early though.
Yeah, I think Cole, he kind of overheated there. He jumped straight into the action, and his teammates weren't maybe quite in position already to support. And this double tank coming out on the flip side for Exclusive Easy, it's doing them wonders. So instead of, you know, banning the Gatling, maybe banning still one Jabali or something might have been useful. I'm not too sure at this point because that Gatling ban might have just been straight bait. This is looking like a ridiculous push, and they barely have any medium to long-range DPS characters.
What do you think, YOLO, about this double tank strategy with the Labella to prevent to help the heals as well? Is this going to work? Will they have enough damage to get through?
Oh! Well, I mean, I was just about to say that they're pretty much unkillable as Osas just snipes one of them, but I mean, it's such a strong combination when you've got Labella with the splash healing, and you'll just have Ruby and Jabali pretty much sitting on each other with both shields, and Labella just healing. But Labella, when he doesn't get the heals himself, he can die and get picked off very quickly, and that could be detrimental to both tanks, which we're seeing now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bean had some flashes of greatness there with the Osis, with that big early kill, but I mean, it wasn't enough apparently, and yeah, we're actually seeing the Osis switch as well for Fiobi here, so no more Jabali, no longer going for that double tank. That said, pardon me, actually taken down very early by that Ozelic as well on the Hunter. Speaking of Ozelic, also managed to take down Slime, the Labella, that's the healer, and that's a massive impact there as Les is forced to retreat back.
Yeah, look, Les and Slime, they were basically joined at the hip there. Really good play from the two of them. And Les on Ruby of all characters, just putting in a lot of the DPS damage, taking down Bean on Osis early on. And also to note as well for Argons, the switch was instantaneous. They realized what the problem was, and they just swapped out Bean onto Osis. Only good for really a few kills there though, so we might see him swap to another character because I don't know how much good it will do for them later on. There we go, back to Alessa, just get that movement speed on and do what he does best. Just be that nuisance flyer around their heads. That's the ultimate pop for Les. No kills going his way.
No.
Actually, no, he doesn't actually get Cole before he himself will retreat back onto the payload. Fiobi onto Ozelic. It's looking really bad for the Argons currently.
Yeah, this is not great. Being on this Aletta really needs to get mobile and start going for some big flanks, start distracting the position, but he's kind of trapped at the moment. Starts getting in the face now. Got to target that Ruby, of course, who's such a big impact on that objective, jumping around, but I mean, once again, it's Ruby on Ruby action that Les gets the better of Cole on. Bean has not been that effective on this Aletta, and now getting hunted down by Les, who is on fire on the Ruby at the moment. Being low HP, trying to get away, trying to play very avoidance, and I mean, it's not going to work out. Les is having a phenomenal go of it on this Ruby.
The funniest thing is, there's almost not enough damage coming out from Exclusive Argons to really break through the healing that Labula is giving over towards Les. Because no matter what Bean on Aletta was shooting towards Les, just could not do enough damage, could not kill him at all. And if anything, the shots weren't even landing. So now a double tank to come out from Exclusive Argons on defense.
Oh my
This
God.
signals desperation to me a little bit. Things are not going right for them. Fiobi is having an absolute run of things on Osis, just picking off shots wherever he can. But make no mistake, for the most part, this is all Les being supported by Slime.
Yeah, Les is doing phenomenally, and Slime is absolutely enabling that. We're still seeing the payload continue moving forward. It's been less than 4 minutes so far, and this has been a flying lap for X-Easy. Phenomenal start, and still continuing to push on forward. The contest comes out, but it's just not going to work, right? Like a double tank reply now from Cole and Bean, but I just don't think it's going to work. The desperate Johnny Jet pick as well for Ozelic, but we're millimeters away from the capture, and Ozelic has been finished off. It's nigh a team wipe, and X-Easy have just set a beautiful lap time here for the payload. 4 minutes and 12 seconds for a full capture.
Look, I have to say, man, that is simply ridiculous. And the ban coming up from Exclusive Argons, banning Gatlin, that has come back to bite them. It is not enough DPS. And you can just imagine, if Gatlin was on the board, they could melt those shields and really focus on Slime. I think they've been had, YOLO.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well played there. I mean, I think, honestly, Les did just diff Cole in that game, and that was the deciding factor. I mean, I mean, Les won with that
Neural
1v1
engine,
engagement when Cole used his
analyzing arena
ultimate. Then
data.
Les used the ultimate, killed Cole, and then just when that happens a couple of times, you can really just snowball. There's been a lot of snowballing. You kill the Ruby, and then there's not much they can do. Especially like the Aletta, as you were saying, just can't kill the Ruby when there's a Labula healing. It's just give up. And right now we're seeing a pretty similar comp where we're seeing the double tank to start from easy again on now on defense, and it was working really well for them last time. So we'll see if that works.
Is it going to work on defense though? Very different story, and of course we also have been immediately on that Osis as well to deal a lot of damage early. Now Hunter's going to be able to give a lot of good info as well to the team. Now no Ruby. Cole has decided, look, I'm not as comfortable on that as I am on my Jabali, so going to bring the different tank choice here. And yeah, as Yolo was saying, right, like it was really tank diff. It was less diff. Already off to a flying start here. Slime has even found Ozelic. It's almost going to be a team wipe here, and Cole is, yeah, I mean, not long for this world. There you have it. Les has done some phenomenal work once again on the Ruby, and this defense is on lockdown.
My goodness, man. I think the initial strategy, as always from a lot of these high-tier teams, especially the Argons even then, was to send their two more DPS-centric players to go around and take down whoever was maybe hiding on the high ground. So they didn't realize that there was 3 players down low, and they just got completely had. They were in their own heads, for crying out loud, leaving Cole by himself to kind of push the payload. Now everything's happening on the payload itself. Everyone's rejoined Cole to fight it out, to duke it out. There's the healing field. They're fighting inside the room, out of the room. But this is not looking good. No kills going their way. And still from behind, look at Slime. He's just healing everyone back up to full HP.
Yeah, Slime is having such a good time on this Labula right now. And Les is really better off for it, continuing to deliver kills. Ozelic goes down. Bean goes down. Who's next? Cole steps up to the block, but he's meeting yet another Jabali as well as Les, and this Ruby is just on a rampage at the moment. 5 kills, not a single time has she gone down, and I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't go down for the rest of this round. Immediately over in a minute and a half, and this payload has barely made any progress.
Oh, this is rough, man. This is actually so rough, and it's breaking my heart to see this happen. This Labula, honest to God, from Slime, is making all the difference towards these double tanks. Unless, once again, that doesn't matter if he's on attack or defense, he's just chasing them down on Ruby. He's in a rough spot now. Cole, once again, by himself. This is just struggle streets. There's nothing they are able to do. And once again, no burst damage from Gatlin. They're just struggling to break through double tanks.
Yeah, and Les is not only a tank, absolute murderer on this Ruby.
Yes.
8 kills now as Cole has once again gone down. Cole really doesn't feel like a tank at the moment. Although a number of times he's been going down, does have ult available, but you know, same can be said for Fiobi, same can be said for Les. I mean, it's just a smorgasbord of abilities here for XEZ as they are refusing to give any control, concede anything. Cole once again getting up in their faces. He's managed to do a decent amount of damage, taking down the Labula. That's the critical player. No more heals available. Les goes down to follow. This could be the breaking point. This could be where the floodgates open now for X-Argon.
Oh, it could be, but look, 2 minutes 51 and climbing, 4 minute 12 cap time. I think they cannot afford to have any stoppages on the payload. It has to go all the way, otherwise, mathematically, they are completely done for. The ultimate needs to get popped right now. There we go, Cole popping his ulti. Couldn't find a kill off of it, though. Because on the flip side, Slime also popped his own ultimate. He was going towards his teammates. These tanks just so hard to kill. They really need to focus up right now. In fact, Bean, I think the counter pick onto his own Labula is making his team actually find a way to break through the defense. A couple more seconds just to hit the payload. They have to go into overtime. It's not looking too good, though.
Yeah, this contest is not looking great as Ozelic on the Ruby now, getting right in their faces. We got the JJ from Cole trying to make this work, but the overtime is not going to happen. The Johnny Jet, it's contested once again, thanks to the Johnny Jet, but is it going to land long enough? Continuing to be a nuisance is less this Ruby. Fiobi as well is going to deny this overtime. The Johnny Jet cannot delay the inevitable forever. And that is a GG or another G half. It's 2-0 up in the series for XEZ as they have been doing unbelievable things to X-Archon. We didn't think that Cole lost payloads on Brower's Dog, but how wrong we were. That is yet another L in the column, and XEZ are on match point now.
Look, I'm just going to say right now,
Yeah.
I think, Argons, they've fallen asleep at the wheel. That break it was far too long. And Exclusive Easy, they've been going non-stop at it. Momentum is carrying through. YOLO, please.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 L's in a row for Digital there, but that was such a great performance. And honestly, I love that. I mean, Easy knew that they got a pretty good time with 4 minutes 12 seconds. So what they did, double tank and a healer. That is just the definition of stalling. They know all they've got to do is stall time. Even if they got to that checkpoint, they would have only had a minute to then push to the finals. So I feel like they just played it so well, so surgically there. Just stalling. That's all they have to do. They don't have to care. I mean, Les going on 80-0 at one point, just carrying pretty much. Again, Les has been popping off the entire finals so far, and well, just in general, and it's just great stuff. I love to see it. 2-0. Hopefully they can get a third here, but we'll see.
I want to see it go to at least 4 maps, surely. I mean, yeah, I know that you're the biggest Easy fan, YOLO, but even you would want to see X-Argon show a little bit of the greatness that we saw in the rest of their upper bracket run.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously they are great players, and if it went to 2-all, then that would just be a great end to this 3v3 and a great end to this tournament, this NA tournament. And honestly, there is definitely a potential for that. There's a mental map which Argon have just shown how strong they are in a mental, and then there's another Giga Cave Mine which Argon's just great on it. So they've definitely got potential to win 2 in a row, and then we'll see a final game on Escort, which will be huge.
So last time these two teams played each other, it was a somewhat similar story. It was right at the start of that upper bracket. It was a BO3, and if I recall correctly, X-Argons won the first control of MNTL, and then the reply was from Easy on Browerstock with the payload. Then it was settled on Giga Cave Mine, which is where we're going to now.
Yes.
And that was where Argons got the victory now. So it would have to be an upset from Easy. Argons, they know that they can already beat this team on this map with this game mode.
However, last time it was still a close game, and the final stretch that was won by the Johnny Get pick, which Exclusive Easy, they've just banned right out the gate. That does leave Gatlin on the table, that does leave Osis on the table completely, and Exclusive Argons, they've banned one of Ozelic's best heroes in Hunter, expecting it to be the same result. Oh dearie me, this is why you don't want to play a team that you put down into the lower bracket and you expended all the cards at your disposal earlier on.
I mean, YOLO, we also have the Gatlin pit completely vacated now. Argons tried it twice and it just did not work out, and now they're going for the Hunter instead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess they tried to do what you were saying, is ban the Hunter, play the JJ, but unfortunately that was read very well by Team Easy, and maybe we'll see another Easy with a Ruby and then a Gatlin and then the Iris, which we've already seen is such a strong comp by them, and they're so good at playing it. So then maybe they'll do that, or maybe they'll expect the counter comp to that and then pick something different. But I'm really excited for this game. The bans are really good. I think banning a Hunter is always really clever. Banning a JJ is always really clever, no matter what team, especially in these situations.
Well, we're going to another Payload Escort. This time it's on Giga Cave Mine. The last time these teams played each other on this map, the victory was for X-Argons, but the momentum that XEZ have managed to establish in this lower bracket has been unbelievable, and they've taken that into this grand final here. Now on match point, they win this map, and it's GG, and the new champions will rise. X-Argons have their work cut out for them.
Oh, look, man. Exclusive Easy Fiobi back on the Gatlin. Les, as usual, reprising his role on a really good Ruby, I have to say. And Slime on Labula in support. Like, that's just stock standard, and it's been unstoppable for the most part. So the Argons, they need to find an answer to this. I initially quite liked the idea of the double tank, the Ruby at the support along with Fiend. Maybe just going on Letter, doing whatever he does best. But this is not a bad start either. I think the first kill is really going to be the one that matters.
Who's it going to be? Bit of low health there on Les. Is he going to get healed up by that Labula though? And once again, we're seeing these Gatlins just really farm. It's actually Cole to find the better kill and prove to be the better Ruby, but damage from both Gatlins going out. Fiobi does go down, and Ozelic has also managed to do some decent damage as well.
Oh, look, it's a good start, I think. The Payload slowly making its way due course. And Ozelic, my god, really showing up against Fiobi to start things off. This is a very good thing, and hopefully a sign of things to come. Les, fantastic stun. Now, it's really crucial that Cole has to win this duel. He does not. Thankfully, Bean was there, speedy on the trade, and it's much to my surprise, man. This is neck and neck. YOLO, what's your take so far?
Yeah, I mean, they've gone for the same, pretty much the same comp. Obviously, not a Labula and then the Aletta, but Gatlin currently beating FYO, and then right now, I mean, they're just not being able to exploit the Gatlin. Like, they have the 1 in 3 Gatlin currently. It's not doing the job that they want to. They can't push that Gatlin off the top, and that Gatlin is just farming. But now he goes down, and now this is their time to get the momentum, make a good push, and hopefully that's what we're going to see.
It's a big opportunity for Easy now. Slime is on the forefront looking for a player, looking to also support Les as well on the Osis. Heals come through, but is there going to be enough damage to sustain the engagement? Ozelic as well on this Gatlin is just unstoppable. But Cole has gone down to Fiobi, so the Gatlin on XEZ is also having a massive impact as we see Fiobi continuing to deal damage and start pushing that payload. It's another kill, and the enemy Gatlin goes down. Bean trying to delay time, but is he going to be able to get away with his life? Is for now. They might be able to regroup, grab a pot, and get back into the battle.
Also, though, 2 minutes, it doesn't feel that long, but the timer does not lie. This payload, the progress, it's really not bad considering how big Gigahave mine is. Les, my goodness, what a headshot onto Ozelic with Osis as well, going aggro. That should have been an easy shot, but Cole had the shield up in the nick of time. But he's getting chased down, though. He's running for dear life. Bean gets eliminated by Fiobi yet again. They found their groove for exclusive Easy, and the Argons, dare I say, they're falling apart a little bit, but here comes the clapback. Cole for one, Ozelic for the second. It's a full team wipe. They can buy more time.
Yeah, and it might be enough time to prevent the capture here. There's a checkpoint not far away, but only 35 seconds for XEZ to push to that position. There's a lot of work to be done, and this is going to have to be a desperate push. Now, there's no tank on the board for EZ. They're just going Gatlin, Osis, and the Labula, so this feels like a big risk to me.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely 20 seconds, and they cannot do anything to prevent them from getting shredded by the firepower that was meant to be Ozelic, but unfortunately, Fiobi gets the better of him. Osis also getting popped to chase Cole down. He's up in his face. 10 seconds left, 10 meters to go. It's chipping down right now. We have to go into OT any second now. Where was the touch? 3, 2, and 1.
It's a
Double kill from Les. It's phenomenal. OT, and they will get the final cap.
XEZ, they come through in clutch when it matters the most. They were on the verge of losing and not being able to make it to that next checkpoint, but they pushed it just close enough. That team wipe could not have been more pivotal. X-Argons, you've made it so close, and you almost shut down XEZ and all but guaranteed a 4th map, but now a second chance to fight for XEZ. It's not going to be an easy one, though, as we can see constantly battling back and forth. Like the Gatlins, they're dealing as much damage as they're sustaining. And we see another Ruby battle right on top of the point. Les is, again, struggling to get the better of Cole, but the damage is coming through now, and Cole is likely to be finished off. Look at that from the amazing shot of the Gatlin. And once again, we're seeing how powerful this hero can be.
Fiobi, it's him, man. He is the guy on Gatlin. This guy, he's an absolute laser beam. Gets the better of his Alex, turns around instantly, eliminates Cole. They're just having a hard time dealing with him in general. If they switch to Osis, they're lacking a little bit more DPS to deal with the shield of Les. It's just not going their way. And the other problem is, here comes Slime in the back lines, healing everyone back up. So what is the counterplay here from the Argons? It worked out initially, but they need to find their groove again. But they're losing players left, right, and center in a 2v3 now. You simply cannot engage. A minute left to go to push it all the way. This progress has been beautiful. Bean shooting up against the shield. Shell just cannot do enough damage. Ozelic once again getting 2 to his name. And I have to say, man, it's so back and forth. Finally, it's a bit of a team wipe. And finally, the Argons have some room to breathe.
Wow, I mean, the first half, getting to that first checkpoint proved to be an almost impossible task for EZ, but they clinched it at the final moment. This second half, however, has been so good. It's been flying towards the objective. They've really made up for a lot of the time that XEZ lost, but there's still only 30 seconds left to get to that final checkpoint to get that capture. and I'm not convinced that they're going to be able to do it. They're not contesting at the moment. They need to push this in overtime. They need to reserve their energy as up comes the flank, and this Gatlin's feeling all kinds of pressure, but Bean does go down. Could it be a wipe? It is! The team wipe to come through. Lass and Fiobi go massive, and XEZ can continue pushing into overtime and towards that objective. This payload is rolling along, and it's not far now before it's going to be captured. And Argons, I mean, they need to put a stop to this. Overtime is hit, the stuns come out, but it's another team wipe on the agenda, being the last one left. XEZ, it was not an easy start, but it was a clean finish. And they have set a phenomenal time here on their attack by the skin of their teeth. They get the capture, and now they move on to the defense in what could be the final round of this grand final.
Fiobi is an absolute gun on the Gatlin. He does not need anything else. Long range, close range, whatever. He will destroy you, melt the entire team of exclusive Argons. This is getting very, very worrisome, for me at least. But YOLO, you must be brimming, smiling, cheek to cheek, ear to ear.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that the grit and determination to get them through that first checkpoint, going to overtime twice, and then managing to get those team wipes when it mattered and getting to the end. I mean, 6 minutes 30 is quite a long time. It's definitely very easy for Argon to get that time if they don't get spawn trapped. But I'm sure Easy are gonna just get up to that top balcony with the Labula behind the Gatlin and then just put so much pressure on, and they'll have to get dug out. It might take a minute or two. Hopefully it'll take a minute or two. And I mean, we're seeing a interesting Kelvin from Argons, which has just been switched. Of course, great, nice.
You cursed it, mate. It was a debate all along, though. It does seem like the comp for this game right now really is the Labula Ruby Gatlin combo. We've seen such a big impact by the Ruby and the Gatlin, and of course the Labula is just keeping them alive as it all starts. And well, continuing the momentum here is XEZ. They're starting to deny this push. As you said, YOLO, it needs to be, I mean, Argons need to make sure they don't get spawn trapped. They just need to make consistent progress, and they should be able to beat the time of their opponents.
Should. It's a better start initially with Fiobi though. Oh my god, he just comes out of the woodworks and just finds two instantaneously. Cole has accepted his fate.
Wow.
Fiobi with the wipe. Look, they pushed it a couple of meters, but you have to deal with Fiobi now. You need the counter right now.
Now, I think that was a good start, like 25 meters, but yeah, the problem is now that they really need to find some way of dealing with Fiobi, who's already got that first team wipe. The 3 kills to his name. Now here's the Ruby on site, and Cole is getting himself into an engagement, but the Aletta of Bean has just had a massive impact. It's all up to Les, all alone. The team wipe, that's a massive reply, and it could be a huge boon now to Team Argons. They have a massive opportunity to pull and push some headway here.
Oh, the read from Beamers is simply perfect. Get up on the high grounds because that is exactly where Fiobi prefers to play. They shoot from that little bird's nest there, and no one can really do anything about it. The Overwatch covering fire is there. Cole sitting on the payload contesting against everyone else of exclusive Easy. Damage being exchanged. No one kills just
that's
Bean.
big.
Oh my goodness. Out from nowhere. That's the clutch play that we needed. And he's still going more for more. Bean, if there's any time to step up, now is it.
Absolutely, this is a huge moment for Argons. This entire series, EZ have always come through in the tight moments. There's been a lot of them, there's been a lot of close contests, but EZ always seem to pull out ahead. And now we're finally seeing Argons have their moment in the sun. It's only been just over 2 minutes so far, and they've hit that first checkpoint. It took 6.5 minutes for XEZ to capture on their side, and now that the attack is for Argons, they are running away with it. The Aletta finally goes down, and this is a big moment here for Fiobi as he's finished off Cole as well, but there needs to be a hell of a lot of stall. 4 minutes of it for XEZ to win on map 3.
breathing room for Exclusive Easy to figure out where to position, where to strategize, because now you do have Ozelic playing that little bird's nest area. So the real question is, Fiobi, where do you play from? Absolutely nowhere from the grave. Ozelic, he's giving it a run of things, finds 2 ASAP off the bat. Les trades back for 1 though. Now, can he get the better of multiple players? I do not think so. Cole finally gets the better of him, and there's Payload. It's getting pushed, actually, almost a record time, I gotta say.
Yeah, Bean also struggling to get away now. This Payload is continuing to push. That's not bad for X-Argons despite losing that letter player. Slime's gone down as well, so not a lot of healing available here. The Ruby goes in. It's less on the Osis, who's feeling a bit of pressure. Doesn't really want to take that 1v1. Oh, but lands a beautiful shot onto Cole, and that could be enough for the Gatlin to finish up. And this is what XEZ needed. They need to continue to delay. It's been a whole extra minute. And while Argons have made some progress, it hasn't been enough. Once again, moving in is the Osis, but shut down this time by Ozelic.
Cole with the overheat. I think that was a big crucial mistake there. He was outmaneuvered, out of position as well. 2 tunnel division onto Les, and unfortunately he paid the ultimate price. That could have been a lot of precious progress that they needed. Bean, once again, doing what he does best. That's the crucial role he has to be fulfilling for his team right now. Pushing in deep, getting the opposing Gatlin. Although, as I say that, Les snipes down Ozelic, but the Payload is getting dangerously close now. 2.5 minutes left to get it all the way. Bean, come on, man. Do what you do best. Get in there.
Yeah, X-Argons need to rely on Bean, but oh, he goes down to the Gatlin. And now this Gatlin could really put a thorn in the side of X-Argons. Les is also pushing him back as well. Slime has got a decent spot. A little bit vulnerable, though, as Ozelic goes down to that Osas. Les has now taken up a nice position to try and prevent this push here from X-Argons, as Bean is also vulnerable at the moment. This is going to have to be a long stall, though, for XEZ to try and clinch out the win here on the map.
They need to regroup. This has to be the final push. Deal with Les first, but no, where was that kill?
Wow.
Fiobi for 2. We least expect it. Ozelic, however, I do make a mistake. He does get the trade instantaneously. Slime is just waiting. It's getting dangerously close. Someone has to get on the Payload. You have to stall right now.
Oh,
You've got to
there's no
push
time.
it all the way. He finally jumps on. The entire team is there. Where's the ultimates? No one's popped anything just yet. The kills going left, right, and center. Fiobi with the first, and it's just full stall. And Fiobi finds 2. 1 more left to go. 50 seconds to go. I don't think they have time for another push. It's Hail Mary.
Less than a meter away from capture. This is desperate now for X-Argons. They only have a minute to get it all the way to its final destination. And XEZ, this is their moment to define their place inside of history of T3 Arena Esports. Here in the North America Finals, they could get it done in just 3 maps if they can stall for another 50 seconds. The final push must come through from X-Argons, but the forward is getting dangerously low once again. The Gatlin has an impact, and it's falling flat. A full team wipe. It's not going to happen. There's no way that X-Argons are going to be able to capture the point. XEZ get the job done, and with it, they take home a humble championship here in the Arena League.
Oh my goodness, look, I did not see this coming. No way in hell. All I can say is Argons, they put up one hell of fights. They had one hell of a run. But Exclusive Easy, they ran the gauntlet. They were super humble, and they were on a hot streak. Momentum carrying through till the very end. Fiobi, Slime, and the superstar sub, Les. Congratulations, man. These guys, they are your new top dogs.
The only team that took down XEZ in the entire finals bracket was X-Argon right at the start, right in that upper bracket. And XEZ, they made the gauntlet run look easy. They dominated and they came into that final. And, well, they are champions now. They take home the lion's share of the prize pool, $3,000 to their name, and bragging rights for years to come. The 3v3 champions here of T3 Arena.
And the very last 3v3 champions, the Boots. So, YOLO, man, I want to see your face right now. Oh, you're actually looking surprisingly humble despite what happened. A 3-0.
Oh, don't worry, I wasn't humble a couple of seconds ago, but I'm so happy. I mean, they were definitely one of the underdogs. I mean, I've backed them throughout the tournament, through their highs and lows, but Oh, I'm so happy for them. I mean, I've got to say though, hats off to Argon. They played amazingly throughout the entire tournament. And honestly, when people look at the results and see 3-0, they might think it's just an easy walk through in the park. But those were all very close games there throughout all of the maps. And I've got to say, they played really well. But easy in the bag. Their name's easy. It was easily done, sorted. They've got the money. Well played for everyone and solid. I mean, I'm just very happy. Honestly, I don't know if you can tell.
I don't know. I'm starting to think that X Easy is an ironic choice of name because it was not an easy run. Let's have a look at how the series went down. And while yes, it was a 3-0, we didn't need control and payload at the end of it. None of these were open and shut cases. Every single one was close, and we were all but convinced that X Argons were going to win that final payload escort. It took some serious heroics from Easy to stave off that last minute and deny the capture at the end of it. But if we look back across the bracket as a whole, we can see it was definitely not an easy run to get here. Cast your eyes all the way back up to the left side of your screen. Winner bracket 1.3 X Argons versus exclusive EZ. One of the greatest games that we saw throughout the entire bracket. Argons sent EZ packing down to the lower bracket, and they made that gauntlet run work. 1, 2, 3, 4 lower bracket games, and then to win in the grand final. Nobody can deny this was a well-deserved championship for exclusive EZ.
100%. They were so on form. They were riding that train. There were no stops in sight. And all I can say is, man, during that final best of five, the Argons, the first opening few games, that set the entire statement. The mental game was completely lost for the Argons. They couldn't have their picks on board. And secondly, when we went to map 2, I believe, with that one ban advantage, they got full-on debated. Banning out the Gatlin, that was not the play. They themselves could not play her either, and we just saw how that unfolded. Regardless, though, they still gave it a really good crack. They still went neck and neck with exclusive EZ. I'm pretty sure it was overtime on basically every single round, every single map. But still, I'm just a little bit sad. That's the hard, you know?
X-Argons really won our hearts doing that upper bracket run. But even if you think back on the series, on that grand final, YOLO, right? Like, the very first map was so damn tight. Like, that was a 99-100 sweep to win in control. Very similar to what we saw here on the final map of Giga Cave Mine. That final capture was delayed just long enough to get the win for EZ. It almost couldn't have been any tighter.
Yeah, literally. I mean, as you said it, I've just got to mirror that. I mean, it was just determination on that. They didn't give up at all in the slightest. It paid off, paid dividends, and I mean, to have that composure in those environments when the nerves are getting to you, you're 2-0 up, there's a $3,000 prize pool on the line if you win, and just to keep calm and collected and just make sure they're fighting to the end, even when it doesn't look like it's going your way. Just great play, and I'm looking forward to see what these guys are going to do in 5v5.
Yeah, I will admit I was a little bit worried in the lower bracket games we saw earlier today from EZ that they were crutching on that Gatlin and the Iris a little bit too much. But, you know, Digital, we really didn't see that in this grand final.
No.
Even in the final game, right, with this Gatlin present on Giga Cave Mine, it didn't feel like she was a hard carry.
No, not at all. They did have a core strategy around that, but then again, all these players, for exclusive EZ, really good flex players across the entire board. They had to play double tank at a certain point, and it did wonders on Broward stock. But seriously though, still hats off to them, props to them. Historical performances coming out from all three of them. Phoebe on his Gatlin, just an absolute laser turret. I could not believe it. Slime, superstar support, keeping everyone alive for the most part. His KD is going to be absolutely dog, but it doesn't matter. They won the tournament, and that's straight bragging rights, but also less. Where did this guy come from, man? I swear to God.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen him all weekend. His first real, probably not real, but his first performance on the big leagues, on the big stage, and he mauled his weight. He is just as good as everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, and there were some games where he absolutely dominated Cole on the Ruby, right? Like, there was no question. I think it was on the very first map, right? You were saying, it was like, that was just like the Ruby diff. Less was that much better.
Yeah, exactly. It was in that case. Obviously, not to try and down talk Cole, because I know he's such a good player, one of the best, obviously. But just just in then. Less coming up. He was wasn't, you didn't see him all tournament. Came up. He had a lot of pressure on his back, playing that tank role, playing that Ruby. Obviously, if you're a bad Ruby, that's GG pretty much. It's such a, as you've seen throughout the entire tournament, you need to be good with that character. He managed to pop off with multiple characters, the Ruby, the Osas, just great in general, and I mean, their team play was top notch.
Yeah, and I was really amazed by the flexibility. We've talked about it so much, but the adaptability, the ability to just say, oh, Gatlin's banned, that's fine. We didn't even want to play Gatlin. We'll play something else. We'll go double tank. It doesn't matter. And I always want to cast some light on the underappreciated, right? We've talked so much about Ruby. We've talked so much about like Les and what he's done on the tank, but Slime, right? Like 90% of the time, just walking around healing people up. But YOLO, you need someone to do that, and you need someone to do it well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he played that support role pretty much perfectly. I mean, the fact that he's survived so long, obviously he doesn't heal himself. He's playing healing from range. He knows what the difference is, healing his own teammates, doing damage to them. And he's just played that, like, it's just really well played from that perspective of, obviously on paper people are going to be like, oh my god, he's died more times than he's got kills. It's like, no, if you saw his healing throughout the games, it would be sky high. And just so many of those engagements that you've been talking about, where he's just managed to heal, and then say that Ruby's won the 1v1 because of those 2,000 hit points that got healed, and just the ability that he had to switch from healing the Gatlin or healing the Ruby, and just knowing when to retreat, when to go. It's just, it is like hats off to him, because not many people are going to be like, well done Blinky, well done Slime, because I mean, he didn't get loads of kills. He's not the Gatlin goat, but oh god.
But still,
Good
though,
stuff.
to add on to that as well, Slime, right? He was probably the only player across the whole weekend to go through the entire support cast. He played Medic, he played Iris, he played Glabula, probably played Sindri too. I'm not gonna lie.
Was he the one that played Chemist?
Yeah, he was. He was the only one, and actually made her work, made her look very, very viable.
I thought it was a troll at first.
Yeah, exactly. Because like we haven't seen anyone else play her, and I gotta say that I'm very happy to see these two top teams go into the Super Season in about 2 months' time as the top 2 seeds, because a lot of other teams can learn from what we've seen today, develop the meta even further. Granted, it will be 5v5, but they have shown us that it's not so stock standard as not having a healer, kind of going 2 DPS single tank. It's no longer that story anymore. It's much more diverse than that. Double tank, single healer works just fine. Single tank, 1 DPS, and a mainstay healer that works all the time. Single tank, Gatlin healer. Didn't expect that, but yeah.
And also, we knew going into this weekend that there'd be a massive shakeup, right? Because of how significant the patch notes were, right? We knew that these finals would be crazy and that it would be a rat race to figure out the most effective tactics available on short notice. And you can't deny that Easy did that, right? Like, even things like, I think I only saw one team play Iris the entire time. And that team was Easy, and not only did they make it work to enable like their Gatlin and their tanks and their like main damage dealers, but on top of that, I think it was Iris right at the start of this series got like a team ace, right? Like
pretty much.
Just completely wiped the whole team. They're insane, YOLO, and I'm really excited. Like these guys are surely like destined for much more in the future as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I was saying, I've played with most of those guys. They're the guys that I know the best, and they've won tournaments playing with playing with the people that they've just beat and playing with everyone. And I'm sure in 5v5 they'll have a massive presence. Who knows that maybe they'll poach some people from Argon into that team for the 5v5 comp. Who knows what we're going to see there? But it's all in the works. And I just want to just back up the fact that, I mean, I'm so glad that so many teams did try out and did participate in this tournament, because it's great to see, and it's great for T3 to be like, there's such a big esports scene to do these more tournaments, to do a tournament in 2 months' time, and hopefully they will see a lot more teams come out. And honestly, I mean, there has been a bit of back chat on some teams if they don't do well, but it's just experience at the end of the day and exposure, and they need to get that to be able to get better and improve.
And to be honest, there were no full shutout games, right? Yeah, there were a couple of one-sided matches, but you've got to say, like, everyone who played did a phenomenal job. And particularly Argons, I think, have a lot to be proud of. Even though they fell short here in the grand final, it was an unbelievable upper bracket run, and they've really made a name for themselves in doing so. It's funny to reflect back and think about how at the start of yesterday, we were mainly just talking about exclusive Arsenal, right, as the team to beat. and even without their top player, they were meant to be a formidable force. And now we're really talking about Argons and EZ going into the future being the reigning champions, being the best teams.
Yes. Look, historical as well, right? Being the final 3v3 before it precedes the 5v5s. So honestly, my take is that going forward, we might not actually even see these same teams anymore. The rosters are going to be completely shuffled up. Sure, they're exclusive Argons now, they're exclusive EC now, it's exclusive Arsenal. But I think during the off-season team shuffle, that is where things can really matter. Which team can come out on top? It might be a merger, it might be a big poach. We'll have to see what happens.
Well, believe it or not, we have a champion lying in wait on the interview. Fiobi from Exclusive EZ is on the line and ready to, a big black screen. Fiobi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, Fiobi, congratulations. An unbelievable tournament. How does it feel to be the last 3v3 champions in the Arena League?
It feels great. I never thought I'd be here, honestly. I just randomly started playing this game, and then now I'm here. So it's crazy to think about.
Yeah, and it's crazy
But
to
shout
think
out to my teammates. Couldn't do it without them.
the three of you played phenomenally well, and it has been an unreal run. You guys made it through that lower bracket. Your very first match in the finals was against Argons. When you played them then, did you expect to be playing them again in that grand final after making a lower bracket run?
Yeah, we sort of like had a feeling we would meet them again in the grand finals. The game that we lost to them, I actually wasn't there. I had a party at my house and I was bringing my grandma home, so we had our sub playing. So we sort of knew that we'd face them again in the grand finals as long as we played our best and beat the other teams before that.
Now, Fiobi, I want to ask you this question. What is the idea behind you maining Gatlin throughout and having Slime support you guys? Because that is something we did not see any other team do, but it worked wonders for you guys.
We practice a lot with that. Like, we were playing ranked for a long time before this, finding out what the new best heroes are after the update. And we found that a Gatlin with a tank and a healer support, just support the Gatlin fully, and that's what found the most success. Just fry everybody, kill them fast, and got a good support supporting me. And yeah, we just won.
Congratulations again, Fiobi. Yolo, do you have anything you'd like to ask Fiobi? I mean, you are our expert.
I mean, honestly, I've been backing you guys, as you know, from the start, even when you've been in the losers bracket and the wild cards. It's good to see. I mean, you guys work so well together. I know you're in different regions. You've not played for the longest together. You came up together. And honestly, you guys were part of the underdogs and people weren't expecting you guys to come together, get that chemistry. And I mean, how do you think that you guys managed to get along so well? Was it just time and patience, or do you just have that synergy naturally, or what do you think helps you win that?
It was a lot we had a lot of time and patience. We didn't have the best start. We lost out, went to the wild cards, but we talked it out. We just decided to keep our head up, try our best in the next game, and just win the wild cards, and we did. And we just had a lot of practice. We practiced a lot in ranked, and we just had good synergy and played well and when it mattered most.
All right, sounds like everything just
Yeah,
fell
definitely.
in place. Now, Fiobi, one last question for you, man, because this is going to be, as you all know, is the last 3v3 tournament of T3 Arena in history. Going forward, 5v5, what's going to happen? Because it's no longer going to be you three together anymore.
We are looking to find two other players that fit our playstyle and practice with them, get our synergy up, and hopefully win the 5v5 tournament next. That'd be the goal. Just find two other teammates.
Any names
Sorry,
so far?
Any names?
Names for players that you want to pick up. he's trying to get the inside scoop on your new roster, so he knows who to support or who not to support.
I mean, I'm not going to speak too much on it. I don't know who. We might have to take some people off some other teams. We're just going to have to see who plays well. We're going to see who deserves to be on our team. Not going to give you too much. Not going to spoil too much. We'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, well, thank you so much for your insight, Fiobi.
Thank you all. Thank you all for this.
I'd like to give you the floor now. Is there anyone you'd like to thank? You shout out your teammates already. The floor is yours.
Yeah, just big shout out to my Labula player, Slime. He has the best heals, kept me up. Shout out to my tank player, Rafa, or whatever his name was. He changed it. He played great on the Ruby. And just shout out to y'all, too, for bringing us down here and giving us this chance to play.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Congratulations again, and please pass our sincerest congratulations on to the rest of your team. You are the T3 champions and the final champions that we will have in a 3v3 format. Congratulations. It was so well deserved. You really were a treat to watch, and I hope that we'll see you, maybe be interviewing you next time, perhaps after you win in 5v5.
That would be great. Thank y'all so much.
See you next time. Wow, that was great to get some insight. Very humble as well.
Yeah.
And very calm, I would say. I don't think I would be that calm after playing for, I don't know, how many hours have these guys been playing? Because they played every single lower bracket game. They had a short break while we had the exhibition match. Then they went into the grand final. Maybe it's pure exhaustion. Maybe it's not really calmness. He's been running a marathon, as has the whole team.
Maybe he hasn't realized it just yet, but 5 hours, man, running the gauntlet. And look, momentum at an all-time high. Still job well done to him, and probably hasn't hit him yet that he's just won the grand prize. But I'm sure it will tomorrow morning if he wakes up. But also to note, I didn't realize the whole time, Les wasn't a sub. That's Rafa. That's also a top-tier player. So it makes even more sense now how he was able to one-up Cole.
The players just love tricking us, don't they? I don't know if it's deliberate. They love messing with us with their team name swaps.
Yeah, I mean, they've changed their name about 25 times in the last few weeks, and it's, I mean, mainly for rank, so people don't start stopping queuing and then dodging in ranked queues, but yeah, it's pretty difficult to keep track there, and obviously it does make a lot of sense that it was Rafa, because he's such a good player, so, I mean, hats off to Rafa for that. Well played to all three of them, and Thomas, the sub, and yeah, just hype all round.
Yeah, massive hype behind this team. Exclusive Easy. An unbelievable lower bracket run after being knocked down there by Argons. They got their sweet revenge in a 3-0 fashion in the grand final. It has been a fantastic culmination to the 3v3 format with T3 Arena. And of course, Exclusive Easy will walk home with $3,000. That's $1,000 each. I assume they're going to split it each way. What a massive amount of money to take home. Of course, the bragging rights of being the final champions in 3v3 and the invite to the Super Season 1, which will be starting in mid-July, which is very exciting. Of course, we'll also see Argons in the Super Season finals as well, but more details of that to come. I have no doubt about it. Digital, I just want to say thank you so much for having me along. It's been, I mean, it feels like this has been, your show, guys. You guys have been here week in, week out. I just rocked up yesterday and I've been learning and enjoying so much about T3 Arena, but thank you for having me. And I mean, how do you feel about the season, looking back on how amazing it's been between the qualifiers, the wildcards, and now the finals?
Look, I won't lie. Given how relatively short time the entire season has been through the qualifiers till now, the meta has changed so rapidly, and even after a major patch, it's amazing to see how these players have really racked their brains to come through with a new strategy almost just practically overnight. Really, the patch wasn't that long ago. They've been putting in the hours, they've been putting in the blood, sweat, and the passion, and it's actually paid off, more so for the exclusive clan at this point. Let's just see how the money gets divvied up, but yeah.
YOLO, it's been a pleasure working with you today. It was great working with Shuri yesterday as well. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we close up?
I mean, yeah, you two have just managed to absorb the game and learn the game so quickly. I mean, it was only a few weeks ago that I was in a Discord voice chat with Digital, telling him about all the characters' abilities and that sort of thing. And now
that was Monday with
very
Digital for me.
And I'm sure, yeah, exactly. So I'm sure we'll hopefully see you guys soon. And yeah, just very, very well done on the production side. It's great, and thank you very much for everyone watching, because that helps the game a lot.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's tuned in and been along for the journey with us. It's been a wild ride between the qualifiers, the wild card, the upper bracket final, today the lower bracket run, and the exhibition match. We really hope you guys enjoyed getting a taste of what 5v5 is looking like at the moment in T3 Arena, and what it might look like once these pros get their hands on it and start playing on the big stage for some big cash. Once again, congratulations to Exclusive Easy, the well-deserved champions here of the Arena League here for North America. And that finishes us up for today. Of course, be sure to follow the channel and be sure to tune in. Wait for some new T3 Arena news. We've got some awesome stuff cooking up, and we would love to have you there with us for that. But that's enough from us for today. Thank you very much again for watching, and we'll see you next time.
begun. See you